Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition. It's game day.
Game day.
Here on a... When's Choppy coming back? I've never said
Next
that
year.
in 11 years. It's a Cowboys Thursday. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the rest of the week. We got Payton and Ryan in the back here on your home of America's team. Cowboys-Titans tonight on Amazon. And I guess my biggest worry and concern is the rewind button. That's what I hate the most about Amazon. There's two things, right? It's switching channels, jumping back and forth, right? Going to your input on your TV and holding it down, going back to regular cable television. But I rewind so much. Part of the reason I won't watch any Cowboy games with anyone, I don't want to disrupt their viewing experience, but I like to rewind. I like to go ahead and check out replays. I like to hear what the commentator said. I like to pause it to freeze a graphic that they put up for us to use for show notes the next day. Am I missing something from a remote technology standpoint that's an easy fix in terms of going back 30 seconds, rewinding on these Amazon games?
I don't think so. I mean, they're not an easy fix anyway. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are other, like you could have, what are those called? Gamer cards or whatever they're called. These basically boxes that you can plug in through your TV to your computer, record and rewind. And so like,
No.
but that would be really difficult. But no easy fix. And that is probably the biggest downside to Amazon. But other than that, like, I actually haven't hated the Amazon presentation this year. I thought it's been pretty good.
Well, who still hasn't subscribed yet? You know, which Cowboys fans out there just haven't watched it because they haven't needed to over the course of the season?
Good question.
Who's not subscribed to Amazon Prime though?
Another good question.
Like, I feel like most people I know had it before football was there because for shopping and the free shipping and everything else that's associated with it.
So Amazon, Netflix, and what's the third TV app that you're definitely signed up to that you couldn't do without?
YouTube TV.
YouTube TV.
Yeah, that's the big one for me. But I mean, I'm not the right person to ask about this. We're subscribed, and the wife hates it. We're subscribed to, I think, like 9 services.
Oh!
Amazon Prime, Netflix, HBO Max, Disney Plus, YouTube TV, Hulu. Like, we've got it, like, everything.
And do you use them?
There's usually something I want to watch on all of them. But yeah, there reaches points where Kristen will be like, we're not watching anything on here currently. Why do we still have it? And I'm like, because something may be on there that I want to watch.
I feel strongly that she should take over your family finances. I don't think you should be in control whatsoever. You're very unselfish / reckless.
Yeah, she wasn't happy when she saw the money I was spending on Christmas Eve at the stadium because I hadn't finished all my shopping.
The food is free at the stadium.
I know, but I hadn't finished all my shopping. I was still buying stuff on Christmas Eve morning and like scheduling it for her to pick up. And then for people that I couldn't pick things up for, I was like buying gift cards. So I probably spent like $800 in gift cards that she saw on Amazon.
So you're on the joint account?
Yeah, we used the same account. And so she just logged in and saw the orders and she's like, what are you doing?
It's worse when they get the notifications like pop up.
I get the notifications. She doesn't get the notifications, but she just manually checks the orders because she knows them not to be trusted.
So look, yesterday, I mean, I know we'll get blamed for the jinx by saying this should be a cakewalk. This thing is going to be a cakewalk.
Yeah, it better be.
This is going to be a breeze. Michael Irvin, I'm not worried about it. Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones can do their coach speak stuff. We got Tolos. This is what the Cowboys do. They're not prepared. They're not ready. Two things about this game. Who's going to play and what does it mean for both sides? Let's start off with the injury reports. Ruled out for the Titans. from their local reporter who did not get back to Peyton Russell. By the way, this morning, what a guest list.
Woo.
Bobby got us Andre Whitworth.
Andrew.
What did I say? Andre? What a guest list. Now the people whose names I'll actually pronounce correctly. Andrew Whitworth with the hoodie jacket look.
Yes, he loves that look. He walks around with that all the time.
Andrew Whitworth, it was a Cowboy rumor when Tyron Smith got hurt. Was it ever serious? And now you're saying there's another rumor with Andrew?
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter this week that he could go to the Bengals. In fact, it's funny. I texted Carter and Ryan yesterday just to let them know, hey, when we have big guests, I try to let them know so they know to clip things for YouTube. And Carter says, texted back something like, well, that'll be good until he has to cancel because he's signing with the Bengals or something tomorrow. Oh. And so there's a lot of chatter now that Lyle Collins got hurt. Could Andrew Whitworth go back home?
So Whitworth is part of the Amazon Prime coverage with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Richard Sherman. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. Mike Golic Jr. Man, I just have a likability. Part of it is my hatred for Mike Greenberg. So that makes me like the Golic side even more. Because
I loved Greeny.
Did you?
Yeah, but back in the day, I don't anymore, but back when their show started 20 years ago, I really did enjoy him.
Why?
I thought he was good. I thought they balanced each other well.
So Golic Jr., who's been all over the college football scene, will join us at 8:40, and then Babe Laufenberg at 9 o'clock. Ruled out for the boys. Tannehill versus the boys. Tannehill, D. Lyman, Jeffrey Simmons. They got a tackle out. Amani Hooker, the safety. Bud Dupree, we know that name. Zach Cunningham, linebacker. Another linebacker, Dylan Cole. And Josh Thompson, D-back. Doubtful. Danico Autry, Christian Fulton, and the big man, Derrick Henry, is doubtful for tonight. Ooh-wee.
That's half the roster. This will look in a lot of ways. The group they're running out there will look like a preseason game.
Yeah, for the rest of the country, it's going to have the reaction I think that we would normally come in with the next morning. That was an absolute brutal game to have on. What else is on television? This is awful.
How much did we talk about Derrick Henry for NFL Films? Wasn't that most of what we talked about?
Derrick Henry, Micah Parsons, Bob. When do you think they'll put us on TV?
I don't know, but we talked about Derrick Henry a lot, so they're going to probably have to kill about half of it.
Yeah.
Because he's not playing.
Malik Willis is going to be starting at quarterback, we believe, for Mike Vrabel's squad. But, man, you don't have Derrick Henry in there. And has the spread moved based upon that injury report? It's been sitting at 10 points all week long. Payton?
Look.
It's up there now. It went up 2 points. It's at 12.
Woo! Are you gambling?
You know this too fast.
I mean, it's hard not to see it, though. Every time you look at a score, look at anything on ESPN, there's always a spread.
12 and a half now.
I see 12. 12 and a half. The over-under dropped a tiny bit to 39 and a half without Henry.
Yeah, Action Network moved it up to 12 and a half from FanDuel.
So what do both sides have to play for?
Tennessee literally has nothing to play for. There is nothing. They could lose this game by 70 points, and Jacksonville could win their game by 70 points this weekend. It would not matter. It has none of their outcomes have anything to do with their playoff implications because it's all about next week for them. Whoever wins next week wins the division they're in, and so
they're trying to be healthy for that.
That's why Tennessee's taking this as screw it. There's nothing for us to play for. We'll keep a couple guys sharp, but guys who need to sit out are going to sit out.
And the Cowboys' number one motivation is still slight hope for the NFC East, even though they're locked in to probably going to Tampa Bay.
Right. Yeah. Until they lose or until Philadelphia wins, they've got to keep playing. But when you roll out a roster like this, don't you kind of say we could probably win this without Micah Parsons?
Or Tony Pollard?
Yeah. You very well may have to win without Tony Pollard.
What's your guess as to both of them playing tonight?
Parsons plays, Pollard is iffy. That one I think really is going to be they're going to go out there before the game and make up their mind. But if I had to trend one way, I'd say it's leaning towards Pollard doesn't play.
Truckwreck.com. Note that for your fantasy football championships. Do we know who's in the finals of the Radio League?
It's Larry and Will.
Yeah, remember Hook'em. You're cheering for Will. I'm cheering for Larry.
Go
Wild. Because I cheer for our nation's veterans.
Again last night in basketball. Their men's team is not good.
Who did?
Kentucky. And if you look at Will's Twitter account, he is
melting down.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
I cheer for the Longhorn, and our nation's veterans. So
And your basketball coach.
Sean is cheering for Will Chambers because he's against the veterans.
Nah, Will's an undercover glue guy.
He really is
around here.
He listens all the freaking time, and he is Will's awesome.
All right, so you're gonna get the Mavs and the Stars back in action tonight. You have Derek Carr being benched in Vegas, and if you get out of your chair, stay seated. If you stand up, you're going to jail. The PA announcer who said that last night as they were worried about another Malice in the Palace. Game Day, Thursday edition with Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the Nosebleed Nation because the G is out. We get you ready for Titans Cowboys pregame with the G-Bag Nation.
This is what the Trevor.com text line is for, as they're hitting us up this morning saying, no, you can watch this game on regular cable TV and not just Amazon. So I go and peruse the DVR, and there it is, Fox 4. For the game tonight, we can rewind, we can pause, we can stop, we can flip back and forth. Fox 4 for the game locally. Thank you, Tolos.
Yes, thank you to all the Tolos that sent that in. There were 214-817-469. We got all the area codes letting us know.
Excellent. All right, let me get to my Texas Tech Red Raiders. The extension was announced for another huge Tolo, Joey McGuire. Coach gets a 6-year, $26 million contract ahead of the bowl game versus Ole Miss. He got the money, and he got the W.
See what kind of onside kick this one turns out to be. He's going to come to the other side. Bounce up in the air. Oh, the Red Raiders have it. They're going to score on it. There's a flag down, but it looks like Tech's going to have a touchdown, Red Raiders. Loic Fungi.
Yeah, baby. 42-25. Congratulations to Coach.
They pulled a me there when Texas Tech recovered that onside kick. Oh, both of them did.
Let's hear that one more time, Payton.
See what kind of onside kick this one turns out to be. He's going to come to the other side. Bounce up in the air. Oh, the Red Raiders have it. They're going to score on it. There's a flag down, but it looks like Tech's going to have a touchdown, Red Raiders. Loic Fungi.
Oh. Throw that into the Power Rankings intro for next Wednesday at 8 o'clock. How many other bowl games are y'all watching before the Final Four this weekend? I've won this argument. I think I won this argument against RJ and Troy going back 10 years. How the rest of these games are completely worthless. These kids are proving it now by sitting out like Bijan Robinson, sitting out the Longhorns bowl game. And if you just want some elevator music on in the background, go ahead.
That's what it is. I'll watch the New York. I'll watch the games around New Year's. I'll watch all those generally, but this other stuff leading up to it, is it on? Or am I sitting down and going, what's on TV? The ones that I end up watching are usually ones where I'm sitting at home doing work or something and I want to just turn it on and see, is there a football game on? So I ended up watching some of
or is there a prospect you want to hone in on?
No, not so much in the bowl games, just because I mean occasionally I've done that in the past, but not this year. I haven't watched anybody like that.
Is Dane Brugler watching every single bowl game?
Dane will watch, I think, some of the ones, not every single one, but there will be specific games that he'll probably have interest in and try and check it out. But that's the thing, you get a lot of these guys like Bijan and other guys that'll just they take out of the game, which I don't blame them, because then you run into a Jake Butt or a Jalen Smith issue where you're playing in that bowl game and then you potentially ruin your career.
You have any interest in the other ones?
I went to the University of North Texas, so I saw UNT lose to Boise State earlier on the bowl season. But yeah, other than that, I'd flipped on the Kansas-Arkansas game because I saw that game went to overtime. But other than that, I don't watch till the playoffs.
All right, so congratulations to Coach McGuire. I guess we should give a Chris Beard update that's a few days old now.
We don't have to.
While we're talking about it, it could be positive.
We hit it on headlines on Monday with me and Alec.
You did?
We did.
All right, give us the recap.
There's apparently no charges filed against Chris Beard. His fiance has said that, hey, I didn't mean for police to arrest him and stuff, and this thing is a thing in the past now.
I was thinking that Bobby was going to make RJ an expendable piece, but it's really you.
Really?
It's really you that's been stepping up here over the past few days.
Yeah, when he's allowed to talk, when he's given time to talk, unlike at North Texas, then he dishes out some pretty good points. I swear, Peyton, on your behalf, my mortal enemy is Joey Catalano. So
who is that?
It's this douchebag that kept cutting him off while they were debating Stars hockey 6 years ago.
Is he in the media somewhere?
No, he's not even got a social media. So. I think Peyton sent him into hiding with his flex on him working for 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get to the drama in Vegas. Derek Carr has been benched. They're going to start Jared Stidham. They're still technically alive, by the way. But yesterday, this whole thing played out. Jared Stidham, acquired in the offseason deal with New England, will start against San Francisco on Sunday, and Chase Garbers will be the backup. And Derek Carr, because he's such a great person and teammate, will now leave the organization to not be a distraction. So we're weighing whether this is business, whether this is smart, or whether this is replacement time for Derek Carr finally not being a Las Vegas Raider.
Is he in the wrong, really? I saw...
is who in the wrong?
Derek Carr, because there's a lot of people who are saying it's soft that he left the team.
Why can't he just dress and be there?
Because it's one of these guys who covers the Raiders, Jerry McDonald, it's he had tweeted yesterday. He said, good for Derek Carr if he declined to grin and bear it. Whether you wanted him as quarterback or not, he fronted and supported an organization that has been embarrassingly inept for the better part of a quarter century. Whatever his shortcomings, he was better than the team he played on. He took a lot of bullets for them last year. throughout. Gruden, Henry Ruggs stood up there, was a positive face for the franchise. So yeah, I could see him being like, all right, so I've had a struggle for about 4 or 5 weeks. I understand it, but you're gonna walk away from me now. All right, well then I'm walking away. I stood with you guys through a lot and took a lot. So I
look, Derek Carr is a different dude in a good way. I think he's one of these rare athletes who actually bleeds for the organization.
Yes.
He had a clip saying, I really don't want to play anywhere else. Like, I live and die for the Raiders. I think he has crossed over, though, to being that guy or girl at every company who is so ride or die. And it's like, you want to shake them a little bit and be like, wake up. They don't care about you this much as a company. You're taking too many bullets for them. And let's just get to the bottom line on all this. Derek Carr is overrated. Derek Carr isn't that good. All this, he's been the face for a crappy organization. Part of the reason they've been a crappy organization is because he never took the next step, like to an elite level as a quarterback. If you are a very good quarterback, then you're probably going to have a pretty good team. I sound like RJ Choppy here. Derek Carr is overrated. He hasn't played that well. He hasn't played well this year with his interception numbers being a career high. So Josh McDaniels is like, I'm not getting fired a second time over this. It's time to start over at quarterback. If Derek Carr is quarterbacking your team, your ceiling is what? Is it a Dak Prescott ceiling?
I think you can win a Super Bowl under the right circumstances with Derek Carr. Like if Derek Carr, and understand what the right circumstances mean. If Derek Carr is going and playing right now for Shanahan in San Francisco, they're absolutely a Super Bowl contender.
Okay.
And he's probably put in a better position to succeed. Man, and that's the thing. He has been through a ton with that organization. God, I always think about that year they went 12-4, was it 2016? And he broke his ankle the very last week of the season.
He was going to win the MVP.
Yeah, and he fell down. And I just remember the mic'd up audio of he fell down, and as soon as he was tackled, he was going, it's broke. And they come out there, and teammates are crying, and he's just, guys, it's all right. Y'all are going to be fine. Like, he has been such a bright light for, honestly, like, the Commanders West Coast.
He's a press conference hero. That's what I think of him. I'm just tired of thinking him like that.
Well, it's tough though, right? Like for the last couple games here, you're walking away from a guy who's been the leader for 7 years.
But this is the stuff we say about Dak all the time. We said for forever. This was a couple years ago. Intangibles, leader. And if I was Dak Prescott after a while, I'd be like, okay, all that stuff is nice. Let's talk about my game. Let's talk about me as a player. And that's all we do with Derek Carr is talk about how he bleeds silver and black.
But, like, honestly, like, even if you want to say he's overrated, which, fine, he probably is. Or there was a time he was. I don't know that he's overrated anymore. I think people know what kind of a player he is.
Yeah.
There's a little bit like treating this like he's, I don't know, like
I just think
Brock
it's
Osweiler.
so dramatic.
But treating it like it's Brock Osweiler or something is nuts. He's had a really bad stretch of about 5 games. But otherwise, he was good last year. He was good the last few years. And then, sorry, like he can't be. I don't know how much you want to blame him for sucking in the
weapons
in the Josh McDaniels offense.
They've had plenty of weapons.
McDaniel, like, to me, the consistent here is McDaniels always sucks. That's what that is.
So you think Josh McDaniels' system is a problem?
I think Josh McDaniels is a douchebag, and I think he has been completely unprofessional in 2 separate stops. And so if there's a question in the third one, I'm going to lean towards it being the fault of Josh McDaniels more than Derek Carr.
All right, last night, the Detroit Pistons had a little sideline scuffle, little sideline issue in their game, and we all remember the malice at the palace. This is Pistons-Magic and the PA announcer in the background.
Yeah. Going to be an over and back. Oh, boy. Best, and then Mo Wagner. Oh, he's into the Pistons bench. Things have gotten out of control at Little Caesars Arena. Mo Wagner crashing into the Pistons bench after a push foul against Killian Hayes. There's Wagner down at the bottom of that pile and just now coming up for air.
I don't know if that's in his jurisdiction. The moment you move, you're going to jail. Is that still the Chauncey? Is that still that same guy?
I don't know. I wonder. I gotta think that in Detroit, that's got to be that may be a standing line he was given. Like, hey, if something breaks out, make sure to address the crowd with this
heightened sensitivity.
But that was, man. Killian Hayes might be in a lot of trouble for that punch. That was Killian Hayes, I think, who threw that punch there where he hit Wagner in the back of his head. That's like he knocked him out. Like he falls for it though. That's a punch that's banned in boxing. That's a rabbit punch. You can't hit somebody in the back of the head.
If you get out of your seat, you're going to jail. Don't move. And I wonder how many people actually, I bet it was effective. I bet it was like a reminder to everybody as the Ron Artest memories all come back. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, we got Payton and Ryan here on DFW Sports Station. How easy of a win do you think this is going to be in Tennessee tonight? And forget Odell. Apparently the Cowboys are talking to T.O. for a playoff return. How the hell did this become a story? Inside the Star on game day next.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on the Fan. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Game day. Not fist pump time, but yeah, we can do a game day as the Dallas Cowboys are 12-point favorites. We know that no one in the Metroplex has been more red hot when it comes to Cowboy opinions and predictions than me, yours truly, and I'm here to tell you, if you're going to bet it, take the Cowboys and the points.
Didn't you pick the Eagles last week?
No, I picked the Cowboys.
That's not true.
It is true.
Nick Eatman picked the Eagles.
Yeah. So
I feel like you did pick the Eagles.
I picked the Cowboys by 3. So go through your little Odyssey replay and all your little technology.
Did you pick the Jaguars?
Dig it up.
You did pick the Jaguars.
I picked the Jaguars. I told you that the weeks before. You want me to run down my laundry list again, right?
Seanstradamus.
If you are a Tolo, you know. I doubt anyone will admit it. I'm just telling you, if you want to make some more money, the Cowboys will win by more than 12
I gotta
tonight.
say, with Payton's betting acumen and your ability, I think you guys should double team on Degenerate tomorrow.
Oh, I could do that.
If you want to do Degenerate, you can take it. Yeah.
Let's go.
But these college games are very difficult. If you want to keep it all NFL, keep
Well,
it
has
NFL.
RJ done college games with the bowl season?
He's mixed in a couple.
Well, you can talk about the Final Four.
Yeah,
There you go.
TCU and
TCU,
Easy.
Michigan.
Oh, I'm ready.
3 o'clock. Georgia, Ohio State.
you have to do the voice like Chop does, though. So let me hear your Godfather voice.
No, you're
sort of.
Dick Vitale.
Do that thing.
Well, I went 3-7 last week.
That
but
just
it's
sounds
okay.
like you're
Sounds like you're holding your
constipated.
breath. It sounds like you're going underwater. It's
I'll
a
take
dog-
notes. Give me
Yeah,
time.
Yeah. All right. So you can have the Degenerate tomorrow.
Yes.
Choppy did catch wind of the over/under tweet bet.
Ah, crap.
As the Tolos, RJ sent out, he loved Nathan Eovaldi joining the Rangers rotation, and a couple Tolos just wrote back 2 of 5, and he's like, "What's that?" And he took it as someone saying your tweet was a 2 out of 5, and he wrote back, "Damn, harsh crowd," and so he had his feelings hurt over that. So
I would have thought he just with Eovaldi, he would have taken it as like, oh, now Chop thinks we have 2 starters out of 5 in a rotation. He's only approving of Eovaldi and DeGrom.
That's right. All right, so let's get down to business. Cowboys are 12-point favorites. You agree that they'll win by
Yes.
more than 12 tonight?
Yes.
Like, in terms of the ease of these games, Houston, which I said would be closer, I won that bet against you, by the way. All of our ears paid the price.
I know.
All right, you got Houston, Indianapolis, Commanders earlier on in the season, which we had more respect for. Is this the easiest game? Is this the easiest game of the season as things stand right now with Derrick Henry doubtful, Malik Willis playing quarterback, and all the other guys they have listed out?
Yes. Now, before this, obviously, before they started resting guys, no. Like you would have said it was Houston going into that game or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, this is like preseason game 4 type of roster that Tennessee's going to roll out there tonight. And so it should be a very easy victory where, in theory, I think you could rest Parsons. You could rest Pollard. Like, you could rest a lot of guys and still beat them.
All right, tell us about Malik Willis. Let's at least have some discussion about him.
Boy, he has not been good since he got to the NFL. I mean, he's been in the NFL this season. There's a lot of it was going to be a little bit of a process for him. He started his career at Auburn, ended out transferring over to Liberty, and he was really good at Liberty. Really electric playmaker. His biggest problem at Liberty when he was there was
competition.
Well, there's that, but also like he, as running quarterbacks a lot of times tend to do, bails out too early, drops his eyes, and goes, "Oh, got to get out of here" whenever there's pressure, and that can burn you a little bit, and it makes things really difficult on offensive linemen. And they already don't have a great offensive line, especially now tonight that they're going to be missing Nicholas Petit-Farid, and so it's one of those that he's a big time threat running the ball. He's very mobile. He's got a good arm, but he's still trying to put the tools together to actually be a quarterback. We're trying to get him from, or not we, but the Titans are trying to get him from tools to complete quarterback, and he's just not there yet. They talk about the intangibles, the leadership, all that stuff we talked about with Dak in the past. That's all there. Like, in spades for Malik Willis. It's just,
is he awful throwing the football?
He has been.
He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass this year.
I think he's having trouble reading defenses right now. It's just it's that jump. I mean, you're going from Liberty to the NFL.
Was he drafted way too high?
No, there were a lot of people who thought he should have been drafted in the first round. As a third-round pick, he was really, really great value.
People thought he was going to the Steelers.
A lot of people thought he would go in the first round. That was one of the guys that Chop thought was going to save him potentially. The thought was, if Carolina goes quarterback, maybe they go Malik Willis there at 6.
Yeah, he did drop.
Everybody, everybody except Pickett dropped. But he's a guy that I think is going to be a good football player. It's just he's not there right now.
So on the season, in his most extensive game action last week in the loss against the Texans, 14-23 for 99 yards. 4.3 a pass.
Not great, Sean.
4.3. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He was sacked 4 times. He did run it 7 times for 43 yards. How does he compare to like a Fields running around?
So far this year, he's not as good as Fields is at doing that. But in terms of his
all-time this year.
But in terms of his athletic ability, he's very good. He's not quite a Justin Fields athlete, but he's like on maybe just the step below, but he's really good.
Could they just say we're having QB design runs in order to win this game? Is that something they would do?
They haven't done a lot of it yet. I mean, even last week when he started and he was struggling throwing the ball, he only ran it 7 times. But I mean, Dallas has struggled a lot of times with some of that stuff, so they may look at it and try and put it in. Mike Vrabel's just such a caveman. And Todd Downing and those guys have always been just...
Who's Todd Downing? OC?
He was the OC who got arrested for drunk driving.
Oh.
A few weeks back. And so it's just... They are very much the let's load it up, hand it off to the running back and go. So I think you'll see a lot of Hassan Haskins tonight, who's the guy the Cowboys like. Speaking of guys the Cowboys like...
Is that a running back?
Yes. Rookie running back out of Michigan. Somebody that the Cowboys would have considered on day 3 this year. Malik Willis went 86, and it was... Where did Dallas pick Jalen Tolbert? 88. If Malik Willis had gotten to 88, the Cowboys would have seriously considered picking him.
Really?
Just because they would have looked at it as like, this is too good a value. We have a big grade on him, and he's sitting here in the 3rd round. We got to take him.
He had another game against Kansas City. He was 5 of 16 for 80 yards. Before that, he was 6 of 10 for 55 yards against the Texans. I mean, this is a team. Forget about the Raiders and Derek Carr getting benched. What do they do with Tannehill? This over? This done?
I mean, yeah, Willis is here for, I would guess they're going to roll with Willis and then just find another veteran to couple with him next year for him to learn with or to challenge him just for another year. But ultimately, they want this to be Malik Willis's job.
Who else do we need to know on this football team?
A lot of guys who are going to be sitting on the bench in all likelihood. But other than that, I mean, look, Treylon Burks is a good player. That was a guy that
AJ Brown replacement.
Yeah, you were sitting there on the draft show with us and I had said it all day. I was like, Tennessee's going to come up and get Treylon Burks. That's the big rumor. And so there are a couple different spots where if Tennessee didn't take Haskins, if Tennessee didn't take Willis, if Tennessee didn't take Treylon Burks, and he had slid a couple more picks, those three guys could have easily been on the Cowboys this year. They would have absolutely considered Treylon Burks over Tyler Smith. They loved him.
Treylon Burks, he's got some highlight reel catches.
Yeah, he's
I drafted him in fantasy.
The guy he was compared to coming out was AJ Brown. So it makes sense that if you're dealing AJ Brown, you'd want to go get the AJ Brown replacement. But he's really good. Old buddy Jeff Swaim, he plays for the Titans. They've got
Jeff Swaim makes it into the need to know top 5.
I just reference that as he's there.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want the Cowboys connections, you got Jeff Swaim. You've also got Mario Edwards Jr., which that still is bizarre to me. Mario Edwards has been in the league for 8 years now, and I remember his dad played on teams Brian Broaddus was a scout for here in Dallas. His dad was on the 0-3 defense starting at corner when they were ranked number 1. But they're missing a ton of guys. DeMarcus Walker's a good player, but I mean, Denico Autry, Bud Dupree, Jeffrey Simmons, these are really good players that they're going to be missing today. Their tackles are going to be bad. This might be, I might come in here without a beard on Monday if Micah Parsons does play.
Oh, do tell, do explain.
So Wolchuk and I had a bet of at training camp of 15.5 was the over-under for Parsons, because Wolchuk was saying he was going to hit like 16 sacks. And I was like, I don't know about that. He may be a better player and have lower sack totals because people are going to focus in on him, things like that. And it was looking rough there for a little bit. We made the bet there that the line was 15.5, and if it came in under, Wolchuk had to shave his beard, and if it came in over, if Parsons got 16 sacks, then I have to shave my beard. And so...
Well, we saw you without a beard at Boomer Jacks already.
No. You have not seen me completely clean shaven. My wife has not seen me completely clean shaven.
Oh.
And when she found out about the bet, she was pissed, and she said that if I do lose and I happen to shave, that she's not going to look at me for 3 days.
Why would she? That's how long it takes a real man to grow back. Only 3 days.
She wants some stubble or something, because she's never seen me completely clean shaven other than in photos, and she's terrified that I will look like a teenager, and she's like, I won't be able to get it out of my head.
Okay. Well, you better get it in now.
No. I think Micah Parsons is going to fall short. I don't think he's going to get to 16 sacks.
How many is he at right now?
He's at 13.
At 13.
He needs 3. If he gets to 2.5, it's just a push. Okay. But he needs 3 for...
So you're hoping he does not play tonight?
Yeah, because, I mean, Dennis Daly's bad. Their tackle is really bad.
What's Wolchuk look like?
Wolchuk is terrified that he's going to lose this. He's like, I don't want to do this. This is going to look awful. I look ridiculous. And so,
you got that skinnier face now, though.
Man, but if you look
got that
at
soda face.
I'm gonna find an old picture of him while we're talking here, and I'll show you.
All right. I don't know how this story got printed. This is such a joke. I almost texted Mike Fisher, and then I saw it was just his website and not his name at the top of the column. This is this fool who has me blocked. Somehow I got blocked by Aaron Wilson a long time ago. Houston-based NFL reporter with the story that the Cowboys and Terrell Owens are talking. Oh, that's Wolchuk's
Ryan,
face.
here.
Hold that up.
Show that on the fan cam there.
Get that up for the fan cam. Dude, they're going to...
Wolchuk. So that's what he's terrified of.
Wolchuk and Chiafalo, they're going to catch you in a corner one day. They're going to beat you down. You have no legs like Dave Chappelle. You have no legs on that couch.
I have no legs.
You're going to be on that couch trying to crawl around after they catch you in a corner the way you torture those kids. T.O., at the age of 49, has been calling Jerry Jones seeking an NFL tryout. All of this is coming, of course, from T.O.'s Houston-based agent. He's been training. He was working out with Deshaun Jackson. And, the Cowboys have been in constant communication with T.O. as well over the last few days about him returning to America's team. He's ready to contribute and play any role, big or small. Okay, you are our Cowboys insider. You work with Jane Slater. What is your professional responsibility? What did you do yesterday when I sent you and Payton this story? What did you do? Did you feel like you had to reach out to a source and risk getting laughed at?
No. I laughed, and then I put my phone down. Is what I did.
Good Lord.
This, honestly, I talked about it with G-Bag yesterday when they were asking about it. And if you go look at his Instagram, he was posting stories up there with these hashtags that was like TO overtime or something. Like he had something, and he was posting these workouts of him running up a hill and stuff. I feel like, not that this will be exactly it, but I feel like this is one of these things where, we're going to get to the Super Bowl and there's going to be a TO commercial. We're going to go, this last month was some promo tied into he was doing this. And so that's just my sense.
Like a Gronk thing?
It feels like some advertising bit almost. But I think that, it was ridiculous.
And then the Tolos dug up a recent interview he did in San Francisco where he crapped all over Dak Prescott, like the quarterback here. He was talking about where Odell Beckham should go. As far as the teams that everyone keeps throwing out, Cowboys and Giants, if he goes to either one, it's going to be a short-lived season. He may as well go somewhere else. Otherwise, he's just going to be watching the playoffs. He should go to a team who obviously has a good quarterback. So shot fired at Dak Prescott from T.O. And then you know what T.O. said? He said two things. One, and I saved this right for Bobby, quote, I think he should go to a team like the Baltimore Ravens. They're a team on the cusp. They have a dynamic quarterback in Lamar Jackson. And you don't know who his number one and number two weapons are. It's a good fit for OBJ, maybe Buffalo. And then they're like, oh, really? Like Lamar is with his passing game and the way he throws, the questions about him. T.O. goes, well, I'm a basketball guy. I don't watch a lot of football. I can't say I've watched a full football game this season from first quarter to fourth quarter. This guy's
honestly,
all-time clown, and you should be ashamed and embarrassed that you loved him so much when he was playing.
Well, you called him an all-time clown. I was about to DM him, see if he wanted to come on, but not if you're going to call him a clown.
Oh, you all follow each other.
Mm-hmm, we
He
do.
was on the Jane Slater podcast.
He was. We interviewed him for an hour and a half. He was great. But yeah, look, I mean, it makes sense that somebody who hasn't watched a full football game all season would think Lamar Jackson is a good quarterback and that's where you should go play. That's what I take from it.
You should DM him, I guess.
And say, hey, the guy who just called you a clown wants to talk to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Makes for great radio.
Maybe go ahead. Don't DM
I'm
him.
going to DM him anyway.
So
right
there
now.
it is. T.O.
Oh, one of my favorite players of all time. I love the guy.
And then Jane did check in with someone.
She did.
And?
No, absolutely not. Not happening.
Okay. 877-881-1053. It's like those saying, I do believe T.O. could give me 5 plays in a game more than Dez right now. For all you
Dude,
Dez fanatics.
If there are two guys who in their late 40s, early 50s could still play football to me, it would be Terrell Owens and Darren Woodson. Like, not Darren with
Darren's
back
way
that
too
shoulder.
thin.
Well,
Yeah.
he's building, but I mean,
he's way too skinny right now.
He in like dress shoes on the ESPN set at 46 ran like a 4.8.
Coach Cringe is at it again. Oh my God. Wait till you hear Nick Sirianni talking about Jalen Hurts as one of the X-Men. And is Sean Payton going back to New Orleans with Tom Brady? Plus, Aaron Rodgers says Tua should maybe sit it out. And we got more Russell Wilson jokes. Time to shut down his own office and parking spot in Denver. Around the rest of the NFL. Next.
It has the entire
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Why are the Cowboys going to try hard tonight? Well, because if they win out and the Eagles lose out, the Dallas Cowboys can win the NFC East. The problem is that Philadelphia is taking on New Orleans.
Damn it.
In Philly.
Damn it.
But the spread's only 5.5. Doesn't that tell us, and that's where we would need RJ, that Gardner Minshew is playing over Hurts this week? Definitely.
Yeah, that spread, it would be normally, I mean, Vegas, you're looking more like 9.
Gotta get the hook. Gotta get the hook.
I mean, you're saying a player's worth 4 points. That's a lot of points. That's going to only be a quarterback.
So I think they think that Gardner Minshew is going to be playing. So yesterday, the old raccoon, Coach Cringe, Nick Sirianni, was asked about Jalen Hurts recovering.
If you and him went up and you guys shot baskets together, he'd whoop you. If you guys went out and you guys raced against each other, he'd whoop you. If you guys went out and, tried to throw the football, so he was to throw it more accurate or further, he'd whoop you. And so his body heals faster than yours.
He sucks. I really didn't think we could get in the cringe category of Joe Judge. And Sirianni's not there yet, but he's approaching.
It's just different. It's cringy in a different way. And it's like, I think he's just as bad. It's just different.
Judge, I think is a lot more serious about it. And Sirianni's got this sarcasm, he's got this smarminess to him.
By the way, I was, you remember we were talking, I was like, he's going to wear a Jalen Hurts shirt. That's what he's going to do.
Sirianni for the Cowboy game?
And I was on the sideline when he came out, so I ran over there to see what shirt he was wearing. He wasn't wearing a Jalen Hurts shirt, but he was wearing a sink or swim with all his, players on it, that shirt. And so he was still being a tool.
Yeah.
But he sucks, man. He's a good football coach. There's no denying at this point, he is a really good football coach, and he clearly gets guys to buy in and his players think highly of him and everything like that. And so I'm not questioning that at all. I'm just saying from a media standpoint, from being on the outside and just covering the way he does things, he's a tool. It's awful.
And so is Russell Wilson. And
Mr. Unlimited parking spaces.
Let's ride. Let's ride. Yeah, in my car, in my parking space.
Let's ride to the stadium.
Shannon Sharp, legendary Denver Bronco, despite what his co-host Skip Bayless thinks. Shannon Sharp was a Hall of Fame tight end. He's going off on Russell yesterday on FS1, and he dropped a couple little tidbits that became news.
But I tell you what, I don't know who the head coach is going to be. The first thing you do, Russell Wilson, I'm locking this office. You will no longer have an office. All those parking spaces that you get at the stadium, they're gone too. Because you're putting yourself in front of the team. And I said it before, and I'll say it again, and I stand by it. You ticked a lot of people off with your attitude, bro. Now, you can come out here and talk about we're a team, and I'm good with my teammates. But deep down inside, they seething, and I'm going to leave it at that. Take it with what you want to.
Okay, so
how connected is he still to Denver?
I don't know. He just said, take that for what it's worth. Players were seething. I mean, how connected is Aikman or Emmett?
Emmett's still at the games. Aikman covers, obviously, but I don't think Aikman is...
Irvin is really connected still.
Yeah, Irvin is more connected than those guys. I wonder. Because, I got to imagine he's got a good relationship, but, ownership's changed there. There's...
All it takes is one exec or one player. Feeding him or sending him text messages. My question for you is, you're at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco every day. What is out of bounds? When I first heard his own parking spot, I'm like, okay, is that really special VIP treatment? You're getting a possible future Hall of Fame quarterback. He's the toast of the town. He's the man. Don't people get suites at games or preferential treatment? I don't know why he would need his own office, but what's unusual? What's eyebrow raising?
So on the office part, I can't think of a reason for that. Broadus had brought up the point that he said if he's living at the facility, basically, and so he needs somewhere to it would make sense to give him an office to where hey, let's just set you up with a place to watch film and stuff like that. And that way, you don't have to have the equipment at home. If something breaks, we can send. So he said he didn't think that was that unusual. The parking space at the stadium is interesting. I don't know how that works exactly, except when the players arrive, what they do is they pull up on one side of the stadium, and then they've got this blue carpet that leads into the stadium where they walk in, and they just bring their car up and it's valeted for them. So they may have spots, but valet takes care of it. They just pull up to the stadium, drop their car, and go.
Like, let's say Micah's new deal comes up.
Uh-huh.
What could he and what, would he ask for that wouldn't, I guess the only thing is, would I alienate my teammates or have any jealousy? Otherwise, wouldn't you ask for everything?
The Cowboys generally...
Don't players have their own suites?
No, not necessarily. In fact, players have to, a lot of...
Or like Luka. Luka's contract comes up, and he's like, I want a suite at every game, and I want, like, the best parking that there is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something that you could throw in there. All the players get, I think, 4 tickets. McCarthy brought this up with you guys a couple weeks ago. Like, you get a certain amount of tickets, but then you have to buy anything else that you want. Now, they'll give you access to tickets to buy. Like, you don't have to go to, like, StubHub and do it or whatever. But that's one of those things where the Cowboys generally, I think, avoid some of those quirky things, but they clearly exist in other contracts. Like, we know...
I'm gonna ask Whitworth at 8.
Yeah, we just know in other sports, like, Rougned Odor getting the horses, or, when there's a deal for, like, hey, I want a suite here, things like that. But it is interesting. Like, the multiple parking spots at the stadium is a little odd. Because, I mean, outside of just you, what else would you need him for? Now, again, Brian, when he heard that, was trying to suggest, he said, well, maybe that's, a lot of these guys I've got a personal trainer, somebody who stretches me, like game day, crew that helps them get ready, that maybe those are spaces to make sure those guys can get in the stadium.
All right, let's go to the NFC South. Josh Norman is back. They got him out of his coffee shop to return to the Carolina Panthers. He's got a great relationship with Steve Wilkes, and they're in a little playoff competition. They've been dealing with some injuries at corner with J.C. Horn, and Josh Norman, who is running his Atlanta coffee shop, is back for Carolina at the age of 35.
Why?
He was roasted. So my first reaction was, you're telling me we don't have any young talent out there, a young athlete available who's been with a team or 5 in the National Football League that would be a better option than Josh Norman, who was cooked and toasted when he was playing for Buffalo and other teams late in his career?
Here were Josh Norman's coverage grades from PFF, which I'm not a big PFF fan, as you know.
Now you go to PFF.
No, I'm just throwing it out as a context of, like, just for what it's worth, this is what PFF says, which, again, I'm not a big fan of. But his years in Carolina, coverage grade was 57, 49, 72, 89. Then he goes to Washington at 76, 69, 72, 43, Buffalo 69, San Francisco 47 last year. So in general, like, again, PFF is all over the map in terms of their grades, but he was not good really after he left Carolina. And really it was just it was 2 years in Carolina where he was pretty good, but there was just really 1 year where he was incredible. And that was the Super Bowl year. And you remember he got a little cute in the negotiations when they franchise tagged him, and Carolina said, we're rescinding the tag. We're going to let you go.
Yeah.
And so there were some hurt feelings there on that too. So that's a little surprising that he's going back to the organization. I guess things have healed there in 7 years, but man, that's you're desperate, I guess, if you're calling Josh Norman to come out of the coffee shop.
Mike Florio with the story. Could we see Sean Payton and Tom Brady in New Orleans next year?
Tom Brady?
That people throughout the league, one source saying it's the worst kept secret that Sean Payton will return to the Saints. And of course, we've had the Miami Dolphins flirtation between Brady and Payton. Tom recently telling, Jim Gray on his podcast, he really isn't thinking about retirement. So all this compensation talk, trading with the Saints to get Sean Payton out of there, Sean Payton going to Arizona, Sean Payton going to the Chargers, Sean Payton going to the Broncos, no one is brought up. Just go back to New Orleans and have your quarterback in Tom Brady, who's going to be a free agent. It doesn't not make sense.
It's interesting. It's an interesting thought that, like, hey, maybe things have but I got to think it was not just Sean Payton was like, I'm tired. I don't want to coach anywhere right now. I think there were frustrations being in New Orleans and where things stood.
With what? He's got control. Or he had control, right?
Yeah, but in general, I just think where they were at with talent and stuff like that. And like, I think he had wanted to get the process started on getting a new quarterback a lot earlier than they did. Like, I think
you think he wanted to move off of Breeze.
I think
earlier.
Breeze hung around longer than he wanted.
Okay.
And because Breeze was not playing as well.
But they had great talent. They had a great roster.
They did, but
top defense, weapons, offensive line, all of it.
The quarterback shot, like was he the 4-point difference that Vegas will tell you what the quarterback means. But it is interesting. Nick Underhill yesterday, who covers the Saints. So
that's why he gave Taysom Hill a gross contract.
That is absolutely his fault. That's 100% his fault. But Nick Underhill, who covers the Saints and does a really good job with it, he's very plugged in with that organization. He wrote an article yesterday evening that said, despite growing Sean Payton buzz, it would be a surprise if Dennis Allen is not Saints coach next year. So I think it's important to also have that context where Nick Underhill saying that is similar, I think, to if Todd Archer wrote an article that said it would be a surprise if Mike McCarthy isn't the coach next year. Like you feel pretty comfortable hearing that information come from that. So I think that genuinely means from New Orleans' part, it's not impossible, but it would be a big surprise if they moved on from Dennis Allen.
All right, there it is around the rest of the NFL here on Sean and Bobby. It's game day on DFW Sports Station. Russell Westbrook apparently not making many friends in Arlington for the Cowboys' most recent game. Why won't Brian Broaddus sit next to Bobby Belt at Cowboy games? And Mike Gundy, once again, being and sounding like a total complete jackass. Next on The Fan. But first, let me get you
Quicker than your average. Instinct.
Sean and Bobby here on DFW Sports
My
Station.
Detroit players. Tim's to my hooligans in Brooklyn. Dead right. It's the right. Biggie there. Every night. That's a good song.
We got to rank the wangstas in this station. From Choppy to Payton. We may have the most wanksta show.
I know hip-hop better than both of them, though.
You do?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Better than Choppy?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
The only other ones who can compete with me on the hip-hop level are, like, Dawson, Lucius, and Reggie, probably.
Dawson?
Uh-huh. Dawson knows a lot of the 90s hip-hop.
Okay. So keep the return music coming. Russell Westbrook making little waves in Arlington, apparently, when the Lakers came in to take on the Mavericks on Christmas Day. Russell Westbrook took in Cowboys versus Eagles. What was that little video yesterday that was released?
So I was just joking around. Haley Sutton, who does a fantastic job. Shout out to Derek Eagleton and Nick Eatman for the hiring of Haley Sutton. Who
UNT alum, by the way.
She is a UNT alum, and she's going to be a superstar. She is so good. And Haley yesterday had just posted a screenshot of her, her on one of the Dallas Cowboys podcasts, and she's looking kind of crazy, and she says, caption this. And so I replied back with the caption, Russ said no, which nobody was supposed to get except for Haley. But then she shares a photo of Russell Westbrook on the sideline at the Christmas Eve game, looking a little, almost like he's kind of blowing some folks off. And it was funny because we were on the sideline, and I had texted you. I was like, Russell's kind of a douche. Because he came down there. He was supposed to do an interview with DallasCowboys.com. And,
they had worked it out.
Like you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. Like, he gets sideline passes or whatever, and he gets down there, and he gets on the sideline. We're waiting around for forever because I had heard they were going to do it. I was like, I got to be standing by so I can get a picture of Russ. I want to get a picture of him getting interviewed. And he gets on the sideline, and they come over and ask him, and he just does the cutthroats on. It's
I'm in the stadium now.
Okay, yeah, you got in, so now you're not going to do it. And he had this guy over his shoulder and is looking around, and people getting too close. So it's kind of like, step back, like no picture. and now I will say he did there were a couple kids I saw walk up to him with jerseys, and he signed for him and took pictures with him and was perfectly nice. But yeah.
Who else have you seen on the field and the way that they interact with others, like celebrities down there, whether they're welcoming or whether they have the big security stay away from me?
Jonas Brothers on Thanksgiving were walking around down there. Joe specifically. Joe Jonas is down there with his wife.
Which one do you have the crush on?
None of them. But
I thought it was someone that we were talking to who loved.
I like their music has gotten really good. Okay. They look, it's a little bit like the Justin Timberlake thing. People remember the young, youthful music and still hold that against them and don't realize no, they've come into adulthood and they make really good music now. And they do. They've had a couple good albums the last couple years. So he was good. I don't interact with anybody when they're down there. I just try to leave them alone. But he was pretty good, stopping and taking pictures and being nice to people.
Jamie Foxx is awesome in Oxnard.
Yes, he is.
Denzel.
George Lopez has been really nice whenever I've seen him on the sideline or walking around training camp. And so I don't know that I've ever seen anybody be rude. And again, Russell wasn't rude to the kids. It was just a little bit of he pulled a little bit of the Olay. It's he's supposed to do the interview, and then he's like, nope, I'm here now. Nope.
Now, since we're probably done with Cowboy games in Arlington, Stephen A., you may want to note that as he announced on TV last week, I'm coming to Arlington. I'm coming to Arlington for the Cowboys. So I'm going to show my face. And me and Mike Irvin and Marcus Spears going out to dinner, and I was like, Cowboys aren't going to be here when you're making this big announcement.
Maybe he believes in the Cowboys more than you do is what it is.
Maybe he believes that they're going to win out and win the NFC East starting tonight against the Titans right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So what we're saying is that Stephen A. is more of a Cowboys fan and Cowboys believer than Sean Sharif.
No,
Sean doesn't believe in the Cowboys.
Stephen A. is completely unaware of the NFL playoff seedings and where they're going to end up going.
Man. That's your friend, man. Don't talk about him like that.
So since we're done with home games, let's just get this out of the way so there's no increased awkwardness Brian Broaddus won't sit next to you in the press box at these games. I saw you tweet this for your Love the Star podcast.
So this, basically, so what happens is I get antsy. You know this. Like when we get into commercial breaks, you don't move generally. Yeah. You sit right there. Sometimes we'll go to the kitchen to get some water or something. But like as soon as we get the commercial break, I usually like get up and I'm walking around. Like it's just the way I am, and I pace and everything else. And so occasionally I'll see some things throughout the game that I want to note, or I want to make sure that like I'm seeing it the right way and other people are seeing it the right way. And so what happens is during the break, during a commercial break or 2-minute warning, I'll just walk over to Brian and Wolchuk and where they're sitting, and I'll just say something to Brian. Like, hey, have you noticed they're doing more of, like I remember a couple weeks ago, I was like, does it look like Dak's checking out of plays more? And Brian was like, I don't know. I hadn't noticed it. And I was like, all right, I was just curious. And like, walk away. That was it. This has now turned into like when you shared the air with him and he goes back on G-Bag and he's like, oh, Sean was like demanding a guest for me and like, give me a guest. I'm like, all right, I'll get Michael Lombardi. I'm sorry.
When we did the show
that's not how it went.
That's not how it went.
So now it's turning into on the podcast. I don't remember how we got started on the topic on the podcast on the Love of the Star, an Odyssey podcast. You can get it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And he said that he's like, you're not allowed around me in the press box.
Allowed?
Yeah, because he's like, all you do is talk. He's like, I'm trying to focus on the game, and you're wanting to just like analyze it and talk into my ear and blah, blah. And I'm like, this is a gross misrepresentation. He's like, you sit over there, Jane Slater gets annoyed with you, so she kicks you out of your seat. Then you come over here, we kick you out. You end up in the dining room. They eventually kick you out because you just won't shut up.
Who does he sit next to?
Wolchuk, and then I think Kevin Gray's usually on the other side. And so
do you think he's being serious?
Well, I mean, he's definitely being partially serious because he does hate when I walk up, but now he doesn't understand. Like he says that, and I'm like,
understand.
No, he doesn't understand because now that he says that, I will go up to him during every commercial break now next year. I'm gonna lobby for my seat to be next to his. I'm gonna talk to Cowboys PR and be like, please put my seat next to Brian Broaddus's. And so, Brian,
so you're not gonna back off.
No, gosh, no. Like are you kidding me? I'm gonna make sure that I'm attached to his hip. It's gonna be like stuck on you.
I'd always try to feel this out at training camp when Broaddus, right? You want to be next to Broaddus during practice because he just sees things.
Which he's cool chatting at practice.
Well, I wait for him to chat. Like when he's stalking the sidelines with the three little duckies behind him in Wolchuk, Chiafalo, and Bobby, and all the little ducks are following him. He's in his mode, and I'm not like going to interrupt him. If he comes up and he's like, hey, what do you think of the corner? What do you think of the linebacker? Then I'm like, okay, let's have a conversation. But sometimes he's in that mode where he doesn't want to be disturbed.
Yeah.
He doesn't, and I'm not going to stop him and bog him down.
And a lot of the times I go over there, I'll drop by during a commercial break just to troll. Like I'll come by and I'll be like, don't talk S about my quarterback during the halftime show. Like I'll just say that. And a lot of times I'm going over there just to talk to Wolchuk and say something to Wolchuk, and then he's just there and he's like trying to watch the game. He can't hear people talking around him and also watch the game.
All right, I want to talk about this ass Mike Gundy, who I've always believed is an ass, always will be an ass. Oklahoma State head coach. This is on Tuesday after they lost to Wisconsin in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. They lost 24-17. You all hear our end of the season press conferences with Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett for over a decade now. So you judge whether this question is out of bounds from the reporter or the response from Gundy is way over the top and unnecessary.
So staff changes are starting to happen earlier and earlier now with the portal being a thing. Do you anticipate making any changes to your staff between now and next season?
Do you think I would have to tell you if I was making staff changes?
No, but I have
Well, then why would you ask?
Because I have to. It's my job.
Okay, well, I might have to cut you out. I mean, don't be an ass. Really? I mean, those people's lives, man. Those people's families, right? Okay, don't mess with people's families. Let's do this the right way. You with me on this? It's not fair to people's families, man.
All right, that will conclude our press conference.
I'm not mad about the game. I just don't like ignorance.
So when he said you with me on this, he turned to the PR person, basically to say, circle that credential right there. This is what happens in smaller college towns where Nick Saban and these guys, right, they become the godfather, and they erase you. They're like, you're out. That's the only thing you have to cover in Stillwater is Oklahoma State football. You get your press pass revoked, and you're done and over with. And people are like, whoa, are you telling me that you asked Jerry Jones about, a staff check? Yeah. When it's necessary. We asked about Jason Garrett for 4 years in a row. We asked, are you going to keep or fire Mike Nolan? We ask about coordinators, people taking jobs. It's a generic media question. Yeah, he's not going to answer, but sometimes they just have to be asked. And Mike Gundy could have said, we're not going to discuss this at this time. Right now, we're focusing on the game. We'll make future decisions. But he's got to be the freaking clown show that he's always been, a petulant little child who thinks he's the godfather and threatened to kick this guy. And the reporter wasn't even a jerk about it.
No. Mike Gundy's being an ass. Like, get the hell out of Stillwater and, realize how the world operates. Like, Gundy is such a...
Have you heard stuff about him, behind the scenes?
Gosh, this is. I've known people who have covered Gundy in Stillwater, and he does this behind the scenes too. He threatens to pull credentials over stupid crap. I can't talk much about him without using words the FCC bans, but he's such a
Go to a little bit bigger city, Mike, and then try it and see what happens in terms of people getting credentials pulled and erased. Now, do you think there was anything wrong with the question? Just sit there saying, are you making staff changes? Are you going to change your coaching staff?
No. And by the way, I do want to say, you just kind of referenced there, for all the people, because I know we get this on the fan text tweeted sometimes, it's like, oh, you're not criticizing them because on a certain issue because you're worried your credentials are getting pulled. The Cowboys will not pull your credentials if you criticize them. I promise you. They are not the team to do that.
Yeah, Mike Bassick is still employed here.
You're talking about the wrong team to make that accusation to. You can say all the negative things you want, and they will not pull your credentials.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I still see Mac Engel at the games, you guys. So,
all right.
Love you, Mac.
So there it is. Mike Gundy doing what he does best, acting like a total complete tool. Worse than Nick Sirianni locally compared to the Raccoon in Philly. Are the Titans going to have anyone left to play against the Cowboys tonight? Let's get you set for the game with headlines and the Expressway on Sean and Bobby next. But first...
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game day.
Game day.
On your home of America's team, Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have the pregame, the call of the game, the postgame, all the reaction tomorrow. Cowboys in Tennessee to take on the Titans. And the Titans are 12-point underdogs. Why? Because the following players have already been ruled out. Ryan Tannehill, Jeffrey Simmons. Is it Petit Faree, a tackle. Amani Hooker, Bud Dupree, Zach Cunningham, Dylan Cole, Josh Thompson, doubtful. Derrick Henry, Christian Fulton, and Danico Autry, as they basically have a no-gain situation while looking ahead to Jacksonville to decide the AFC South. So health is paramount for them before their big make or break against the Jags, right?
Yeah, which if they're going to rest that many players, I think you can rest one big one, Micah Parsons. I would go ahead and take the rest because he, as you've said for what feels like 2 months, Sean, you think he looks banged up.
Or he acts banged up, one of the two.
He acts banged up. Man, there's nobody that you play the heel for more than Micah Parsons. No, but I'd go ahead. I'd give him some rest. Make sure he's right because he looks worn out. But I mean, this is a game I think you can win without him. This is a game, honestly, given what the Titans are resting and given their liabilities already in pass coverage and things like that, you should blow them out.
What can the Cowboys get out of this game? Against the Eagles, we were saying, well, Dak versus the secondary. Can Dak shred their defense?
Yes.
That was the big takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
Can he get anything tonight? Will we be upset if they win 20-10?
I don't know that you'll be upset. I guess it depends on how he plays. Does he throw 3 interceptions? Yes, we'll be upset. But like if it's just they play a normal game and they don't really score, maybe not. But this is a bad secondary. This is a good chance for you to continue to build that chemistry, build that communication, and for T.Y. Hilton and guys like that to get more reps and figure things out.
Cowboys points since getting Dak back from injury. 24-49, 28-40, 28-54, 27-34, and 40, averaging 36 points a game over a 2-month period. That was the 6th time in Dak's last 13 starts that they've scored 40 points. So that courtesy of Bobby Belt, as Dak will look to take on. Now, Titans defensively are what? Weaker against pass, run?
They are a great run defense and a horrid pass defense. They are terrible. Now, they allowed 245, I think, in week 1. They got run over pretty bad, but since then they've allowed over 100 yards rushing twice. Like they don't give up the run at all, but against the pass they're one of the 3 or 4 worst in the NFL.
Sam Williams had a few facial lacerations from the contact made with the airbag after his Corvette was totaled. I think Sam said he got the Corvette brand new the day before.
Yeah. Yep. And it was not a little red Corvette.
He wrote a little touching message, said he did not suffer a concussion, dealt with neck stiffness, wore a seatbelt, and he basically said, hey, life comes at you fast. He picked up the car less than 24 hours early. He said, pretty black, peanut butter seats, V12 in the back. I'm just grateful to be alive. I turned around and I said, look at my blanking car, as it looks like Sam Williams will get back to action this evening.
He should be good to go. Yeah, he the one that we're curious about tonight is going to be the only one officially ruled out is Van Der Esch, but the one that you're really questioning is Pollard. If somebody just asked me on the fan text, what's the percentage chance that Pollard plays? I'm saying 40% that he plays.
Lane Johnson is going to delay surgery with the torn tendon in his abdominal area to try to play in the postseason for Filthy. He's not going to play in the last 2 regular season games against the Saints and the Giants. Nick Sirianni. To me, Lane is the best tackle in the NFL. And I said tackle. I didn't say right tackle.
Whoa.
So obviously, anytime you're missing one of those, that's going to affect you. If he was the best tackle in the NFL, wouldn't he be playing the left side for them?
Maybe. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Not necessarily.
How many teams?
Guys flip edge rushers these days. It's not as important, but typically you do want the left just because it's the blind side of most quarterbacks since they're right-handed. But, Lane's been playing right for forever.
Yeah. But how many teams have the best tackle as their right tackle?
Not a lot. Cowboys did for a lot of this year. Terrence Steele. He was the better tackle for most of the year.
Tyler Smith, now it's PFF, but Tyler Smith had an awesome grade.
No, he did play great. He was really, really good on Sunday. On Saturday. He was by far their best offensive lineman on Saturday. This is 2 weeks in a row. I think he's played really, really well.
And Tyron?
Tyron was not as good. Tyron had
he whiffed on the sack.
Looked like there was. He was better against Jacksonville. This one, he looked a little more. Again, it didn't look like decline or anything. It just looked like some rust, getting slow out of the stance, things like that.
It sounds like the Miami Dolphins are gonna go to Teddy Bridgewater over Tua with the concussion issues. A lot of drama surrounding Miami again. And here they are talking about this. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers saying Tua, maybe he should consider shutting it down.
It's probably time to maybe consider shutting it down when you've had some episodes. I don't know if that's going to be in the thought process. As a competitor, that's the last thing you want. But at some point, you do start thinking about your cognitive function later in life and any after effects you might be dealing with. So I'm sure they'll be they have to now. The eyes of the NFL nation are probably on Miami now to see how they deal with this. And I like the kid. I think he's a real good kid, and I like the way that he speaks and represents his team and goes about his business. And I wish him all the healing necessary for his brain and just the patience and just to deal with this, which would be a difficult time, I'm sure, dealing with all the attention, the doctors, and the decision on what to do.
So that's Aaron Rodgers on McAfee. So it looks like he will miss Sunday's game against the Patriots. Man, Michael Irvin was not having any of this discussion yesterday. You talk about a different player mentality. Oh, Mike has no patience for any Miami Dolphin criticism or suggesting they need to protect Tua from himself. Mike not hearing it at all.
Different era, different perspective. We've obviously heard Aaron Rodgers come out and criticize some of the way that they handle things like with painkillers and other things. So he's got a different perspective on it. I will say, Peyton, that'll make a good drop for the future. I wish him all the healing for his brain. I want us to save that to use whenever there's something dumb said.
I'll get on it.
Derek Carr benched in Vegas. The Raiders are still technically alive. Josh McDaniels, what are you doing?
Had a good conversation with the quarterbacks this morning. We're going to go ahead and start Jarrett the last couple games of the season here. None of us is happy with where we're at, but we think it's an opportunity to, evaluate a younger player who hasn't had much time to play. Talking to Derek, who was great. He understands the scenario that we're in and the situation, and very supportive of the two young guys. Those three guys obviously have worked together hand in hand all year, and he'll do anything he can to help them.
Well, except for, be around the team, because Derek Carr is leaving the Raiders and staying away to avoid being a distraction, according to sources. You do this when you're technically eliminated, right? They're not technically out of it.
Yeah, unless your quarterback's been really, really bad, which he has been lately. I still don't. Jarrett Stidham is not a guy I would trust, to be honest. Now, look, it's not been great the last 5 games for Derek Carr. His completion percentage is under 60%. It's 1-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. It's 7 yards per attempt. He's not been great, but it seems like a bit of an overreaction, I think, to make this jump. Now you look at his last several years completion percentage: 68, 70, 67, 68. This year it's 60. It is nosedive. So there's something wrong. Devontae Adams, obviously his old teammate at Fresno State, went on Instagram and said, "This man gave everything he had. The reason I'm a Raider, one of the most disciplined and loving people I know. Got my brother's back through whatever. And if you can't respect it, excuse my language, F you. Love you, bro." So you know what this is all setting up for? Aaron Rodgers to the Raiders in the offseason.
Whoa. Explain.
Wouldn't that make some sense? You get Aaron Rodgers more to a community his speed in Las Vegas. And you also get ultimately you get the Adams and Aaron Rodgers connection back. Makes sense to me.
And then the Packers are fine with Derek Carr?
Can't hurt, right? Derek Carr's still a decent player. I'm sure LaFleur can make it work.
Bowl season is in effect. We got the major ones going down this weekend. Mike Golic Jr. is going to join us at 8:40 to preview the Horned Frogs and the other games taking place. But last night, my Red Raiders got it done.
See what kind of onside kick this one turns out to be. He's going to come to the other side. Bounce up in the air. Oh, the Red Raiders have it. They're going to score on it. There's a flag down, but it looks like Tech's going to have a touchdown, Red Raiders. Loic Bungie.
Meanwhile, my boy, Tolo, Joey McGuire, gets the extension before the win over Ole Miss. 6 years, $26 million for Coach. Could have been even higher if you had my godson. You could have locked you in for even more years, Coach, for better job security if you go ahead and recruit him. So maybe that'll happen. But Texas Tech getting the W over Ole Miss. We had some controversy in this one. Lane Kiffin said a Texas Tech player spit and may have used a racial slur. So Lane Kiffin in the news again, even though his team lost, accusing the Red Raiders of some nastiness.
Yeah, Lane is always going to be Lane, and there's always going to be drama around Lane and the dumb stuff that he does. And so,
are you not a Lane Kiffin fan?
I am not a Lane Kiffin fan. Nope, and have dealt with him behind the scenes, and he is just as much of a pain in the ass as you'd think.
Mavs back in action tonight against the Armpit. They'll be playing the Rockets. The Stars will be in Minnesota, looking to keep that nice little winning streak going. These are headlines on a football Thursday here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out the rest of the week. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Oh, by the way, people saying Zion matching Luka last night. He only had 43. What do you mean? What do you mean matching him? That was a career night for Zion as he's in the headlines. That's not 60 the last time I checked.
And 20 of those were dunks, so it doesn't really count.
Was it 20 points off of dunks?
I don't know. I'm just going.
Yeah, they probably
He also
were.
had 3 rebounds.
3?
He had 3 rebounds.
Wow. So Luka will be hosting the Rockets. He dropped 50 on them a few games ago.
50 brisket.
50 brisket. Headlines here on your home of America's team. We have the guest list getting ready to be unveiled. Andrew Whitworth from Amazon is going to join us at 8 o'clock to preview the Cowboy game. Mike Golic Jr., Babe Laufenberg at 9 a.m. But we know that things get canceled every single year. What were the canceled foods that you're not going to see anymore? And the rules for your New Year's Eve party, if you're going or hosting one. We're going to get ready to break in 2023 next on The Fan. But first, here's some advice.
when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit TrekRec.com or call them 214-333-3333.
You like it, Bobo?
I love this. It's Kids by MGMT. Enjoy yourself. Take only what you need from it.
It's Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the guest list is about to start rolling. This, by the way, is the Expressway. So if you hate commercials, every single day at this time, 7:20 to 8 o'clock, we are commercial free. Andrew Whitworth. Bobby got him to join us at 8 o'clock. He's going to be on the Amazon coverage tonight. By the way, thanks to the Tolos for pointing out you don't have to freak out if you don't have Amazon Prime. It's going to be on Fox 4. So you can watch the game on Fox 4 tonight, same as always. So Whitworth at 8 o'clock. How close was he? And did he hear the most from Cowboy fans after the Tyron injury and everyone was trying to find a replacement tackle? Had to be. Odell had to hear the most from Cowboy fans. Well, we do our part. We do our part on social media to try to recruit. And you know that he heard the most about him wearing the star on all these different TV shows.
Oh, yeah, because, he got asked about it on the sideline. And you remember then there was, which that's the thing. We got to figure out the way to ask the question. Because you remember when he first answered it and said, I got a lot of calls, then Florio had to go, actually, if he was taking calls, that's tampering. We need to know who was talking to him.
Oh, God.
And then he had to come back and go, I meant like calls from like friends, not teams, relax. And so, because Florio was then trying to get somebody in trouble. Let's get a draft pick taken away. Gosh, there's just such a Mickey energy with Florio.
Such a what?
A Mickey energy. Just the energy of that. Well, find out. It's that one.
Wow. That okay.
I love Mickey, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. That was that little.
I do know what you're saying.
Yeah, damn.
There goes Kansas City's 10-20 guess.
Man, there you go. Hopefully he's not listening right now. So.
I love Florio. Doesn't bug me like he bugs other people, but that's just he is always trying to trap people.
Yeah, we're not reacting to your Florio opinion whatsoever. We're not.
What are you reacting to?
Whitworth. I'm trying to help you. Whitworth at 8 o'clock this morning. Mike Golic Jr. to talk TCU and the rest of the bowl games, and then Babe Laufenberg at 9 o'clock. As we get you set for the boys, 12-point favorites over the Tennessee Titans. But let's get to some New Year's Eve rules, some New Year's Eve party rules. Now, this turned into one of my most dreaded nights of the entire year. It's awful, horrible.
Why?
It's so expensive. You get a warm, bubbling glass of champagne. You have to make plans and reservations for these parties so early in advance. I mean, New Year's, for a long time for me, absolute beating. That changed recently, which I'll get into in a second. Peyton, do you do New Year's?
I do, but it's more of a someone else host, and I kind of just bring stuff, So
it's at a house.
Right, it's someone else's house. I never host it and
That's
stuff,
the best way to do it.
Right.
These prepaid things, $150 to get in, $50, $75. Everyone's all sweating. You got to dress up.
And it's BYOB where I go, so it's like you just kind of take care. If everyone takes care of themselves, then everyone has fun.
Okay, so it's a house party.
Right.
That's fantastic. Bobo, what do you usually do? What are you doing?
So I don't have like a set thing I do. It's always been different. Like one year it was like go to Houston and hang out with my cousin. And then like other years it's been like me and the wife coupling up with people.
But you consistently go out.
Yeah, there's always something I'm going out and doing generally. And so this year we've been a little late in the game, like firming it up.
Shocking.
Again, it's not we, it's more me. I say we whenever I've done something. And so we were a little late in the game, and I think we're going to go to Texas Live. I think. And so
my God.
That costs to get in too.
It does. It's $150 a ticket. And then I want to get a hotel because I don't want to drive all the way back from Arlington.
$150 a ticket?
Well, like there are different packages. There's like a $50, a $115, and a $150.
But you have to get tables, I think, right?
No. You don't have to. $150 ticket gets you like 5 drink tickets per person. So we'd each get 5 drinks. There's like a buffet. There's music going on.
Okay.
And then
is there like a certain attire? No.
It's just open. And then you get like the free. Have you been to Texas Live before?
Yes.
So you know that gaming area upstairs. So that you get to play those games all night for free too with that ticket. So games, 10 drinks between the two of us.
Okay.
Free buffet. And then, I mean, not free buffet, you're paying for it, but, and then the Lowe's hotel that's next door, I think I'd rather just get a hotel room there.
Now, how do you know there's availability? Texas Live
I already looked it up.
Packed. So they have availability?
Yeah, they have availability in the hotel and at now they've sold out all their platinum tickets or whatever, but that was limited like tables and stuff. I think they're, because it spills out to the outside and stuff, so I think they're kind of overselling the tickets. But I think that's what we're doing. She keeps trying to angle for Frisco at the last minute.
Whoa.
Yeah, because I guess there's a bunch of different stuff to do out there, but I'd rather just go to Texas Live.
But you're gonna try to crash somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, we always went to. I can say the name of the hotel, right? That we've been to in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you're not.
I'm not like no, I'm not dogging them or anything.
Yeah.
We always went to like we would go to Nilo Hotel, which are these like loft hotels, and they always had a really good deal where for like $200 you could get a room, and then you could get like a ticket into their party, which had like a buffet and free champagne toast and music and stuff. And so it was a good deal because for $200 you could all go down their party and then just walk upstairs when you were ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
And so it was a good setup.
So a couple years ago, I just said, this is a beating. Let's just stay home. So I was staying home. I would host a party. And then one year, like, we were asleep by like 11. That's how you know it's sad. When you're asleep before the ball drops, right? Although I guess here it happens at 11, right? Because we all have to live and circulate around New York City.
I don't.
For when their ball drops.
I don't even watch it at 11.
Of course you don't.
I'm worried about the actual midnight. What are you gonna do? You're criticizing
so you don't have
at the same
kids
time.
Stay up and have their little apple juice or the non-alcoholic champagne.
I am not at home. I'm not at home. That's my point.
Every year you're out.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is something me and my wife have argued about before.
Do you kiss?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Ooh.
Actual midnight with tongue, Peyton. So here's the debate we've had, and I'm interested for the fan text here, the truckwreck.com fan text. No, this is a debate me and my wife have had.
No, I'm saying Peyton said I haven't done that for a week. I was saying it's been a lot longer.
Truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. We have had an argument before where she believes New Year's, and I think she shifted a little, but she always believed New Year's was a family event, whereas I believe it is a couples event.
Okay.
I believe it's a couples holiday. She believes it's a family. So there was a time where whenever we were looking for something to do, she wanted to like do something where we could bring the kids. And I was like, I don't want to bring a 6-year-old to like any party I'm going where we can bring a 6-year-old. That's not what New Year's is about.
Right.
And so I always said New Year's and Valentine's Day were couple holidays, not family ones.
I agree. So she was totally fine staying home, not going through the whole thing and reservations squeezing in. Since then, my boy Samir is like, just come with me. And that's what we do. So
dang, he's just like, come roll in my crew with Luca.
I'll be at the steakhouse. And then she was adamant. She's like, I want to get a hotel. We've never done that. Never done staycation.
Ooh,
I know.
Sean.
Finally gonna get that little girl I've always wanted.
Yeah, baby.
Finally gonna get the child I always wanted, the daughter.
I've freaked out the fan text, by the way. All I see now is Bobby tongue kissing. Please don't get on the fan cam and see what Sean just did. That's gonna scar me.
So those are our New Year's plans for now. What are the rules that this article put out?
So yeah, this is from the New York Post. Shout out to our dear listener RJ Choppy for sending this to us.
RJ sending prep work.
He is, man.
Sending articles while out.
He's caught on to the 5-tweet limit.
His girlfriend, shout out Sarah. Good morning, because 24 hours ago she was listening to Jared Sandler take shots at their relationship. I had to tell Jared, stop, cut it out. So
she showed up to his charity event and everything, and Jared's just like bang bang, just like taking his firing off his shots. But if you're going to a New Year's Eve party this year, make sure you leave within an hour after the ball drops.
Within an hour after the ball drops.
Now it sounds already from the article, sounds very New York focused, since they're talking about the ball dropping. But a new survey looked at 2,000 adults' plans for the special night and found the appropriate time to leave within an hour after midnight, according to half of the respondents, 52%. According to the results, nearly a third of people who celebrate New Year's Eve will host a party this year. It's 29%. Those who usually host typically invite about 19 guests. Damn, really? That seems like a lot, doesn't it?
19?
If you were hosting, would you invite that many people?
19's too many.
That's a lot. I would want like maybe 2 other couples or something.
Oh, no. You got to go big. If you're going to host, I can deal with having 10 people in the house. 10 people. 2 other couples? Man, you want them to be a party.
It's a game night at 2 other couples.
It's game night. Great point, Peyton.
I mean, if I'm going to do it at home, though, I'm not doing it really big. If I'm going to do it really big, we're getting together with people and going out. That's my point. So if I'm hosting,
how many people are at your party? I guarantee it's over 10.
Yeah, and your vast estate.
RSVP.
What's that?
20. So 20. Me and 19 others.
20.
New York Post nailed it. 19.
Yeah, it's not at his house either.
Man,
it'll probably be 50 at his house.
Yeah, because there's all the
he's
room.
Going to hang out.
Indoors and outdoors, media room.
Yeah, now he's going to hang out with one of the poors. So
they were just tired of. They were just tired. His parents were tired of all the college kids pulling off into the dozens of rooms to do deeds against God.
Okay.
No, themed parties are still in. According to 32% of those who celebrate, saying they're likely to host a themed event this year. Oh gosh, my worst.
I hate that.
So when we went to Nilo one year, we went with a friend of ours, and it was an 80s New Year's Eve.
God.
And they said they encouraged people to dress up. So we did. We dressed up like we had the 80s hair metal wigs.
Do you like the theme stuff?
Nah, we were getting into it that year. I was like, whatever, we'll have fun. So we all dressed up super 80s, and we got downstairs to the lobby, and no one else did. And so we were dressed like an 80s hair metal band.
Were they pranking you?
No, that was and we asked we're like, weren't people supposed to dress up? Like, yeah, we were expecting people to. And nobody who attended did. They all interpreted it as it's an 80s like theme, but not dressing up.
80s hair metal band is the theme at the Eagles Nest. If that's what you're looking for the New Year's party in Fort Worth.
I've got a costume still for it.
There you go.
Perfect. Maybe that's the party. But
take that sponsorship from me like Peyton's going to take the Frankles.
Frankel and Frankel. Besides a good theme, the top party essentials are, of course, food and snacks. That's 84%, followed by music.
Yeah.
And cocktails, drinks, 67%. BS. Drinks need to be
first.
number 1.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's got to...
Drinks is 1.
That's what it's all about. Why would that be behind music and food? I mean, okay.
You got to have... Food might be 3.
Really?
Music may be
I mean, if you are drinking, you need something on your stomach.
Oh, no, you have to have food. I'm just saying quality, like... Great music, great drinks, and then maybe great food 3.
I just need like chips and salsa, honestly. I just need something to go with alcohol.
Yeah.
That's it. The survey run by One Poll also found when it comes to being a good guest at a New Year's Eve bash, people should bring a bottle of wine or alcohol. 58% believe that.
What are you taking? Mott's?
No, mine will be ranch water. I'll bring some tequila, some Topo Chico lime juice.
So you're going to make it?
Oh, yeah, I make it.
You make ranch waters. Ranchies, as the Choppies would call them.
And I make it with a triple shot,
Triple shot?
Oh, that's a big step up for a guy who was choking on a single shot back in May when we were at the bar.
Well, the salary has kicked in,
It's stuck into my throat.
He was coughing for like 5 minutes.
I know. The 2 occasions I've seen him able to party, it's been the total opposite.
He was coughing like my son in first period in the bathroom.
With the vape.
57% of poll takers have said that they hope to make better choices in the new year. Nah. Similarly, 48% think it's rude to stay too late. So over half the people think, no. Like too late, TOO means in excess.
You have to have a sense, man. You know that lull in the phone conversation when it's like, okay, well, that's your get out, right? Okay, well, some people that don't get that, it's so maddening. It's awful. You can't get out of the phone conversation. Same thing when you're sitting around and there's like that little lull and someone yawns. That's the worst. When someone starts yawning, it's all right, this is our cue to get up out of here. You got to have a sense for when to go.
And on that phone call, like Brian will never give you that pause. Broadus will, like,
okay,
you could be in the middle of a point. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, bye.
He calls to give you a great nugget of information. He calls to give you a story, and then always at the end he goes, "Okay, well, thank you a lot." He's like thanking you when he's calling to give you the information for your show.
He's such a good man.
He
that
is.
Brian brought
He is
us.
such a good man.
Overall, most Americans agree that New Year's Eve is the one night of the year when no one should be alone. 55%. You're gonna be alone though, Peyton?
I mean, I feel like
No, there'll be 19 other
But
people
are you gonna have
there.
somebody with you? Are you taking
like
a
a
date?
plus one?
Yeah.
Here's what
we'll see. They're all difficult this time of year.
877-881-1053. If you are an attractive female between the ages of 20 and 30, let us know if you want to go with Peyton to his mansion party.
20 and 30.
Yeah.
What was that too old for you?
What's your age range?
Well, I'm 26. Is 22 young?
20?
Yeah.
20 isn't too young.
I think I like where your head's at. 20 is.
No, it's not.
My friends bash me every time I bring up like a 20-year-old TikTok or something.
20-year-old.
Wait, so this means that you have the natural inclination for that, and you're fighting the urge because your friends have shamed you.
It's amazing. 6-year age differences are fine. It depends what age you're talking about. Like,
I'll go 22.
If it's like 30 to 24, that's much better than 26 to 20. You know what I mean? 20,
Yeah, my parents were 5 years apart.
Yeah, my parents are like 15 years apart.
Yeah, and that's okay when you're like 40. It's not okay when you're like 20.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, when you are 20 and you're 15 years apart, like that's where it's got to be. If they're 20, it's okay, Peyton. Like I don't think there's a problem with that.
Here's the part that sucks for singles on New Year's if you're out. What do you do at midnight? Do you come up with an activity? Do you go to the bathroom like for the kiss
at midnight?
At midnight,
don't you just do it in the like?
I'm not asking you. You're
well,
married.
Hopefully by
The single
10:30,
guy.
11 o'clock, you're starting to talk to a single girl there.
You think that you're going to be able to talk your way into a kiss from a non-girlfriend at midnight?
With
I mean,
that
do you think
mustache?
the girl's going to go kissless at midnight?
Yeah, I guarantee you. All right, do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Do you have someone that you're kind of talking to?
No.
Okay, you don't.
No.
All right, I'll give you $50 on Monday if you are kissing a girl. If you say, I'll trust you, because I don't think you're a liar. You kiss a girl at midnight at this party, I'll give you $50. You're acting like it just happens. No, there's no way it's gonna happen. You're not just gonna be like, so you wanna do this?
Bobby, you double down?
Well, sure, I'll double down. I'll give you 52.
So $100.
Here's what I'll do, and then what your play is you play this clip for them and go, I will split the $100 with you. So you get $50 to kiss me.
Okay.
And then she's gonna say $50 isn't worth that mustache, and then you'll be crying.
All right, if you get someone to take a picture of it, I'll throw in another $50.
Okay, hold on. I got to write this down.
All right, so $150 total. I'll pay you $100 I'll pay you $50 if you just tell me you kiss her. If you get the photo evidence, someone else takes the photo. That's $100 from me and $50 from Bobby.
Boy, we're getting a lot of feedback about Peyton. 940. Peyton's right. I'm 26 now, and 20's too low. They can't even drink legally. Feels like 20 is the new 18.
Yeah, what are you, Scott Disick?
940. I got you, Peyton. I got ladies on deck for you. 201. Peyton needs to get that cougar love. 469. Divide age by 2 and add 7.
Divide age by 2 and add 7.
So that would mean 20 for Peyton.
Okay.
That's right. Now I do get the. Now 21 is a good argument because if you're at the like, you
21.
need somebody who's old enough to drink.
Yeah. All right. Are those all the rules for New Year's?
Yeah. Let me see if there's one more. No, that was about it.
$150. But I'm trusting you that you're not going with a date and there's not someone you're kind of talking to.
No.
Okay.
Nothing. We're clean sheet here.
All right.
I think he's talking to anybody.
That's
so nice. That's so nice.
Bobby.
I'm just kidding. Are you
make
going
me
to shave
depressed,
for New
Bobby.
Year's? Are you going to blow us off and just shave anyway for New Year's?
No, I won't shave.
Okay, good job.
All right. 877
Committed to the
877 881 1053 truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. What?
682 says, I'll kiss you, Peyton. I'm a 40-year-old dude, but $100 is $100.
$100 is $100. So there you go. That's what's out there. I'm putting it out there for you. All right. You want to do some dark roast?
Do you want to do it right now?
Is there a time?
We can do it.
We got Whitworth at 8. We got Golic Jr. We can do it at 9:20.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it now or we can do it at 9:20, whatever you prefer.
Let's do it now.
Okay.
All right. This is without RJ now. Now, this is a high bar that was set. Bobby is a writer for the NFL Network. Everything Jane Slater reads on the air and gets famous over is coming from the mind and the hand of Bobby Bell. So every week, we're going to roast, dark roast, coffee, morning show, get it? We're going to dark roast the other city and team. Last week was fantastic, but RJ read it in a comedy voice, in comedian voice. So that elevated it. So Bobby is going to do it this week for the dark roast of the Tennessee Titans.
Is there a barista here? Because this roast just got dark.
Yes. Tennessee whiskey. This is the Chris Stapleton version.
I've always wanted to go there, too. I heard...
Nashville?
Yeah.
You never been?
I have not.
Wow.
I feel like that is...
I lived in Nashville for 2 years.
Was it awesome?
I mean, I was younger. I was like 6, 7 years old. And I visited there a couple times. But yeah, my dad was a jock in Nashville.
Whoa!
Yeah, he was
What was his DJ name?
Bob Belt. But when he was first got into radio, they gave him the DJ name in the 80s of Bud Light. And the imaging they used to play when he'd come in was that drop from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Hey, bud, want a party? And so that was his name. But the Cowboys arrived in Nashville yesterday ahead of their big matchup with the Titans. Last time Texans wanted a victory over Tennesseans this badly, there were hanging chads involved.
Oh.
Of course, you can't discuss Nashville without discussing country music. Right here, we're playing Chris Stapleton, something I'm a big fan of, actually. Like, I really am a big country music fan. But it's like when it's real country music, that is. So if Nashville is going to claim to be the heavy-handed gatekeeper of the country music industry, that means they get to claim responsibility for just some of the following. Morgan Wallen.
Uh-oh.
This walking depiction of public intoxication not only makes awful music, but
Wait, Choppy! Choppy's rolling over in his grave right now.
But he's also just as racist as his roadkill haircut would lead you to believe. He came under fire in early 2021 when TMZ published a video of him drunkenly screaming a racial slur outside of his house.
Oh, yeah.
They say not to judge a book by its cover, but Morgan Wallen's book is called Hi, I'm a Racist, and that proved to be a pretty damn accurate cover.
Wow, no wonder Choppy's neighborhood.
Thank you, Nashville.
No wonder they love him.
They also have to own up to Florida-Georgia line. And just by the name, you can tell these fellows aren't originally from Tennessee, but they formed in Nashville, and Nashville let them happen. So Nashville has to answer for their music, which can only be described as if someone played an out-of-tune guitar behind Brian Kelly as he talked about his family.
Out-of-tune guitar?
Nashville is also ultimately responsible for Taylor Swift's awful music.
Oh, RJ loves Tay-Tay.
She came to town with her pitchy vocals and moody teenage lyrics and won the hearts of married cousins everywhere. Of course, she then abandoned the genre the first chance she could in order to make even worse pop music. My question is, how the hell did you guys actually believe she was country? She grew up 50 miles outside of Philadelphia. Do you guys know a lot of country singers in effing Philadelphia? She's singing about, like, the backwoods and stuff while she's, like, you know, ducking being mugged on the streets of Philly. But y'all were like, oh, yeah, she's one of us. I guess I can't say I'm too surprised that Tennessee was fooled by Tay-Tay. This is the same state that gave R.J. Choppy his education. We see how that worked out. It's not all about country music, though. Tennessee is also famous for its whiskey, sweet Tennessee whiskey, which it's now making sense why Mike Vrabel took the job as the head coach of the Titans. Vrabel was arrested in 1995 while at Ohio State for drunkenly beating up someone in a bar parking lot after they made fun of him losing to Michigan.
Oh.
And he was arrested again in 2011 for stealing bottles of liquor from an Indiana casino.
Whoa. Are you... I don't
I'm being
remember
dead
that.
serious.
He was arrested for stealing bottles?
Out of an Indiana casino.
In 2011?
Mm-hmm. Now, maybe that's not a fair jab. Because, I mean, that was a long time ago. People change. It's not like he's letting people get drunk on the team plane. Oh, wait, what is this? Titans offensive coordinator Todd Downing was arrested for drunk driving in November after he had a bit too much to drink on the flight home from a victory over the Packers. The league was not happy with that story. They really cracked down on the no drinking on team planes policy after that. Titans are actually 0-5 since the arrest, and the league's cracked down. So maybe just as David Wells pitched better when he was drunk, the Titans just play better football when they've had a few.
I think Vrabel's also a dipper.
Oh, gosh, he looks like it.
Now does LaFleur dip? Or does he just have, like, his cheek go out a little bit? It always looks like he's got a big fat dip in there, but I know Vrabel's sitting there dipping.
He must. He looks like a dipper. Mike Vrabel does. But that could just be it. Titans are better when they play a little buzzed. So let's hope they're stone sober tonight for tonight's game with the Cowboys, which kicks off at 7:15 on Amazon Prime and locally on Fox 4.
Well done. I like these. Bobby Belt with the weekly dark roast for the Cowboys opponent. I can't wait to start at week 1 next season. All right, let's go out to Vegas now to go around the NFL. Andrew Whitworth from Amazon Prime. Was he a possible Cowboys tackle at one point? He's going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. But, Bobby, Payton, you can both guess odds to win the Super Bowl as of today before Thursday Night Football.
Odds.
The favorite.
Buffalo.
It is Buffalo. Why would Buffalo be the favorite over Kansas City? Buffalo is number one in your power rankings.
Yeah, because Buffalo is number one in point differential. It's the greatest predictor of future success. They have played two of the three teams they've lost to, they've followed up and beaten later. So they've responded to those questions. The other team they lost to was Minnesota on kind of a fluky ending that they lost in overtime. So, I mean, to me, they're undefeated when they have their safety, Jordan Poyer, in the lineup, who's kind of the heart and soul of their defense. So, when they're healthy, they really haven't been beaten.
Will you make a decision on who's going to be the AFC favorite once home field gets worked out? They're both 12-3. Them in KC.
No.
You pick Buffalo in
Buffalo.
KC.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 teams are tied after that with 5-1 odds.
Tied. Interesting.
Tied.
Kansas City.
Yes.
Philadelphia.
Yes.
San
Francisco.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Good job, Payton.
I was wondering because they've been a little bearish on Brock Purdy these first couple weeks. They must be starting to believe because they've had San Francisco behind Kansas City and Philly.
Who's next?
Cincinnati.
It is. Did you read my email?
No, I was just trying to figure it out.
After that,
Dallas.
it is the Cowboys. So the Cowboys 19-2. 19-2 odds to win it all. Then I'm just going to give you the rest of the teams. The Chargers and the Vikings are tied at 22-1. Baltimore 25-1, along with Tampa 25-1. And then after that, it's not even really worth talking about. If you think the Cowboys are just going to make it to the Super Bowl and not beat the Chiefs, Bills, or the AFC representative, 9-2. Philadelphia is 17-10. San Fran is 9-4. The Cowboys are 9-2, third best odds in the conference. As for the divisions that are left, a lot have been taken off the board. NFC East. The Eagles are 1-what to win the NFC East?
Oh my gosh. 1-12.
Bigger.
1-20.
1-30.
Damn.
1-30 to win it. I mean, all they got to do is win one game.
Yeah, I know, but
beat the Saints.
Wasn't it like 1-50 or something last week?
It was 1-100. You are really impressing me. You're sharp.
Let's go.
You're very sharp as of late.
You have a betting problem.
Yeah, you
that's what I'm taking.
Well, Bobby can't bet, so I have to bet for him.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're announcing on the air. You're taking Bobby's bets. You're
making
the bets for Bobby. 1-30 for Philly to win the East. The Cowboys 14-1. Only other divisions that are up for gambling purposes: AFC North, Bengals are 5-13. Ravens are 2-1. AFC South. Who do you think they have as the favorite to win the division?
Ooh, it's a good question. Let me see where the game is being played next week. It's being played in
Jacksonville.
It's played in Jacksonville. Then the Jaguars are the favorite.
They are 5-11. Good job. NFC South, the only other division left on the board. Tampa 2-9 to win it. Carolina, who just added Josh Norman at the age of 35, 7-2. All right, MVP.
Patrick Mahomes.
Heavy favorite, Patrick Mahomes, 1-6. You want to give me other names in order?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Burrow.
Burrow's third.
Okay, then it's Hurts, Burrow, Allen.
No, it's Allen,
Ooh,
Burrow, Hurts.
damn, they really punished Hurts.
Allen, well, I think Vegas is telling us he's not playing against the Saints. So he's going to miss 2 straight games. If they beat the Saints, he'll definitely probably miss the final week, right?
So,
Or
yeah.
do you bring him back to try to get some rust off?
What if they lose out though? Then doesn't he deserve it?
I don't know if teams do. I don't know if voters do that, right? Like
I mean-
Lamar.
I mean,
Lamar should be getting more votes right now.
It's the same exact spot that Wentz was in. Wentz missed the final 3 games, and it's the final 3 games for Hurts, and that was enough for Wentz to lose it. So that
And
may
Carr.
also be what Vegas is looking at.
They never do it like that. They're like, who's got the best stats? Who got the best stats and record? Not, oh my God, You missed the year. You went 0-17. That guy's the MVP.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, they do clearly look at like missing the final few weeks matters because they had him as the heavy favorite above Mahomes. He was the only one in minus territory.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say to you is they're not going to reward Hurts more for being out if Philly loses. They're not going to incorporate that into the thinking, in my opinion. Defensive Player of the Year. Whoo! Micah lost this thing. When did he lose it?
About 3 weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. At the end of November, he was 1-10 to win it. Then 1-4, then 2-5, then 5-4. He's now 7-1. Nick Bosa's 1-15.
Yeah.
So right now that race is over. Coach of the Year.
Sirianni.
Sirianni is the favorite. Then heavy favorite too.
This one's getting a little more tricky because we've been thrown off recently. O'Connell.
No. 6 on the list.
Wow. Okay. Shanahan.
Kyle is second. Then Doug Peterson, 10-1. Dayball, 16-1. Dan Campbell. Man, they are rewarding these 500 teams. These awful organizations who have made it to 500. They are getting rewarded. In Vegas, McCarthy is all the way down here at 100-1. He's the last coach left on the board, tied with Andy Reid. Comeback Player of the Year favorite is Saquon, then Geno. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Garrett Wilson. Heavy favorite, then Kenneth Walker. Defensive Rookie of the Year is Sauce Gardner. So those are some of the odds as we go around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for being Tolos and sticking with us during the holiday break. Andrew Whitworth from Amazon Prime talks Cowboys, Titans, and maybe joining the Cincinnati Bengals next.
Today, the KNC Masterpiece will be in Mansfield at one of our
Valley Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's game day on your home of America's team. Mike Golic Jr. is going to join us at 8:40 to preview the college football playoff with our TCU Horned Frogs in it. Babe Laufenberg at 9 a.m. He was already hitting me up last night in Nashville. And, Bobby, you were able to get us Andrew Whitworth on the Amazon Prime coverage. Possible, probable, future Hall of Fame offensive lineman who teams are still begging to come back. And Andrew is now joining us here on Sean and Bobby on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, man. How are you?
Sean and Bobby, what's going on?
How's TV?
Doing great.
Yeah, we're doing well. How's TV been?
You know what? It's been a lot of fun, man. I don't know if I really understood I'd have this much fun, getting to go every week to all these stadiums and kind of investing and getting to know each team. It's been really exciting and fun to be a part of this group.
Long-term career for you? You could see yourself doing it for a long time?
I'll tell you what, it's a whole lot of fun, so I don't see why you wouldn't if you had the opportunity, that's for sure.
Have you said something to where you were like, my cell phone may light up, another player may hit me up, I'm still boys and friends? Have you said something that, got a little bit of backlash from the player community?
I think, when you look at the game of football, if you're always kind of evaluating, what's good football and what's not, you got to just be confident in how you see it. And I think, it definitely comes up. There's times where you might say something that you feel like, oh, man, somebody's definitely going to have their feelings hurt or just be a little irritated that you had to say that. But if you feel like it's what's right and how you see the game, I think you got to be willing to be honest and paint that picture.
What is your film study difference now versus when you were a player? I think Romo was talking about, or Brady or Drew Brees was saying, it's not a lot less as a commentator than it was as a player. What is it like for you?
Yeah, I think for me, if you really think about playing the, offensive line, you're understanding defenses and you're studying the way you're playing, but you may not be looking at the entire picture all the time, every week of every team. And I think really it's been exciting for me because it's almost all new stuff. Learning the quarterbacks and understanding, what they're being asked to do and some of the offensive schemes that you may have, got a chance to watch before but never really dive into. And so getting to do that and understand the coaches and kind of the front office and how they set up their teams, that part's been really invigorating to kind of look at the big picture and kind of zoom out a little bit. So I think for me, that's been really probably the part that's been the most fun is every week taking it on like I'm scouting or learning about a team and a franchise and wanting to understand exactly how they tick and who they kind of lean on the most as a team. And so I think that part's been, interesting to get to know how the league works from a bigger picture spectrum than really just your spot and your position.
Are you doing those are you involved in those, Thursday or Friday night meetings with the coach and like the QB? Are you involved in all those?
No, that'd be more like your TV, that are actually calling the actual game, stuff like that, analysts and broadcasters. So that's more their thing. I think ours is a little more what's cool being a former player is just the reach you have and reaching out to guys on the team and even coaches, obviously at my age, while I was playing, I was as old as most of the coaches. So just getting to reach out to those guys and talk to them a little bit behind the scenes of their team and where they're at in the year. So I think that part's been something you enjoy being a former player. You have a pretty good connection, this quickly to the game, stepping away from it and being involved in this. You have a really, really good connection to the locker rooms.
We're talking with Andrew Whitworth here on 105 Through the Fan. Andrew, we're always really curious for the national perspective. We talk about Dak Prescott so much here in Dallas and our own thoughts and our own debates about him and his level of play. We're always curious for kind of what the outside perspective is nationally. What is your take on Dak Prescott and how he stacks up as one of the, in the hierarchy of top quarterbacks in the NFL?
Well, I think it's one of those things that, you really look at Dallas's inability here, in the recent times to find a way to win it in the playoffs and get to that NFC Championship and then get to the Super Bowl has really, put something that almost creates a label on him to where nothing will ever be good enough until he accomplishes that because everything gets dissected from there. I can remember being in Cincinnati when we went to the playoffs, 6 out of 8 years or 7 out of 8 years, something like that. And, it's like because we didn't win a playoff game, it's almost like we weren't any good. And people forget how many games we won and really the credit you want to get for how you play your position and how you execute and win. And I think Dak's in that way. If you really look at his stats compared to a lot of other guys, he puts up a lot of great numbers and has a lot of success and wins a lot of football games. But he doesn't seem to have that win where you go, all right, man, we're taking that next step to really who we are as a franchise, and this is why he's here, is to play in these big games and these big moments. And you just want to see him have that moment, and I think this year they have just as good a team as any to have that opportunity.
There's Micah Parsons obviously got off to a really hot start. We were just talking during the last segment about how he had been the runaway favorite for Defensive Player of the Year for much of the year. It's kind of shifted over now to Nick Bosa because he's not had the same sort of production rushing the quarterback as he did earlier in the season. For you as an offensive lineman, if you were going up against Micah Parsons, how would you look to attack him? How would you look to neutralize him? Because he's obviously a very difficult matchup for offensive linemen.
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at him and Nick Bosa, man, they're as rare as it gets, and two different styles of rushers. But you know what? There's a reason both of them are up there because they're both tremendous at what they do. But, I think for him, what's unique about it is just how fast he's gone from a guy that you might play some off-the-ball backer to a rusher, and then out of nowhere become just unblockable. I mean, literally, he went from last year like, oh, man, this guy's a really good rusher, to this year just dominating games. And, not just rushing, but just his overall effort and his play. But I think, going against him, what you got to understand is I thought it's interesting to see him over the last few weeks. He's continuing to still, invent himself and find himself a little bit and grow. And there's new rushes and new little hezzy moves and kind of some jump rushes that he's doing that are interesting to watch and see him kind of start to work his game a little bit. What are the other things I can do? And I think of Nick Bosa and how successful he was at a young age in the league. He was mostly a bull SWAT guy, and then now he's started to work in a spin and some underneath moves. And I think that what makes Micah so special is that ability to stop and start that he has. And so when you're playing him, you really got to be a lineman that has control of your feet, and able to kind of play basketball and understand that he's going to stop and start you over and over again. And his ability to finish and really at the top of the rush accelerate to the quarterback is really rare.
I know there's been a lot of discussion about how offensive line is a position in the NFL that I think a lot of people feel like is thin. Like teams are always looking for as many offensive linemen as they can stack up because it's hard to find, 5 really good ones, much less depth. How impressive is it what the Cowboys have been able to do in terms of protecting Dak Prescott, being able to run the ball like they have, even with some of these injuries they've sustained, with Tyron Smith being out for a period, Terrence Steele out now, Tyler Smith starting as a rookie at left tackle. How impressive is the job that Joe Philbin and the offensive line coaches and group have done there?
I mean, it's really impressive. I mean, to have some of the rotation they've had, having old Jason Peters there to be a part of that room, I thought was a really good move. Just from a veteran presence, regardless of how many snaps they actually thought he'd play throughout the year. Just being there for those guys and being in that room already makes people better just from his understanding and experience of the game. But, yeah, it's impressive to see them do that. And then, for Tyron Smith to come back and jump over at right tackle back where he started his career, I couldn't have more respect for the ability to do that because I think people forget sometimes. I mean, talking to Richard Sherman, and a lot of corners who've played one side most of their career, we always joke about, it's literally you feel like you've never played football before when you flip your feet like that. It's really challenging. And so for him to go in there and play the way he's played, and to step right in and play right tackle, it's really impressive.
What have you seen from Tyler Smith? I thought the Cowboys were screwed when Tyron got hurt. That's the way it's been over the past few years. And then Tyron Smith is going to play right tackle for this rookie on the left side. What have you seen in his game, Andrew?
Yeah, he just continues to grow. And, I mean, as an old lineman, that's what you want to do. There's going to be bumps along the way, and you're going to have moments where you're going to play a guy that you've never seen. And I think that's the thing people have to give patience to. As a lineman, it's a lot about feel. It's about being a boxer or a wrestler in the sense that you kind of got to learn who you're going against and what they're good at and how you can block it. Because watching tape is great, but until you feel it, until you've seen a guy like, man, okay, this is how good his spin move is, or this is how good his long arm or his bull rush or his hesitation moves are in person and actually gone through the rep, there's really no way for you to truly value how good they are at things. And so I think for him, just to see him continue to grow over the year, have a better understanding week in and week out of who he's facing and what they're good at, I mean, that's what you want to see is that the steps are taken forward. I'm learning every time. It doesn't mean every rep's perfect, but it means that I'm always growing and finding new ways to kind of have reached the success I want to play with. And I think that's been so impressive. Just, I think, not the mistakes or the positive games, but the steadiness, that he just continues to be really steady and really consistent. I think that's a great compliment for an offensive lineman.
So with the points being down this year, everyone's trying to figure out different reasons with different theories. And one of them I heard was that offensive line play is bad, that it has regressed. Do you agree with that? And what would be some of the reasons if you do think that has been a factor?
Yeah, I mean, I hear people say that, and I think it's tough because, I think there's a combination of things, guys. I mean, the reality is the way O linemen are challenged today is not even close to what I was challenged at when I got in the league in 2006, even in 2012, 13. I mean, today, defenses and coordinators and defensive line coaches, they understand how to stress protections and rush patterns and everything else better than ever. I mean, it is some of the toughest downs that I've ever seen in third down now in the league compared to what it used to be. I mean, you used to get a four-man rush and you knew where everybody was and you kind of knew by rotation who's coming, and now everything's disguised. Everything's, man, you're getting picked by this guy and this guy's penetrating the line this way, or who's their worst player, we're going to attack him first and then have some kind of twist or combination off of that. I mean, the challenge is now to be an offensive lineman is much harder than it's ever been. And a lot of quarterbacks and coordinators who just want to sit back there and play shotgun and tell you exactly what they're doing. And you know what? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, they're saying, hey, I'm going to stand right back here at 8 yards all game long, and we're going to try to get the ball out in time. So I think there's a lot of things that go into sacks and pressures, and quarterbacks get a bit more so than just O-linemen. I think that's hard for people to understand, but that's the reality. And I just think O-linemen today are challenged way more than they ever were when I first got in the league.
We're talking with Andrew Whitworth from Amazon Prime, their Thursday Night Football analyst. Andrew, I'm curious, we hear players sometimes talk about, fans don't understand the injuries we battle through, or analysts don't understand, these assignments or these route concepts. And it's a frustrating thing when you're getting criticized from fans and analysts when you feel like they don't have a good understanding of the nuances of those sorts of things. What, as a player and now somebody who's in the analyst chair, what's something you wish you could communicate or you wish fans, analysts, everybody would understand a little bit better about the game that they maybe don't have a great understanding of?
Well, I think it's really, how much time you got. It's interesting when you sit and watch a game, especially from, if you're just talking from my position, offensive line. I mean, understanding sometimes the false starts or the holds, and you get mad at a guy because he holds the guy when the ball gets outside of him. And the truth is, he's being taught all week, hey, this is where I want to block this guy because the ball will never get there. And then it gets out there, and there's no way for him to get his hands out from where they are fast enough. I mean, on film it looks like that, but that's not how it actually happens. And so there's a lot of things where the lineman's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, but somebody else or some aspect of the play has happened to force him in a tough position. And I think that's one of the things that's hard for people to really value and understand leverage and how plays are supposed to work, that, it's really about all 11. And so you really have to have a deep dive to know truly whose fault it is in certain things. And then it just drives me crazy when I hear, broadcasters or whatever calling a game, blaming the O-line for protections and stuff. And when you know it well enough to know who's hot and who's actually supposed to have who, and, this one's on the quarterback. I mean, there's a lot of protections where the quarterback has a guy too, or a running back has a guy too. And it's like, hey, this guy's coming, and people are killing the O-lineman. But the reality is they blocked all the guys they were supposed to, and so there's a lot of things like that can be frustrating for linemen a lot of the time. And I think that's just the nature of their position. I don't think it's a fault by people because you wouldn't know unless you knew the protection, but it's just the nature of what they do. And they have to become numb to some of that and understand that it's just about going out and doing their job and not listening to some of that commentary sometimes and having just a value in what they do and being consistent.
Who are the Titans going to play tonight, and how do they have a chance in this one?
Man, it's going to be an interesting one. In some ways, it could turn into a game 2 in the preseason where one team's decided to play their starters and the other decided not to. So it's going to be interesting to see the actually field on the put out there. And I think the key thing for the game for the Cowboys is to continue and build off of last week's win and say, hey, let's keep our confidence high, because this time of year, it's really not about anything you've done all season long. I mean, if I well know it, we how many times have we lost to the San Francisco 49ers? And then we found a way to get to the NFC Championship and to find a way to beat them. And who cares? They beat us 10 times in a row, 14 times in a row. We won the only game that matters. And so for the Cowboys, in my mind, it's about ignore everything, whether people think you can beat the Eagles, all this stuff. Stay confident, keep building, and just get hot at the right time. That's all you want to do in the playoffs. Get healthy and get hot. The healthiest teams and the hottest teams win. And right now they have a chance to be one of those teams. And so I think they just got to keep that positive momentum going. And for Tennessee, it's really about rest everybody and one last shot to see if we can win this thing next week.
Andrew, your phone, we think, blew up a ton when Tyron went down. You were providing us with some Twitter updates. How close did it ever get with the Cowboys? Did you really consider it? And what can you say about this new Cincinnati rumor to try to get you back for a playoff run?
I don't think the Tyron thing really got that close. I mean, obviously people across the league reached out, not the Cowboys, but just fans, media members that, obviously you've come close with, different coaches. Like, oh man, are you going to do it? And so it was fun rhetoric and all that. But yeah, the Cincinnati thing is up again. I think when you're one of those guys that's just out of the league and people have a lot of respect for, you're always going to be in those conversations. And so I think this one's more of Cincinnati Bengals faithful have always been amazing to me. And I can thank Peter Schrager for stirring the pot a little bit. But it's fun. I appreciate it. I really do. And, like I said, I'd never say never to opportunities of playing the game right now, just because I am still close enough to where I think I might could do it. But there's so much that would go into that. I mean, it would have to be, the Rams still technically under the reserve list for the Rams. You'd have to get released from that. Then you got to find out if Cincinnati even wants you. The actual in the building, not the fans. So there's a lot to that. So I think for me right now, man, I'm loving what I'm doing, and all the love and admiration from those fans has been really special, man. I love this game, and I love the league, and I truly love Cincinnati and LA, where I've gotten to play and be a part of those fan bases. So I just appreciate all the love and admiration from those folks.
All right, last thing. Did you get on this beer bicycle yesterday, number one? And two, I'm a huge barbecue guy. We are in Texas. What did you end up getting for lunch at the Peg Leg Porker?
We went some pulled pork, and then did a little half chicken, some baked beans, a little mac and cheese.
Okay.
And you can't go to a barbecue spot if they offer banana pudding or some bread pudding. You got to take it down. So I did a little, not too much. Had a couple bites, couple dabbles, but it was great. No, you know what? I'm trying to get one of these bikes today because I want to go to the stadium on one of the party bikes today. So that's my goal. I want to arrive dressed, ready to go on a party bike. I've been calling this morning already. I'm gonna find a way to get there.
Put Marshawn on there, Sherm on there, and your Fitzpatrick in a beach shirt.
We're riding over there today.
Riding over, holding one of Duke Manyweather's beers in your hand. There you go.
There you go. Andrew, thank you so much. We knew it would be good. You were fantastic, man. You're welcome anytime, and keep up the great work. Thank you for all the insight this morning.
I appreciate it, fellas. Thank you all.
There he is, Andrew Whitworth, Amazon Prime tonight on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
That was great stuff, man.
Good job, Bobo. Good job booking it.
That was good stuff on the offensive line, Dak, everything.
The Cowboys are talking to Terrell Owens and the foods that got canceled in 2022. All that, Mike Golic Jr. and Babe Laufenberg on the way next.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to
fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Mike Golic Jr. to preview the college football playoff. Is he giving TCU a real chance against Michigan? Golic Jr., I know he's going to be a really cool guy. Grossed out the internet with his mayonnaise a while back. He'll be joining us at 8:40. Babe Laufenberg from Nashville at 9 o'clock here on Sean and Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the next couple of days. Did you hear any interesting or outlandish Luka takes yesterday after 60-20-10?
Other than the one I DM'd you guys that you didn't even want to retweet?
I was very proud of myself. See, so this is an internal struggle for me. I don't want to give Skip Bayless any attention, but the fact that he's still making like $6 or $7 million a year, I want to try and take that away from him. I want to try to get him canceled, fired, unemployed. So I want to, on the radio, lecture anyone who tunes into the show still. But so I have that struggle, right? People go, oh, you're retweeting the stupid stuff he says. You're just giving him the attention. But I'm trying to say, don't be an idiot by watching or believing 1% of it. So that's my struggle.
I know how we can naturally work those sorts of things in without giving him the attention.
Okay.
I will watch Undisputed every day. I will take one of Skip's awful takes, and the next day on the show, I'll just work it in word for word in the middle of one of our discussions, and you have to find when I worked in the Skip comment.
No, I don't even want to take it that far. He said Luka's game was an 8 out. His new thing, his new act is dogging Luka for some reason. Again, it's pick a card from the hat, and that's your stance that you have to stick with throughout the rest of your TV career for these fake people. So his new thing is Luka's not that good, and the 60-20-10 was an 8 out of 10. An 8 out of 10. What Zion did last night was the real show, scoring 43 with 5. 43 and 5. Luka's was just an 8 out of 10. I'm just begging, stop. Please just stop watching it. Don't ever tune in. Maybe for Shannon. Maybe for them.
Shannon's gotten worse, too. He leans into it, I feel like, too. He's better, but I mean, it's also just like, lesser of the two evils.
Payton, you were monitoring a Knicks fan with their reaction throughout the fourth quarter in OT against Luka?
Yeah, that's right. This Knicks fan, it was some kind of Twitch or stream or something, and you can tell in this audio clip, we have about a minute here, where the game is going, because it's like 1 minute left in the fourth quarter. He's just getting really cocky. He's saying, Luka's not clutch. This game's over. Pack it up and stuff. And then there's some gaps where you hear Mark Follow on the background, like do his play-by-play. And this guy, he's silent. He knows it's about to happen. He knows the comeback is going to happen. And so this is what it sounded like.
Life is good, you know what I mean? Let him score that. It's garbage time anyway. If the Knicks not losing this, stop playing with him. If you think the Knicks losing this, you might be druggy. You might be a drug addict if you think the Knicks losing this. You might be smoking. You have to be an idiot to think the Knicks about to lose this game, bro. The Knicks not about to lose. I literally bet my whole life savings the Knicks don't lose. Come on, man. You better make this free throw number 2. I swear to God. Thank you. Luka not clutch. Luka's not clutch. I told you he missed.
That's it.
There's no way. That was luck, bro. That's luck. There's no way, bro. I hate the Knicks. Bro, y'all I hate the Knicks. I'm finna go comment on the Knicks Instagram page.
Someone said that was Kendrick Perkins actually watching the game with all his Luka hate and then having to shut it up. Vegas installed Luka as the new NBA MVP favorite. He's the new favorite now. So it's Luka at plus 270, then Jason Tatum at plus 275, the Joker plus 375. I think Tatum's going to win MVP.
Personally, I don't have Luka in my top 5.
Kendrick? I carry the hell on.
Okay.
Now I carry the hell on.
Up and listen to me, Kendrick. Yeah, he's boy, you want to talk about an example of like he's admitted before, and I know we've talked about that. Like,
I kind of like him I like his personality.
Who did he like? Didn't he fight with you at one point or something?
No,
there was something.
There was someone on one of the other shows.
I don't remember, but anyway, he's very like. That's the thing is that he's said before he's got on a podcast. He's very open about it. Where he's like, yeah, they told me to say this. I was like, shoot, I'll take it a step further. Yeah, I'll say they're gonna win 3 titles in a row. And so. He does the bit. That was the thing about Luka the other night. Kendrick's reaction was like, I got to cut right through the script on this one and just admire how great he was. And that should speak to Luka's greatness, that he caused Kendrick Perkins to go out of his character.
All right, we know that people are getting canceled left and right in the times that we are living in, but I stole this from Mike Golic Jr. actually. He tweeted the 2022 foods that have been canceled. All right, put these in order of how much it will affect your life, how much it'll hurt you. The McRib from McDonald's. I feel like, though, they always, like, bring it back, though.
Did they have, like, an old tweet that got exposed, and so they were canceled? The McRib?
I'm going to run through the rest of the list. That wasn't funny.
It's so
McDonald's McRib. Oh, second.
It's so
McDonald's McRib. The Wendy's Vanilla Frosty
was gross.
Gross?
It was gross.
I thought everyone loved the Frosty.
No, they love the Frosty, which is the chocolate.
You have to go half and half.
No,
you go half and half.
No,
it's great.
You don't.
How can vanilla be bad? How can vanilla
it's
Frosty be bad?
It's just not good. Neither's the strawberry. The strawberry and the vanilla, they've tried to get cute with it in recent years. The original Frosty is chocolate. That's what it is.
Okay. The rest, I don't know if I've had. Honest Tea? I don't know about that.
Terrible pun. Wouldn't drink it.
Choco Taco. I have had that. That was discontinued in July after nearly 4 decades on sale.
I feel like that disappeared like a decade ago.
Klondike. Why would you get rid of that? The Choco Taco.
Heard they'll do anything for a Klondike.
It's fantastic. That was my mom's favorite. And then Chili's Original Chicken Tenders. Chili's got rid of chicken tenders?
And we actually went to Chili's like 2 nights ago, and that was gone. And there was something else I was looking for on the menu that was gone.
Burger King's Chicken.
Oh, that made Dawson sad.
The chicken sandwich at Burger King?
Dawson,
he loved it?
Dawson said it was really good.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Who is, when you're going around for the chicken sandwiches, who says I got to get Burger King's?
Well, that was when everybody was like developing their chicken sandwich during the chicken sandwich wars of 2019 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so they developed it. So I think that was when everybody was willing to try, oh, what's this chicken sandwich like? What's it? And so in that process, Dawson tried that one. Was like, holy crap, this is good.
Any McRib fans?
No, it's disgusting. The McRib is one of those like sandwiches that they do, like you said, it's back. Oh, it's gone. Get it before it's gone. And they create phony demand that then people are like, do I like the McRib? And then they eat it and they go, no, this is gross. It's the extra meat pressed into a patty, and then they peel open those packaged barbecue sauce packets and dump it on top. That's what the McRib is.
Nope, not me. That and the fish fillet at McDonald's. Can't do it.
I'll eat the fish fillet. I love fish fillet sandwiches. A lot of people don't. They grossed out by like the cheese and the tartar sauce, but I'm a sucker for a fish sandwich. Can I get you a fish sandwich? All right, it's DFW Sports Station. Babe Laufenberg going to join us from Nashville at 9 o'clock. We're also going to have Crosstalk. KMC is on the road today. KMC is out and about, so you can stop by and say, are we going to have a Crosstalk, a regular Crosstalk, since they're out of the studio? Or I'm going to have to do a walk-off?
Vegas odds right now, 3-1.
Let's hope so. They're at the Texas Roadshow shop in Mansfield if you want to go see them today.
But next, one of the coolest guys out there. He's all over the college football scene. Let's preview the Final Four with Mike Golic Jr. How much of a chance is he actually giving TCU? We'll ask Mike Golic Jr. next on Sean and Bobby.
and the pass is airmailed, and the game ends with Arkansas escaping in overtime, 55-53.
Shootout in overtime. It's College Bowl season. And, of course, we have the Final Four coming up this weekend. Sonny Dykes joined us for the second time recently here on Sean and Bobby. This is your home of America's team. We'll get back to Cowboys-Titans at 9 a.m. with Babe Laufenberg in Nashville. But let's talk a little college football with Mike Golic Jr. joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline, and it's all courtesy of DraftKings. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Morning. I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Where are you right now? What city are you in?
So I am currently in Los Angeles. I am getting ready to board a flight to Jacksonville later today to try and watch Notre Dame and South Carolina in the Gator Bowl. So my bowl season is not yet done.
Is your flight with Southwest Airlines?
No. I gave myself that gift this holiday season and have managed to avoid that so far. But man, anyone who is in that mix right now, I'm thinking of you because, my God, what a meat grinder.
Follow-up question. You're going to Jacksonville. What do you think about the city? As I just recently came back from there from the Cowboys game, and it was rough. I got to say, it was rough.
Yeah, you know what? Jacksonville exists.
I said it's if a pawn shop was a city.
Yeah, you know what? And interesting. And you know what? We need pawn shops. So everyone's got a purpose. Everyone's got something there. I'm excited. I wish it was. The one thing I forget about North Florida is that it can actually get cold. And so the weather forecast for this game has been less than ideal for me now because I moved from Connecticut to Los Angeles in June, and I've become very bougie when it comes to weather, and I now have certain needs that need to be met, and I don't know if Jacksonville is going to meet them.
All right, you grew up in a college and NFL household, so like just as a fan, we're going to talk college football, but as a fan, how do you divide your NFL and college love? Is it straight 50-50? Do you lean more towards college or more towards NFL?
So, you know what, as a fan, like getting to watch everything, it really is. Like if football's on, then I'm watching. I joked the other night, you guys will appreciate this. Luka Doncic goes for one of the more historic performances, the first 60-20-10 game in NBA history, and I missed watching it live because I was in the middle of watching the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. I was watching Wisconsin fake a field goal on a baseball field in a game where neither quarterback had started for that team during the regular season, instead of watching Luka Doncic do the incredible thing. So, fandom-wise, it's right down the middle, really. Coverage-wise, listen, I love getting to cover college football because I didn't have the long NFL career that Dad had. I played hot college football. It was what I grew up loving, and certainly, you know, my affinity for Notre Dame is still really strong. And so coverage-wise, I love getting to dive into these college towns and go get off the beaten path a little bit. But, man, listen, I'm ready to watch somebody hit somebody if it's on TV.
All right. Does it feel like TCU is just the nice, cute little story? Sonny Dykes and the Horned Frogs, obviously a little bit ticked off that they feel like the Final Four charity case. How are you looking at TCU, whether they belonged, whether they deserve to get in, and what real chance they have against Michigan?
So here's the thing, like belong and deserve, like they're all that. Like I feel like we do this every year with the team that winds up. The team's really in the 3 and 4 spot, right? Yeah. Like we always look at it, and even if the result goes poorly for TCU, which it could, like they still belong and deserve that. What they did this year was incredible, managing to win that many games, especially the way they won, how close a lot of these games were, the different things it took for that team. That's really hard to do. Like, forget just the X's and O's of that mentally for that team to be able to muster that without having really had those results before. Like, it's one thing if you're a program that's been winning for years and years on end now, and you've got a bunch of time under task in close games, and you know, all right, when we get into these situations, I know how to operate. My heart rate doesn't really get up that high. They didn't have the benefit of that. This hasn't been a good team for the last few years. And so, no, they absolutely belong. They absolutely deserve this. And listen, they're built in the right ways, right? And this is one of the things we saw across college football with head coaches in year one at new schools. When you're built with experience in the trenches, the way that TCU was, especially on the offensive side, you've got a quarterback that's played meaningful football. And then, listen, for them, Quentin Johnston's been incredible and is going to be a future first-round NFL wide receiver. I think you had a pair of really good corners on the other side defensively to go along with some big beef up front on the D-line. And, some timely use in the transfer portal for this team also. They absolutely deserve this. They absolutely belong here. Now, do I think they're going to beat Michigan? No, I'm not picking them to do so this weekend. I think they can make it close because they've made everything close and because they're built in all the ways that we talked about here. But I still think ultimately right now, Michigan's further along in the process. Michigan, kind of went through a lot of these warts and growing pains last year, and they've come back out on the other side even better in certain areas for it. And so, no, TCU is not a charity case, but losing in the spot that they're in right now, being a newcomer in the college football playoff, doesn't mean you weren't supposed to be here.
TCU obviously likes to, you mentioned Quentin Johnston there, like they like to push the ball downfield. The passing game's a big part of what they do, but, how much of what we saw from Michigan at the end of the year against Ohio State with J.J. McCarthy, do you think that was an outlier, or do you think that is what they're capable of if they try to push the ball downfield? That it's like, hey, J.J. McCarthy never really had the opportunity to do this. He can do this if you ask him to.
Well, so I think it's an outlier right now, and that's one of the things I'm most curious about this game is, all right, do it again. So I called the Michigan State game this year, which before it became known for the altercation in the tunnel after the fact, I looked at as an incredible opportunity for Michigan to explore their downfield passing game against a Michigan State secondary that's been one of the worst in college football for the last 2 seasons. And I went and I kept watching and I kept looking and I kept waiting and they kept not going downfield and it kept not happening. And I had a lot of questions about that. And so when you look at the Ohio State game, those were big plays in pressure spots, right? J.J. McCarthy getting the ball out against blitz looks, Ronnie Bell and those guys being able to make plays that turned into long touchdowns against an Ohio State team that say, hey, we're going to load up the box and we're not going to let you do this to us up front. And they were very successful in that. And so I look at that, and now for Ronnie, for Cornelius Washington, for that receiver core, going up against, Travius Hodges-Tomlinson is the one that certainly gets a lot of the press clippings, but both TCU games I covered this year, Josh Newton kept jumping off the page. Like on that other side, when he was challenged, he stepped up to the plate. But, I had Oklahoma State and Iowa State, which obviously the latter wasn't super competitive, but tons of pass breakups in that game, 2 guys that you could trust so that you can do a little bit more up front and you can let that linebacker core and D-line play a little bit faster downhill because you trust those guys on the back end. So that's a really interesting matchup and one that I think is going to go a long way in deciding the margin of this game because that was a big thing for Michigan, and they're going to get back to their bread and butter. No, obviously, Blake Corum, but Donovan Edwards is an incredible back, and they've got the best offensive line in college football, the winners of the Joe Moore Award. But I think that matchup on the outside is really underrated.
See, it's that was kind of leads into the next question for me there, where you say, Michigan is going to get back to their style of ball, which is obviously, the ground game and using that great offensive line. TCU wants to make this more of a track meet, I would guess. Is it easier? Is that more of a challenge, you think, for TCU? Why is it that when teams want to get into that track meet style, it feels like it's more difficult to get into their style of game than to get into some of that blue-collar football that Michigan wants to play?
Well, listen, I think at the end of the day, you simplify the equation a little bit when you're saying, why is it easier to do that? Going downhill is the simplest form of football in general, right? It's why coaches love it so much because they're all really risk-averse. It's easy to just run duo, hand the ball off, and then like we saw late in that game for Michigan, hey, guy busts a 70-yard run, and that's gravy because you're really just looking for 3 to 5 yards on any given play. And so I think that's just kind of a huge part of it. It's the simplest form of all this versus, when you go and try and speed things up or you're trying to go downfield, there's a little bit, slimmer margin for error. All of a sudden, everything becomes a little bit more important in that process. There can be some boom or bust to that, which TCU's had to deal with this year, and it's why they've been down in some of these games very early on and had to claw their way back in, but they're also capable of clawing their way back in because you've got a viable deep threat. You've got some other explosive options in there. You've got a quarterback who's at the college level a viable run threat and a really tough kid. So all those things can kind of lend themselves well.
DraftKings college football analyst Mike Golic Jr. here on 105.3 The Fan via the Diamond Factory hotline. How are you looking at the other game? Is this an unlucky matchup for Georgia against Ohio State?
I don't trust Ohio State enough in the places that we've had questions about them all year. Now, I will give them some credit and grace. I thought looking back at the Michigan game, JT Tuimalo and that defensive line, I thought acquitted themselves better than they got credit for after that game. The line of scrimmage was not dominated by Michigan that day by any stretch of the imagination on defense. On offense, it's a different story. And Ohio State all year has, we know, been known for Marvin Harrison Jr. and C.J. Stroud, and, even when Travion Henderson went down, Mayan Williams and the job that he was able to do in the backfield. But that offensive line, Paris Johnson's a great player. DeJuan Jones, these are names that we know and guys that will play pretty lucrative NFL football. But that's not a group that can go out there and physically beat anyone right now. We saw it against Michigan. We saw it against Northwestern. They can run with anybody, but they cannot get downhill and get bloody. And when you go back to the last Ohio State team to win meaningful games, and win a national title, Ohio State in 2014 was beating people upside the head with a run game with Zeke Elliott and that offensive line. And they can't go downhill at people like that right now. And against this Georgia team that, listen, doesn't get after the quarterback incredibly well, and certainly is not last year's defense, the biggest area it impacts you is the red zone. And I think that's the biggest thing for Ohio State is if you're not going to make big plays in this game, you're really going to have to be relying on that, because we saw against Michigan's defense, you got down into the red zone, and Ohio State had been one of the best touchdown scoring teams in the red zone in college football this season. Settled for field goals and had an empty trip in the red zone against Michigan. You're going up against Georgia, the number one defense in red zone efficiency in college football, because they're incredibly, ruthless and physical up front, but also incredibly efficient in the system that Kirby runs on the back end. And so I think at the core of this, Georgia is just built too powerfully in the area where right now Ohio State has kind of gotten away from that Big Ten identity up front on the offensive line.
All right, Mike. So we are in Dallas. Dallas fans always love to hear the national praise. I know you are the president of the Zach Martin fan club, your former teammate there at Notre Dame. Just want to give you an opportunity to heap praise onto Zach Martin and how he and the offensive line are playing here in Dallas.
I tell you what, one of the coolest things that I think we'll see this entire NFL season, and one of the most selfless, and it ties into what you're able to do because of Zach, but when you got Tyron Smith back and you have a future Hall of Famer who is coming back from a season-long injury and has played left tackle since 2011 for that team, and who gets, I posited this idea, hey, Tyler Smith, our rookie, is settled in over here at left tackle. He's young. We don't want to take him out of this. We want to get the best five on the field. How do you feel about going over to right? And better yet, hey, Jason Peters, future Hall of Famer, how do you feel about rotating in with Tyron Smith at right tackle next to Zach Martin here? That's insane. That's insane that two Hall of Famers were rotating on the right side of that line and making it work well. Like, yeah, there were a couple of spots where Tyron was laid off the ball, but watching him and Zach Martin get to work next to each other, just gold jacket double teams all the livelong day, has been one of the joys of this entire season. And it's what makes that room special. Like, I played with Tyron Smith coming out in the Army All-American game. I obviously played with Zach at Notre Dame the entire time we were there. Two incredibly selfless teammates. And for Zach, who has been resurgent in the last year, getting as healthy as humanly possible again, to be the thing that holds down this offensive line in the midst of so much change. Zach Martin, when he came into the league, was sort of the final capstone for a Dallas offensive line that had been collecting parts. Think Thanos getting that final infinity stone in the gauntlet before they became the best offensive line in football for a while. Now on the other side, he's really that flex piece that's allowed them to weather the storm of some change and some injury at all these positions. And watching his consistency throughout the years has been exactly what we all saw day in and day out at practice every day at Notre Dame. Zach is a first ballot Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. We'll have a conversation for maybe one of the best, if not the best, guards in the history of pro football. And it'll be cool to tell kids that at one point I played next to that guy, and I will then be able to overstate my own career accomplishments because if you say you played next to a guy like Zach Martin, clearly you must have been pretty good, even if that's not necessarily the case.
Then you show them the Oreos and mayonnaise, and bam, you're a legend in your kid's mind.
Exactly. What an example I'll be setting for the youth. Good Lord.
Hey, man, this was fantastic. We'd love to have you on anytime. Enjoy all the upcoming football, man, and safe travels.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
Mike Golic Jr. on behalf of DraftKings on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Babe Laufenberg in Nashville getting you ready for tonight after this. But this is DFW Security. The website is dfwsecurity.com.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. It's a game day. Game day?
Game day.
Cowboys are 12-point favorites.
Sorry, I was making love to the Twitch camera.
In Tennessee against the Titans. Babe Laufenberg is there, kind enough to move a few minutes later after Mike Golic Jr. Laufenberg had one of my most hated, though, text responses last night. I said, oh, my gosh, you're there. You're in the city. I heard it's awesome. He goes, well, I'm in the fitness room on the elliptical right now, and I won't see the city until after your show tomorrow when I go out for coffee.
Oh,
so Michael Irvin does his interviews on a trampoline working out. Laufenberg isn't even going to enjoy the barbecue. He's on the elliptical. So here are people that are better and healthier than us.
Michael does those trampoline workouts, by the way, with a guy named Igor Carvalho, who listens every morning to us. He texts me every morning while he's listening. He's been a long-time listener.
Oh, Peyton says Babe is on. Good morning, Babe.
Hi, Babe.
Good morning. Yeah, and I'm pretty boring. Peyton just asked me, hey, what'd you do last night? And I said, well, I got here, went to the fitness room, and then I studied till about 1 a.m. in my room.
What city?
So, yeah.
What city are you making the Brad Sham, Christy Scales tour of? You're like, I'm going out in this city and I am partying it up, or I am going to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, sometimes New York, and especially if you go to New York in December. Then I really try to get myself out, and I love New York, and I love it, the city, around Christmas time. So I try to do something in New York. But for the most part, I honestly look at these as kind of business trips. I'm coming in to do a job. And I did feel bad this week because my center from high school lives in Nashville. We've been out before, but, with the short week and Christmas Day on Sunday, you're playing catch up on the study. But I do like Nashville. Bobby, and I think I was listening earlier on the Odyssey app, and Bobby, I think I like Nashville better than you like Jacksonville.
You absolutely. I love Nashville, actually. I lived there for 2 years. I've visited that one more as an adult than any other city. Nashville's actually very nice. I think it's a good area.
Babe, what's your food? Like, what's your go-to food that I could connect you with to a city? Like, what are you a sucker for? What's your weakness?
Oh, you know what's funny? Bakery goods. Like, I'm going to go out. I'm going to find a little coffee place here.
Okay.
Because of the night game. And like cinnamon rolls and muffins and scones, and that's really my big deal. But of course, I like Mexican food, Italian, all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not that guy that searches out food places. I always look at, for the most part, I look at eating as just a function that we have to do. Right?
I like choppy. Food is fuel. Food is fuel.
And the faster I can eat, the more I can do other things.
Okay.
Right?
All right. There you go. That's your philosophy on it. That's why he's on the elliptical during the interview last night and right now. Who are the Titans playing in this game? Like, another AFC South study for you.
No kidding. And not only that, but now you're waiting for about 8 guys to get, elevated or brought off the practice squad. It reminds me very much of the game last year. If you remember the last game of the year against Philadelphia, they sat basically their entire team. Their playoff positioning was set. Cowboys beat them 51-26, and they effectively beat, their junior varsity team, or a team that they would throw out there in the preseason. And that's what I think is going to happen tonight. And poor Malik Willis, the quarterback for Tennessee, he's just going to be, I'm just stating right now, he will be overwhelmed tonight. He's already struggled mightily playing the position, and he isn't ready. And he's got a center who started one game at center. He's got a right guard that made his first NFL start last week.
Oh my God.
I literally feel sorry for him. It's almost like when Ben DiNucci, remember the game in the COVID year, he went to Philadelphia, and he just wasn't ready. It wasn't Ben DiNucci's fault, but they didn't have a preseason, as you recall, from COVID. He'd never played in a preseason game, and now you're on the road, even though there were no fans. You're on the road and you're playing a good Philadelphia Eagles defense, and that's what I see in Malik. If I were Malik Willis, I would come down with like the Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan flu, where guys would say, I don't feel good today. I can't face Nolan.
Yeah. 8 players ruled out yesterday. Derrick Henry, Christian Fulton, and Danico Autry all doubtful. Did you watch any Malik Willis tape coming out? And if not, what have you seen from him as a pro?
You know what's funny? I absolutely watched his tape coming out. I looked at all the quarterbacks fairly extensively. Shoot, I'll give you my Malik Willis breakdown. I'll give you just a few.
All right.
So I'd written down, I had all the different guys, but overmatched versus Ole Miss, not a natural thrower, slow and low delivery, good athlete, strong lower body, smaller version of Donovan McNabb when he's running, very strong arm, poor mechanics. So that just doesn't add up to a guy you want starting in his rookie year.
I like that scouting report.
Yeah. Hey, here's one for you. He's the first quarterback since Doug Williams. He started 3 games. He hasn't reached 100 yards in any of those 3 games. First guy since Doug Williams in 1978 to start 3 games and go not throw for 100 yards as a rookie. So It's been a struggle.
So he will win a Super Bowl MVP then, is what you're saying.
Hey, you know what happened in Doug Williams' 4th game?
What?
Threw for 311.
Well, crap.
So maybe that'll be the. It's funny. By the way, I played with Doug Williams in Washington, and one of the greatest guys I've ever been around. Loved him, and had a cannon for an arm, by the way.
We're talking here with Babe Laufenberg, Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Babe, the Cowboys were bringing a lot of pressure throughout the season, having a lot of success with that. They're 3rd in the NFL in sacks on the year, but the last 3 weeks they have 1 sack. That's last in the NFL over the last 3 weeks, and there's a couple teams who have only played 2 games during that time. And so when you look at what the pass rush has done, I know some of these twists are having trouble getting home because quarterbacks are getting the ball out faster. Do the Cowboys need to just consider, going back to more of the blitzing style they had last year, just the straight linebacker blitzes to try and get home quicker?
Well, now the issue is corner, right? And I thought Deron Bland did a great job. He's been great. I mean, not for a 5th rounder. If you told me he was a 1st rounder, I'd say, hey, he's had a good year. But every game he appears to be getting better and better. Mm-hmm. And he's just been fantastic. And to get him in the 5th round. But, if you're blitzing, you're leaving those corners out to dry. And I don't know that you want to get locked up in that. I will say this, a couple things. When teams have played the Cowboys as the season progressed, they changed their approach. They did not want to be facing that pass rush. So they didn't drop the quarterbacks back. We saw the Giants come in, it was all bootlegs and rolls and get the ball out quick. And I think that's what's happening now for teams. They're getting the ball out quick. Hey, Minshew, I didn't add him up. I did go back and watch tape a couple times, obviously, but he must have thrown 6, 7, 8 balls away. Just said, I'm not going to take a sack.
Yeah.
He looked like Tom Brady to an extent. Brady is always the most difficult guy in the NFL to sack, and it's not because of his mobility. but when he feels the pressure, the ball's out, he's not going to take a sack. And that's what Minshew did last week. I thought the pressure was really good against Minshew last week. Obviously, the sack totals. And I know people get tired of pressure, and I don't really look at pressure rate and all that stuff. But because you know why? Because they say, well, pressure is more important than sacks. But who leads the NFL in sacks every year? Or is it the top 5 guys? It's the best pass rushers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they get the most attention. They double team. They do all this stuff to them. They do everything they can to not let that guy take over the game. And the Bosa's of the world and the Micah Parsons of the world, they always finish the season at the top of the list in sacks.
Babe, you mentioned there the corner spot and how important that is. We saw Mackenzie Alexander get some reps last week, but it was really Nashawn Wright stepping in and joining that trio there with Diggs and Deron Bland. Do you think Nashawn Wright played well enough that, hey, we're just going to commit, this is our guy the rest of the year, or do you think this is still an open competition?
Well, I think Nashawn mostly played outside corner then Deron went into the inside to play the nickel spot, which he's obviously been playing. But once Kelvin Joseph did not do the job, or however you want to phrase it, out there on the outside, and Deron went outside, he's done very well. As a matter of fact, Deron Bland, he'd never played inside before.
Mm-hmm.
He'd never been that nickel. He'd always been an outside corner. So he's accustomed to doing that, if you will. But, Nashawn Wright played about half the snaps last week, and I thought he acquitted himself pretty well. It's obviously a week-to-week proposition and really a play-to-play proposition. But I thought he acquitted himself well enough. And it looks like Kelvin Joseph probably will never see the field again, other than special teams.
Babe, did the Eagles win change your mind at all or alter your thinking on the NFC and the contenders at the top if the Cowboys match up again with them? Like, did that game alter your thinking in any way, or no, because Hurts was missing?
Well, obviously Hurts was missing. That was a big part of it, and I think it's one of the reasons, too, why the Cowboys handled Philadelphia's running game so well, because you didn't have to deal with the quarterback running the ball. So they were able to chase down the ball carrier on all those zone reads and stuff. I don't think Minshew ever kept the ball. But no, I don't want to say it changed my thinking, because I really think the Cowboys, can play with Philadelphia. I don't think there's any fear of playing Philadelphia. Now, you go way back when Philly had Reggie White, Jerome Brown, Seth Joyner, there was a fear of playing Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. But I don't think this team is afraid of going to Philly and going up there and beating them. And I think for good reason. I think they can play with Philadelphia. No question. Did it do anything for their psyche? If they had lost that game, would that have been like, oh my gosh, we can't get over this hurdle? I don't think so, but it certainly didn't help. It certainly didn't hurt them to handle Philadelphia. And Minshew played pretty well.
Yeah.
Tonight you're going to see, again, I'll be shocked if Willis isn't completely overwhelmed. So I wouldn't take too much out of saying, oh, the defense is back.
Right.
Because I'll be shocked. I'll be just as shocked if Derrick Henry steps foot on the field. I mean, they've listed him as doubtful, but we all know they have to beat Jacksonville next week. This game means nothing. So you've got a guy that's carried the ball 320 times this year. Why do you want to get him beat up in this game?
Right.
Which is effectively meaningless for Tennessee.
Babe, the Cowboys have run the ball the most in the NFL on first and second down the last 2 weeks, and they rank, I believe, 25th in the NFL in yards per attempt during that time, like on those first and second down runs.
Yeah.
Have they been too stubborn running the ball in those first two downs and putting, Dak in a bad position on third?
The stubborn thing is hard because, you run it in the first quarter, and then how many times do you see teams and how many times do the Cowboys get criticized for it when they run it in the first quarter, it's not doing great, then they just start throwing the ball all over the place, and everybody says, we got away from the running game. Mm-hmm. But I think, you have to run – this team has to run the football. They do not have three dynamic wide receivers. We know that, right?
Yep.
This team has to run the football. They got to run it better. Now, we all know Philadelphia's pretty darn good up front. And I think, when you look at the Philadelphia game, just like we were talking about, people don't really want to face the Cowboys pass rush. They really don't want to deal with it if they can avoid it. I think that's the way the Cowboys felt about Philadelphia. I mean, they've got pass rushers across the board, right? And so I think to a certain extent, they wanted to keep away from throwing the ball 50 times in that one. But no, the running game, as we all know, it works. It doesn't. You have a game where you struggle. They're catching a break today because Tennessee has, along with San Francisco, the best run defense in the NFL. They gave up 164 to Barkley in the first game. They have not allowed a rusher to gain 70 in the last 14 games.
Wow.
So their run defense is phenomenal. Now, the downside, they are sitting 4 of their front 7. So it could be fool's gold to say, hey, we got the running game back again. Again, if the Cowboys don't score 50 today, I'll be surprised.
Woo! I love it. We're going to put you at 9 every week with these hot takes.
Look at that.
Well, no, they're playing the junior varsity team for Tennessee and a team that isn't going to be motivated to even play.
Yeah. Hey, fantastic stuff. Go out, fatten up a little bit, enjoy some barbecue, and get a nap in before the game. We'll be listening. Thank you, boss.
Thank you, Sean. Hey, Sean, I'm going to take a picture of my cinnamon roll. You'll feel better about it.
Yeah, baby. There you go. There you
Sending
go.
it to you.
Yeah, join the rest of us. Screw New Year's resolutions. There he is. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory Hotline. He said
50. He'd be surprised if they didn't score 50.
He said 50. Woo! He also said he'll be surprised if Kelvin Joseph ever sees the field again. Malik Willis will be completely helpless tonight. Hot takes.
Get me some elliptical Babe Laufenberg every week, baby.
Yeah, from Babe Laufenberg. All right.
It.
Jerry is talking to T.O., and who does Tyreek Hill absolutely love on the Cowboys? Plus, Coach Cringe at it again and filthy all next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead. Are you cringing when you're looking at that 401k? You open up the bank account.
truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, the embarrassing story of the week came out yesterday from Aaron Wilson, based out of Houston. I think this was on Cowboys-SI.com. And he was basically serving as the mouthpiece for T.O.'s agent, just like Adam Schefter does for Deshaun Watson. And the story came out that T.O. and the Cowboys have been talking. Multiple calls exchanged between T.O. and Jerry Jones' office, and KMC will ask Jerry about this tomorrow, I'm sure, at 10:30, even though they may be too embarrassed to do it because it's such a laughable story, T.O. at the age of 49. But man, this thing, I don't know. You know, sometimes you're about to tweet something and you're like, this feels a little grimy. This feels, I'm better than this. I'm above this. That's how I was thinking Cowboy beat reporters were feeling when this story came out and got, of course, the traction which these websites want and, you know, people commenting on it. And I was like, Bobby Belt, Jane Slater, Brian Broaddus, are they checking in on this? Do they feel like they have to send a text message to someone in Frisco to get a yes or a no or a possible on T.O. and Jerry talking?
No, didn't feel that at all. You know why I didn't feel that at all, other than the obvious?
You're the Cowboys insider. You don't feel like you know,
was when I saw they were quoting the agent, whose name is Dr. Gregory D.L. Daniel Esquire, which sounds like somebody doing a bit. My gosh, I just looked up his Twitter account, the Dr. Gregory D.L. Daniel Esquire. First off, that's what he looks like right there.
Oh, very
He's got
smooth.
the turtleneck and the jacket. But here's what I love. I love his Twitter bio here, Sean. Attorney, NFL agent, realtor, drummer for Brian McKnight.
Oh!
What is this? What is this, like, Forrest Gump character that is apparently representing Terrell Owens and saying, yeah, we've been in constant contact with the Cowboys. Now, he is tweeting videos, by the way, of Terrell Owens running routes. Again, as you can see there, he's getting the head of steam.
Yeah.
T.O. is running, catching passes, but there's no way. There's zero chance.
All right, so T.O. at 49, especially after crapping all over Dak in a San Francisco interview saying Odell Beckham should never come here because the Cowboys don't have that quarterback and the Cowboys will be at home watching the playoffs early. That's not too complimentary. So just continue going to your CVS's, Terrell.
He said worse things about quarterbacks he plays with, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
And then KG tweeted out Odell Beckham's workout video, being in the weight room and trying to run some routes. So that was Odell Beckham trying to get a little attention yesterday. Tyreek Hill. Blessed. Tyreek Hill sat down for a podcast. He was asked about other receivers that he likes throughout the league.
I like watching other receivers.
Mm-hmm. Who's your favorite receivers?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I like CD Lamb, bro.
Yeah.
That boy so smooth out that bit. Boy, I ain't even gonna count. That boy smooth. Boy, make me cheese when he play.
No Jalen Waddle? No love for Waddle? His teammate can say, my favorite. He loves CD.
See, you're a media member.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Tyreek Hill disrespects Jalen Waddle.
No, I didn't say disrespect. I just said I'm surprised he didn't say Waddle.
Well, about someone else.
He said he likes the league. But that's good. It wasn't the Justin Jefferson or the Jamar Chase or one of those names. It's CD Lamb, which that's a lot of respect there. And I mean, CD that's the reputation he's developing with other players around the league, is as a guy who is damn near the top of his craft.
Stories of the day in the National Football League. Sounds like Tua is going to be out against the Patriots with the concussion issue. Derek Carr has been benched in Vegas. And Josh McDaniels and Mark Davis are getting killed for it. They're getting killed because Derek Carr wins all the press conferences. Derek is stepping away from the team, so he's not a distraction. Jarrett Stidham is going to be the QB, and this feels like the end of Carr in Vegas as a Raider, a team that he seems like he would, you could argue, just based upon press conferences, no player loves their team colors more than Derek Carr loves being a Raider. But I just think we've taken that a little bit too far, and the emotion of it has blinded people towards Derek Carr being, he's an above average to good quarterback. That's all he is. I think he's just been overrated, and people love him so much that they give him some passes, no pun intended. And if I'm the Raiders, I'm starting over. It's probably going to cost Josh McDaniels his job with a 2 or 3 year project, unless they work out a deal for Aaron Rodgers. But now everyone in the world is feeling sorry for Derek Carr.
Well, it's also because Josh McDaniels has just been dying for a reason to put Jarrett Stidham on the football field for 4 years now.
You think?
Yes. He freaking loved him in New England. He wanted him on the field in New England. As soon as he gets a head coaching job, it's let's go get Jarrett Stidham.
He's his Garoppolo for Belichick.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's the same type of love affair. He's been obsessed with Jarrett Stidham. And like Stidham had was a really big time recruit, was a talented quarterback, but man, this just reeks of dysfunction. There's still an outside chance at the playoffs. You're 2 weeks left in the season. You're going like, we're benching our 10-year quarterback that everybody in the locker room loves.
This feels like the Dolphins, by the way, they're going to be done. Well, I guess Teddy B, he can't throw it on the field, so there's going to be a lot of slant patterns and short passes to see if Tyreek and Waddle can break them. So I guess they might have a chance.
That Tua's arm too?
Right. They've lost 4 straight. Mike Florio says that Sean Payton could return to New Orleans, that people in league circles are saying that, and that Tom Brady could join him. So forget about Arizona, forget about Denver. Sean Payton back with the Saints is a possibility. And Payton was recently asked, how would you are an analyst, got to answer this, how would you fix Russell Wilson in Denver, Coach?
You correct flaws immediately, and then we don't worry about how long the process is going to take. In other words, today, I'd want to cut up of all Russell's pass plays of 30 or more yards from the field, and I'd want to see, are there some schemes that he felt very comfortable with? Then I'd want to look at another film of his red zone touchdown passes inside the 20. What I'm asking for from assistants is I'm asking for some of his greatest hits, and to make sure that we have those song lyrics available. and if not, let's put them in.
That was on FS1.
That was the McDaniel bit. He went into Miami and made up a whole cut up of Tua's best plays and said, like, this is what Tua can be. So that's that sounds like a pretty public pitch that you'd love to get a shot to work with Russell Wilson.
You think Sean Payton is interested?
I don't know. I think Sean Payton's interested in having his name connected in a way that like Odell Beckham is interested.
I
think he just likes his name out there. Like it keeps things, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not like a criticism. I just think he enjoys the chatter about him. It helps to keep your name prominent if you do want to get a job back eventually.
Shannon Sharp saying that Russell Wilson had his own office, his own parking spot in Denver. A lot of players are seething over there over that. So that's a little tidbit of Bronco information. And then Lane Johnson is going to avoid surgery because he's a warrior. And Lane Johnson is going to miss the final 2 Eagles regular season games to try to play in the postseason. So Lane trying to be available for the playoffs. Nick Sirianni, Coach Cringe, was asked, when is Jalen Hurts going to be available?
If you and him went up and you guys shot baskets together, he'd whoop you. If you guys went out and you guys raced against each other, he'd whoop you. If you guys went out and, tried to throw the football, see who was to throw it more accurate or further, he'd whoop you. And so his body heals faster than yours.
Oh, he's gonna insufferable.
You know, certain people make you dislike others. Like RJ made me hate Tim Tebow even more. Well, I didn't hate Tim Tebow. I just knew he couldn't play. But RJ made me hate Tebow. And this guy is going to make me dislike Jalen Hurts. And I don't want to dislike Jalen Hurts. It's like my New York friends made me hate Eli. And I know Eli seems like a saint of a human being. A saint. And Sirianni is going to make me totally despise Jalen Hurts because I know Hurts is a great dude. He seems like one.
Eli made me hate Eli. But I
think he didn't talk.
No, but like I've said, he whined his way out of his rookie situation, and that's not how the draft works, and I never got over that.
So much freedom in this country.
That's not what the draft is about, literally. And so, look, on Jalen Hurts, I like Jalen Hurts. Like, I think he's
You mean as a human being?
Yeah, I think he's a really, and I've said before, I'm gonna have to dig up tweets where I talked about him this summer and said I think he can be a good quarterback and you can win with him.
Okay.
And so I'm just not gonna say he's like all of a sudden Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes like the rest of the.
No one in this whole segment attacked you at all for your Hurts take.
No, but you just said as a person. I felt attacked by your tone. I
was talking about Sirianni.
But Sirianni.
I'm only talking about
Sirianni. Back to Sirianni.
You take it right to you.
I did.
I was like, I didn't attack you or say anything. I wasn't picking a fight.
No, but you said it'll make you hate Jalen Hurts. I do like Hurts. Sirianni is such a.
He's not worse than Joe Judge.
I mean, I'm sure if he was here in Dallas, we'd all love him. I think we'd love him if he was here in Dallas.
We didn't love Garrett.
Garrett didn't crack jokes with the media or clearly have tight like it would
give you any headlines or quotes.
Yeah, and so this is
no
a guy
personality.
He shows up to press conferences with beat Dallas. I get it, and the players clearly have an affinity for him. So I'm sure if he was here, we'd love him. It's probably partially just because he coaches for Philadelphia, but he's massively irritating.
All right, this next segment has been a disaster the past 2 times. I walked out last time. Hopefully, it doesn't happen a third straight time. We're gonna crosstalk attempt to with the KNC masterpiece next, but first.
Traffic control or barricade rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is byersbarricades.com.
You heard Corey. They are on the road in Mansfield, and it is the return of Kevin Hagelin with the KNC. Good God, what an ugly sight on the fan cam.
What's wrong?
Bobby Belt is holding up. Hey, apparently people in this radio station don't finish their shifts. They wrap up 15 minutes early. So Bobby just closing his computer, just skipping out on crosstalk, not being a professional, and he's joined the Zoom with the cell phone right to his nose hairs.
I'm used to working only 4 hours on this show, so at 9:30 everything packed up.
All right, KNC, do we have you guys? All right, wait. Do your engineer testing, Bobby. Let's
yeah. They got to pick up with 4 from my count. So 1, 2, 3.
I told you Corey's going to mess
up. 4, 5, 6.
Hey, there you go.
No, we're just kidding. There's no delay.
We're good. We're good, guys. We're good. What's going on?
Welcome back, Kevin.
How's it going? I was really hurt at first because I thought you were saying the ugly sight was me on the fan cam, and that hurt my feelings. I
You're
know
just talking about the whole view.
Now, you have said in the past it's not your crosstalk, it's our crosstalk.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping, I apologize for missing this earlier in the show. I was hoping we could recap a little bit what the bet stakes are and what Payton needs to do on New Year's Eve.
Okay, first tell us where you are and what's coming up so I don't get yelled at by the boss.
Yes, we are at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield off of Cannon Drive. If you look behind both Corey and myself, you see the wall of cards, and it's freaking incredible. And these are people who have helped out with Peace-a-thon. They're people who have teamed up with Tyrese Maxey to help out charities. And so they're good people, and they have good deals and amazing cards. And apparently, Corey's stocking up on soccer cards.
Ooh. All right, Bobby, I will say this. You're passing all the Zoom in facial tests. You don't have a unibrow that I can see.
Yes.
Your eyes are not Jay-Z Aikman-like. They're very, very white behind the brown. And the nose hairs. The nose hairs look crystal clear. Now.
Used to be our night show.
Got it. Crushing it other than the
nose hairs.
Yeah, the nose hairs. Other than the gray hair that's starting to come in there on the sideburns. I'm losing that.
All right, so just to recap the New Year's Eve segment, we were talking about what everyone does, and Payton says he's going to a house party with about 20 people. And we were talking about, how awkward is it at midnight when you don't have this.
I'm listening.
Put your tongue away.
This is radio. You shouldn't worry about visually what's happening.
Please mark
that. We were talking about how awkward it is if you don't have that significant other at midnight, and Smooth Payton is just like, oh, you just get a girl there and kiss her. And I was like, no, you don't. That's never been done.
They don't want to be kissless too.
It does not happen. And I was like, if you kiss a girl, a random girl, you don't have a girlfriend, you're not dating, I'll give you $50. Bobby said he'll throw in and match $50. And if he gets someone to actually prove it, because I trust Payton, he seems like a very honest young man. If someone actually takes a picture of it and we send it out on social media, I'll throw in an extra $50. So if Payton kisses, as Bobby's doing on the fan cam, a random stranger, random girl, $150 in his pocket Monday.
Awesome. I just have a quick question. Can he put in the groundwork for this, or does he have to just find somebody at 11:59 and be like, hey, what do you say?
I think he said around 11:30.
No,
he's like, yeah, about around 11:30, I'll have somebody by then.
No, he's allowed to do the groundwork. I mean, I still think getting them to kiss you.
Sure.
With that mustache.
They may think it's even more pathetic that he's like, these guys don't think I can kiss anyone. I don't have any game. They make fun of my
There's
facial
a market for that. There's a market that you can find out at a party for somebody who's like, oh, I'll help you.
Bobby, you're gonna
please mark that.
You're actually gonna get the fan cam like delisted on YouTube or whatever they do. Like that is.
Oh my God! Will you say Rosebud for me, just really quick?
Rosebud.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic.
All right, so who's betting on this to happen? Who thinks Payton will kiss a random girl at midnight?
I believe in him.
Yeah, I believe in Payton. Yeah, Kevin.
No, you're supposed to throw in money, guys. How much?
Oh, yeah, I don't
Kevin,
believe
you
in
got
that.
25.
By the way, this is not a bet, because if Payton doesn't do it, it's not like he's giving us money.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you've made a fatal mistake there then. That is a foolish wager. So you're helping Payton kiss somebody. If he kisses somebody and he gets money, and if he doesn't, you get nothing out of it?
Content. We get content and laughs on Monday.
He wasn't bragging like he was definitely going to do it. He wasn't, being arrogant about it. I was just like, no way. You can't kiss someone randomly at midnight. I want to know from the female Tolos if you've ever done that, just to not be solo when the ball drops.
Or if you would kiss Payton.
Or if you would kiss.
My follow-up question.
You get $50 if you do, because I'll make $100 off of it.
Okay, I feel like we should not actively be advertising that. That feels wrong.
Okay.
I like the
What's wrong about that? This is a capitalist society.
Have you all ever kissed a random girl at midnight, random at the party? You're like, hey, I'm not doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. Come on over here.
With consent, of course.
Corey's
first of
shaking
all,
his head, yeah.
And also, before we get to that story, I hope that's the line that he lays down. Hey, I'm not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, right.
We should just kiss at midnight. I hope that's the line. I have not. I'm with you, Sean. This feels like a terrifying prospect to just like, hey, you're alone. I'm alone.
Corey, you've done it?
Yes, absolutely. Been at parties. Actually, I've done it 3 times.
Mark that.
3 times?
Yeah, and I have 3 kids. What's amazing?
Different mothers.
The one that I actually that's wild is that it is Adrian. One of them was Adrian.
Oh.
But Kevin, as you know, we broke up a few times.
Sure. You stole a painting from her house.
Yeah, I did steal a painting from her house. She went to OU, and when she came back for the holidays, and I didn't realize she was going to be at the same party that I was at. And we had broken up during that time, and we're partying, and all of a sudden I see her. I'm like, oh, crap, I should probably leave. And then the power went out in the place, and when the power came back up, she and I were like making out.
Whoa!
And everybody was like, oh my God, these two, they're broken up. They're just, oh my God.
that.
We didn't get back together though.
What?
We didn't get back together we didn't get back together for like another year after that.
What?
Yeah, so it was kind of crazy. So we stayed in touch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Real in touch.
But yeah, I've done it 3 times. So it is possible. And I think there are a lot of women out there that are going into the night going, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll find a man tonight.
I hope that guy who has a mustache will come up and start chatting me up.
I really don't think what you're doing on the fake cam is allowed. Like,
What isn't allowed? I'm not allowed to have a Zoom?
Dude, people, that's an OnlyFans account what you're doing right now.
I'm just saying, I'm glad I'm sitting behind a table,
My Lord. All right, Kevin, what was the story that you were the most upset about missing since you were apparently the biggest workaholic in the building? Was it Cowboys, Eagles, Victory Tuesday, or Luka 60-20-10?
No, I think it was Luka. Like, I appreciate how great that Cowboys victory was, but when you put up a stat line that's never happened in the history of basketball, and those teams were 0-13,800 in the past 20 years, like, that's the craziest stat I've heard in a really long time. I think that was freaking incredible, but the game was incredible. Outside of just like the points he was scoring, just that ball getting tipped around 2-3 times off of the intentional miss and the putback, I'm sad that I wasn't in yesterday to talk about that.
Have y'all seen the video that Mike quote tweeted of the guys in New York that were watching that
It
live?
was amazing.
It's hilarious how they just it's hilarious.
But they felt like they were expecting it because they weren't like, well, get out of here. They were just like, our team sucks.
All right, Cowboys with the points tonight. They win by more than 12. It's going to be a massacre. It's going to be a beatdown. Look for Bobby and myself on Amazon as they came into film. We wore our best sweatshirts and hats. Thank you, Tim. Did we send in the paperwork, the consent that they can show us?
Yeah, I consented for you.
Because
I don't know if that is how that works. Payton, you probably should brush up on consent as well, just to be fair.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning for a Cowboys Friday. Corey, where are you guys at again?
We are at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop today. It's
Bobby.
Sports cards, memorabilia, just hanging out all day long.
And us.
Oh, yeah, we're here too.
And great job, fan engineer out there, making it run smooth. We're back tomorrow morning. Love you all for a Cowboys Victory Friday. KNC next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield. If you want to come out and see us, see the soccer cards that Corey is purchasing. Come see the great card wall of Texas and all kinds of incredible deals as well. And then I guess you can see us too. That's probably another
Are you
reason.
suggesting that we aren't the primary reason to come out here today?
No, because I've been here multiple times, and I really like this shop.
Uh-huh.
So I think there's lots of other reasons.
It does seem like when people come out here, they're like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Going to the card bar.
Exactly.
Right here. That's what I call that, the card bar over there.
I like that. And so are you working? Are you not today? 877-881-1053. That is concerning. And if you are not, or you have a leeway with a lunch hour or a cool boss, then you should come out and see us in Mansfield at Texas Roadshow Card Shop.
Yeah, man. I look at my son got really interested in Mbappe. Like to the point where last night he's texting me. He's like, "Hey, did you know Mbappe's little brother is going to be 19 by the next World Cup? So he might be on the team too." And I was like,
did not know that.
Is he any good?" And you know what they always say, right?
He's the best
He's
one.
the best one out of all of us. It's always the younger brother that's going to be the best one. They also have some Pokemon cards out here.
That's right.
So here's the deal.
So if your kid on a quest,
Carter's birthday is tomorrow.
Did you say his
Carter's brother?
His birthday's also
Carter's
coming.
brother's birthday, Avery, is on Sunday. So I'm like, I'll just take care of everything right here.
All right, but when
now.
is Carter's sister's birthday?
Carter's sister's birthday is in June.
Yeah.
It is closer to my birthday, so we usually party together.
Is there any part of you that wanted to have a kid on December 31st and just really line all those up and knock it out?
Do you want to know how this works?
No, I don't.
Do you want to know why we're in this situation that we're in?
Oh man, spring break.
I asked Adrian on our first date, March 23rd of 1999.
April, May, June,
And so, if you're doing some
oh
math
my
there,
goodness,
9 months is right around that time. So yeah, yes, Lucy, you could probably say was a little bit of a surprise.
Sure. This is our designated sex and baby time. No, I get it. And you went a little bit different for that one.
Uh-huh.
All right. So your question to kick things off, I hate it because I dread this question. Does it make you more confident or more weary knowing Tennessee is playing backups? It makes me more weary. Okay, Corey?
Oh, no.
I know maybe that makes me a bad fan. I'm sorry for that. But this just feels like a game that tomorrow we're like, yeah, the Cowboys won. I wish it would have been easier to start or blah, 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 blah. Instead of, oh, my goodness, I can't believe they won 56-3 or whatever the case might be.
Did you get a text from Mike this morning?
No, I did not.
I got a text from Mike this morning that said
so.
Cowboys 56-0.
In your face, Kevin.
All right, 56-0 is what Mike predicted on his text to me.
Wow.
And at that moment, I think my immediate response to Mike was that when everybody thinks it's going to be an easy game for the Cowboys, they blow. And, they blow it up badly. And,
yes.
And that's where I think a lot of people still – I'm interested to see on the fan text how many people are concerned. This is a team, Kevin, I'm looking at it right now, the most 40-plus point games in the NFL. No team in the NFL has 4 40-plus games.
Right.
The Cowboys have it. They could add another one tonight.
No, look. All of that makes sense to me, but initially when I was drawing up my Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, I know that's not what we're doing right here. I wrote in my notes, Cowboys lose because that would be the most Cowboys thing in the history of Cowboysdom
Exactly.
to do. Is because,
Exactly.
you were already a massive favorite. Tennessee is treating this like a preseason game because everything comes down to what happens in the Jacksonville game regardless. And this just feels like a game that, midway through the third quarter, you're going to be ahead by 3 points. And you're going to be like, what the hell is happening? But I hope that is not the case. And
Nope, here he goes, Kevin. Fan text. Kevin is a bad Cowboys fan. He's a huge Steelers fan. From the 214, last time y'all were so sure about a win, we didn't. From the 940, this is exactly the game. It was actually, Kevin, we weren't that sure about that. But, Jacksonville, that we were like, oh, yeah, we're going to Jacksonville, going to roll over them real quick. And they were rolling over them until they quit in the second half.
I know. I at least.
Until Trevor Lawrence grew up in the second half.
Yeah.
He did a good job of growing with that team.
This would be worse than those I mean, would it be worse than the Jacksonville and Green Bay loss? Because, like, those they don't look good. I'm not saying that. But they look less bad, if that is a way of putting it, as time has gone along, because you pretty much kept Green Bay alive and jump-started Watson in their season. And, you know, Trevor Lawrence had been playing exceedingly well. I feel like Tennessee, the flag they waved tonight doesn't have their logo on it. It's just a white flag, and they just don't care. And so I feel like this would be the worst loss.
Hold on, let's get back to it. From the 817, it's setting up for a trap game.
See,
this doesn't feel like a trap game, right?
Oh, look.
They lure you in, and then they're like, hey, we're not starting anybody. But we got a master plan.
I'll tell you tomorrow, I promise, if they lose this game and it's due to just they lost, not like some catastrophic thing happened at the very beginning of the game with injuries or something like that, I will question the mental fortitude of this team. If this is a trap game, there's only 2 games left. If you win them both and Philly loses them both, you are going to win the division, and your outlook in the playoffs, home and road games, is going to be entirely different. If you don't, you're locked into the number 5 seed. It does not feel like this should be a trap game. If there was 8 more games after this, I'd be like, sure. But there's only 2 more games to prep for the playoffs. I hope this is not a trap game.
From the 940, this is exactly the game the Cowboys lose. Yes, I'm working generator down in Bowie. Hold on, there's a couple good ones here, Kevin. From the 214, these homers aren't concerned till the 4th quarter of the wild card, and you're down 2 scores. Yeah, I will go back to this. I've been telling Reggie this all week. I'm not worried about the playoffs right now, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to enjoy greatness. I'm going to enjoy this regular season. I'll worry about the playoffs whenever we get there, because something could happen that could be catastrophic for any of the teams.
Sure.
That could really change things. So I'll just worry about what I can control right now. I'm 100% from the 903, 100% without a doubt, slightly, mildly confident. So that is where they feel about that.
Man,
right
you
now.
know what that feels like to me? You're ahead by 3 points in the 3rd quarter. Like, the way they set that up is, every logical part in my brain, and this is where I don't mean to, and I know Cowboys fans, maybe they mean to, maybe they don't. This is where you carry the 27 years of baggage, right? Because every logical part of me is like, the Cowboys have been a really good team this year. And if you think that's wrong, I think you're wrong and should watch the Cowboys a little closer. They've been a really good team this year. Tennessee has been spiraling, and they don't care about the result of this game. This feels like a game where you should win by 24 to 28 points. But then the baggage part is like, I don't know. It also feels like a game that we do something dumb in.
There are 3 texts here that I think are interesting.
Is it the one that's coming by from Duncanville in one of his 15
I like that. That's awesome. Thank you. Come swing on by. From the 817, I bet Kevin didn't even want Luka to hit 60. But that's a different story for a different
No,
time.
that's not true.
From the 214, I'm glad Kevin is back so I can tell him see you next year. And then from the 469, this one's the one I wanted to get to, Kevin. From the 469, Corey, Tennessee's also playing to stay in the playoff picture and win the AFC South. They have tonight's game.
No, they're not.
And the finale next week versus Jacksonville for the division. They still have something to play for tonight. Explain why.
No, I mean, like, they do still have something to play for, but not in this game. The outcome of this game is irrelevant to Tennessee, all right? You win next week against Jacksonville, you're the division champions, you make the playoffs. You lose next week against Jacksonville, you're out. So the outcome of this game is not going to end up mattering for Tennessee, all right? It's just not.
From the 912, how many Derrick Henry plays before you get nervous? I don't think he's been playing. He's doubtful right now. So I don't think he's playing. This is what Kevin's talking about is they're rolling Malik Willis out because they're trying to get the future in there for one, and Tannehill's hurt.
Can I tell you, I do just want to stop on one thing, and we can evaluate this at any point during the show. That is one thing I am intrigued by, is it's safe to say that Malik Willis is a more mobile quarterback than Ryan Tannehill, because so would you be. And so
hold on, Tannehill was a receiver at one point, Kevin.
I know. He was.
Catch or run.
No,
I don't know.
There was a time.
Wasn't that like a decade ago?
Yeah, there was a time when I thought he could move.
Oh, are you saying he's not athletic anymore? Like he just lost all the athleticism to be a receiver?
Yes, Corey. My contention is over the span of 10 years, people lose athleticism.
Right,
I don't feel like that's that bold of a statement.
That makes sense.
Is I think Malik Willis offers you not like a straight-up comparison or anything like that, but a better opportunity to see how you can keep a more mobile quarterback contained. Like, take that for what you will.
If Tennessee decides that's their plan. If they're like, hey, we're running triple options today, then the Cowboys need to practice that and get as many reps against that as they possibly can for the potential of facing Philadelphia later on. I do want to know, though, Kevin, look at the playoffs right now. Let's say, are you in against the Bucks at the moment?
Correct.
You're not facing a mobile quarterback there.
No, you're not.
The next quarterback could. I mean, I'm kind of going through.
And then
maybe
you have
San
Hurts.
Francisco.
You would, assuming there's no upsets, you would get Hurts. In the second round.
Okay, Hurts is probably the only one in the NFC that I'm really concerned about there. But
because it ain't
it's the big one.
Or...
Like that's the big one. You can't lose to Philly in the playoffs. They're like, you just cannot have that happen. So this is a great opportunity to get a lot of reps. But I do agree with the 4-6-9. This is a game where Kellen's going to call 4 triple reverse plays. And that's where we like, what are we doing? What are we just go out there, do what we do, get over with the game, and come back with a victory. Don't try and get cute with anything.
Okay, can I at least ask one question?
Get somebody hurt.
Okay, do the first 3 triple reverses at least go well? Because if that's the case, then I'm like, you know what? You earned it. You know how we say pass rush is a privilege? I'm going to give the triple reverse as a privilege to Kellen Moore. So it's 21-0. He trots it out there, and you score a touchdown. Then I'm like, you know what? That's a great job you did there, buddy. Go ahead and fire up another one. It doesn't have to be a condescending buddy. It can. And then we'll give him the right to run more of his fantastical nerd plays.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though, is he's like, all right, so when he's sitting there with McCarthy this week, they're going, hey, let's roll out the vanilla game plan. All right, like that's their plan is we're going to roll out the vanilla game plan. We're going to say we're going to beat them. We're going to, move on with our lives. And Kellen's like, okay, vanilla, but I don't want to give away my dive right. I don't want them to know how we run that. They know already, dude. Go ahead and run it. Get the game over with. Move on with it. We don't have to do anything flashy. But as we are saying, this is a great opportunity for some of these reps for the defensive side, Kevin. It is an opportunity to throw in some of this trickery stuff that you might be able to show in the playoffs. Hell, yesterday, Reggie, when we were talking to Isaiah Stanback, he was like, hey, I know for a fact. Well, I don't remember if he said for a fact, but he was like, I guarantee you Kellen Moore has something in the bag for Kevontae Turpin whenever the playoffs come around because they haven't done it. They've shown, they've never done it though. So there's something in there for them. There's something in there for T.Y. We saw that come up against Philly.
Yeah, and
so
they're planning on deploying him even more going forward, it sounds
so
like.
So if you're like the intelligent things to do, Kevin, I think right now are to practice some of the things that can set up for later on because but you also still need to win the game. So you still have to do the things, the little details to ensure that I'm not weary at all. I'm really not weary at all. I'm going into this pretty confident that they're going to be able to take care of business and move on. But the Cowboys are really good against things they've seen. And it seems like things that they don't see typically, which Mike McCarthy says uncommon opponents. They don't seem to be great, and I don't know why that is.
I'm kind of going away from my own usual philosophy for this. Usually when people are like, oh, the Cowboys are going to lose in the playoffs, and I'm like, I get why you say that because of history. That doesn't necessarily have to carry over from season to season. I do feel like I carry some.
Yeah, if that was the case, then Dirk should have lost the finals in 2011 because he'd already lost to the Heat before.
And I feel like I should not carry that baggage, but there's some weird part of me that wonders if this game is going to end up being like really agitating in the first half. And then like you'll finally break it open in the third quarter and you'll win by, 17 points. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, we beat the spread, emphatic victory. And then people will jump in on the fan text and be like, oh, yeah, but midway through the third quarter it was tied or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm weary of is I hope because they've been getting off to faster starts. Now, I know the Turpin fumble like kind of killed that one start, but they've been getting off to faster starts in some of these games. Not Philly, obviously. So I would love for them to get off to a fast start and just really consistently space apart.
Yeah, I mean, if history was the thing, then we wouldn't have won the World Series, Kevin, when Josh Hamilton hit that home run. But here we are, and we did win that World Series because you have also blocked out what happened afterwards.
That's true. It was shocking that they just called the World Series when the ball was in the air. They're like, it was like a putt in golf. Is the St. Louis Cardinals just came out and waved it off, and they're like, nah, you caught it. It's fine. This is the most shocking ending to a World Series ever.
From the 619, Kevin, I like this question. Turpin, or actually it's a statement. Turpin gets his first kick return for a TD today. He did it in the preseason game.
Sure.
The Tennessee Titans are treating this like a preseason game. Do you think this could be the one tonight where I don't know if they get the first kickoff or whatever, but he gets a kickoff return and he takes it to the house?
Yeah, see, and that's what I would love. I would love your Cowboys bingo scoring tonight. Do you think we got to draw that up? Okay.
Yes.
All right. We will figure out the segment.
This game.
Text in right now. We'll get a head start on it.
I love it.
877-881-1053. Cowboys scoring bingo. Like, how do you want to draw this up? Because I guarantee you one of my spots on the bingo card is Turpin returns for a touchdown. And so, all right, we will try. Corey's in. He's looking for a pen. We will get this figured out. But, yes, Cowboys scoring bingo. And I hope that is the case. You don't just win this game. I would love for them to just take a step in the direction of the things that have agitated people. Get off to a fast start. Not have that big offensive mistake. Defense looks tighter. Even against a depleted Titans team, defense contains a more mobile quarterback. And, all those things you hope you see en route to an emphatic victory. I would love to see that. And, Corey, at some point, perhaps, we will get Cowboys scoring bingo going.
Yes, we absolutely will.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Texas Roadshow Card Shop. If you want to come out and see us off of 1836 Cannon Drive in Mansfield. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop here in Mansfield, and product is getting delivered. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on air. I don't want to start a frenzy of people trying to buy it before it's even out of the box.
I would like to start a frenzy.
Okay. But like an organized
You want a frenzy to happen, right? Well,
is that a thing?
Organized chaos is always a thing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Excellent. Now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Let's go. It's game day.
It is game day. All right, so we've come up with this concept of Cowboys scoring bingo. Is there any particular method by which you would like to see the Cowboys score this evening? We talked about Turpin making a return for a touchdown. Is there anything for you that you're like, I would like to see this happen?
Just score a bunch of touchdowns. I don't care how they do it. If Turpin gets one, if Zeke gets another to keep his streak going, if the defense gets one, right? Just score about 30 or 40 points and just put this thing away quickly.
Is this a opportunity, Mickey, to see kind of similar to Jalen Hurts and what the Eagles could do with Malik Willis, or is Malik Willis a different quarterback? And does Tennessee even have the scheme to like put that together that quickly for this game?
Well, here, let me answer your question this way. He started 3 games. He's 25 of 49 for 234 yards, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions. His completion percentage is 51%, and he's got a quarterback rating of 39. So any of that sound like Hurts?
I think maybe
Hurts last year, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, I think
what you're asking, and he has run the ball 20 times for 95 yards, but 43 of those were against the Texans. So I don't know that he's in that same category of them running him like called plays. I mean, he's also in those 3 starts, he's been sacked 10 times. So to me, that means he's not real elusive getting out of the pocket. I think this young man has a ways to go, and but yeah, I don't know that he's that style where they're going to call, quarterback sweeps or quarterback draws on purpose. The way they normally would play is hand the ball to Derrick Henry, right? Yeah. Well, it sounds very doubtful that he's going to play, so they'll be handing the ball to Hassan Haskins instead. And I'm sure that's what they want to do, just run the ball, try to, drain clock, and just kind of stay close that you can make a play or two and put the pressure on the Cowboys.
Whenever they say, like, specifically in the instance of Derrick Henry, I know, like, doubtful means doubtful, but is there ever anything that, like, how often do you see somebody go from doubtful to active, and, like, what are the circumstances usually involved in something like that?
Yeah, you know what? I think that's pretty rare that you list a guy doubtful. I think a lot of times you list a guy doubtful because he did something during the week. I think his doubtful is because they want to rest him for next week.
Sure.
And, unlike the NBA, there's no load management in the NFL, or at least they don't admit to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why he's doubtful. I'm sure he could play if they wanted him to, but they don't want to list him as questionable and then say, oh, no, we decided that he's too hurt, because I don't think he's too hurt. They just need to rest him, and I'm thinking that's what they're doing with all 8 guys they've already ruled out, half of those on defense. They're just saying, you know what, we can buy these guys another week. Everybody's got a little something at this time, and have them ready to play in the game that counts next week against Jacksonville.
So this is the closest to load management that we're likely to see.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Because
without saying it, right?
Yeah, because I know, like, technically Tennessee could win this game, lose next week, get a buttload of help. But, like, the most logical outcome for both Tennessee and Jacksonville is just win next week and you're in. And if you lose, you're overwhelmingly likely to be out. Yeah, unless for some reason the wild card thing works out for you. And it doesn't sound like it would do that with these teams. Although, I mean, if you look at it right now in the AFC, there's 4 teams right now at 7-8. So yeah, that's a lot of tiebreaker if you if you win once you lose. So yeah, that game, their best way to get in is to win the division, of course.
What would you expect to see regarding the Tyron Smith, Jason Peters rotation this evening?
I think that rotation's over with. I think Tyron Smith's your starting right tackle. I mean, he has played, I think, pretty well over there. So I don't see them rotating anything. I think Jason Peters, along with Josh Ball, will serve as the backup tackles. And Ball has actually played a little guard, too, so he can probably serve as a little backup guard also. So, but I think that's the way they're going. I don't think that, I don't think they need to spell Tyron Smith. He looked like in this last game he was good to go, and I think that's the way they'll go forward. Because the more snaps he gets, the better he'll be by the time they get to the playoffs.
Would you expect 100% snaps from him tonight, or is there a place where you're like, that's
more
enough?
Load management?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying
to. Yeah, it might be some load management, not to overdo it, right? To see how things work out. But if you look at what he did, let's see, last game he played 70. He played all. I wanted to make sure because they list him as T. Smith and T. Smith on the snap count. Both T. Smith played 100%. So
okay.
I think
that makes it easier to figure out.
He's in there until if they get to the point, and it rarely happens with the Cowboys. You get into the fourth quarter and you're winning by 30 points. Then I could see them saying, okay, go sit down. But other than that, I think, he's good to go for the game.
I know the stock line in games like this, and I certainly agree, and we've seen it come home against the Cowboys, is this is an NFL team with NFL players. But is there any part of you that feels like the Cowboys are competing maybe more with themselves in this game than a Titans team that is missing a bunch of folks?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think this is about the Cowboys. This is about them continuing to build some momentum, trying to get better, getting some of the young guys that they have to play now going forward, more snaps, more experience, and just take care of yourself. And then the other thing is, don't start the game with the first possession pick six for a touchdown, right?
That makes sense.
Don't
unless you're on defense.
Unnecessary adversity that you have to keep overcoming. It'd be nice and it's a short week. You didn't get much practice in. This is your third game in 12 days. Just get it done and get out, right? And get home and enjoy the weekend, and then get ready for the final game of the season. And keep an eye on the Eagles on Sunday. You don't have to worry about that now, but you'll be watching that game on Sunday for sure.
And then what kind of pandemonium would set in if the Eagles did lose on Sunday?
Oh, my gosh. I can't even imagine.
Corey's already setting up for the pandemonium.
I love pandemonium.
Well, think about it. I don't know what you guys seen so far, but it doesn't sound like Hurts is playing.
Although he does recover faster than all of us.
Yeah, right. I understand that. Yeah. more load management talk, right?
For real, yeah.
And so, yeah. But I mean, hey, Gardner Minshew threw for 355 yards, right? So
he did.
And it is the Saints. So, yeah, we'll see where that one happens. But again, it's just about you. Take care of yourself. Yeah, I agree with you. And I don't think you have to worry about who's playing or who's not playing for Tennessee. The fact that they've lost 5 straight games, they're playing a backup quarterback without much experience whatsoever. Just go out there and be you. Take care of yourself, and get out of here, go home, and get a good night's sleep.
Well, with all that in mind, then, Mickey, what is your prediction for this evening?
Well, not knowing how long they'll play the starters, sounding like I'm picking them to win, right? I chose the score 31-16 based on, in Willis's 3 starts, the Titans have scored 17, 17, and 14.
Oh, so you use math to get to 16.
So I
like
come
that.
up with 16.
Man, look at him.
Pretty scientific, right?
That last part is scientific.
He goes to Nashville, the city of music, and he decides, you know what, I'm using math.
Ooh, have you seen any bachelorette parties out there? Because it is the bachelorette capital of at least the United States, if not the world.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
true.
Yeah, the Strip is the place
I should
to
have gone
be.
out more last night then, huh?
Oh, well, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, Mickey. Thank you very much.
I thought that's what you were suggesting, right?
I mean,
absolutely,
suggesting for sure. All right, we will catch up with
I listen to you guys, right? I do what you say, right?
We will catch up with you tomorrow after the game. Thank you very much, good sir.
Have a good day. See you.
Love you, Mickey.
There you go. He was already gone.
Oh, he was already gone. Yeah, I'm going to blame it on that.
Thank you very much, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. I just have something real quick. I know we have My Buddy's an Idiot coming up later, but I just want to see if this agitates you because this kind of perplexes me. So ESPN's analytics projectionist predicted all the scores for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, all right, let's go.
So
how right have they been this season? Have they done that?
I have not done that research yet.
okay,
I'm going to say not a lot based on these.
Yeah.
Based on these. All right. So I'm going to skip ahead to Week 18. Then we're going to round back to tonight's game.
All right.
Week 18, Cowboys against the Commanders. Final score, Cowboys 47, Commanders 7.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay.
I can absolutely see that.
Now, okay.
Although, doesn't that allow the Packers into the playoffs if the Packers win?
They would also have to beat the Lions.
Yeah,
Which
okay.
they do have the Packers beating the Lions 37-10. All right. So it seems like are you on board with
Packers can't
this?
play offense right now.
Well,
I've watched all their games. Aaron Rodgers is not starting for me this week.
here's the problem that goes along with this. Their prediction for tonight's game, Cowboys win 16-13.
That's fine.
It's not fine.
Win by 3.
No.
It means you played most of your backups the game.
Yeah.
You win by 3. Tennessee played as hard as they could. You played as hard as you had to.
I guarantee you this. This is coming from a person who doesn't have to do this show tomorrow. Because you know damn good and well
Everybody
that if
will be
the
fine
Cowboys,
tomorrow.
No,
Everybody
if
will
the
be happy.
Cowboys win by 3 points, they're like, we're going to lose to Tampa by 28 points, or we might get stomped by Carolina. You know that's going to happen.
Kevin, I've started the bingo card. I've
Oh, great.
started laying it out. I'm getting tweets right now.
Is it
putting
because
up
of
on
the free
Twitter.
space?
What?
Yeah, the free space is a star.
Oh, yeah, it is a star. I'm starting to get tweets on Twitter about what should be on this.
Makes sense.
I think I may have made an error in that I put Pollard 20-plus yard TD, and everybody's going, Pollard's not playing tonight, baby. He's questionable right now.
Hey, look, it's a corner spot, all right? So it could be a pivot spot.
Okay.
I understand.
All
You're
right.
killing one of the potential diagonals.
We have plenty of content, though, coming in on Twitter of people making suggestions. It's almost like Cowboys Price is Right.
Ooh, I like it. Coming up next, though, we're live at the Texas Roadshow Car Shop in Mansfield. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion or think they can take away people's press credentials? We'll figure it all out next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, live at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. If you want to come out, see some great cards, see the Great Wall of Texas, see the Great Card Wall of Texas. I should probably clarify that. Get some great deals. See us. We're having a fun time out here. And then also tonight, RJ Choppy is hosting a gambling chat during the game on the BetQL app. You just got to download the app to join. It's free. And you get to party with RJ Choppy.
Did Sean and Bobby say they were doing something tonight, too, during the game?
They're still probably putting money on whether or not Payton can kiss a gal on New Year's Eve. Although, I guess we did not get clarification. Kiss somebody on New Year's Eve. Yeah. I should not be so small-minded.
Yeah, that's the way that it's going to go, man, is I just realized I gave you your Christmas present, and there's a sticker on it.
Yeah. It says it's – so is Corey – an idiot for giving me a Christmas present that has a sticker on it that says it's for Big Papa? That is my question to start off, my buddies.
What's really funny about this is Kevin and I re-gifted the bag.
Sure, I was able to piece that mystery together. Thanks, Daniel Craig.
I do declare.
But what's even funnier about that is we all made a joke about it whenever we opened this bag that it said for Big Papa.
Sure.
And it was actually Adrian's bag. So we don't know who Big Papa actually is at this point. I'm going to presume it looks like that is my niece's names, my sister, and her husband.
What is the sticker usage rate at which you get rid of a bag? Like, I get it. You can put a sticker over that. I get it. At some point, do you try to peel the sticker off, realize it's a mess underneath there, and bail on the bag, or do you double down with more stickers?
No, you get some acetone.
Oh, my gosh. You don't, Reggie. No, Reggie does not do that. The man who's like, I'm going to go for the most fun and the least amount of work, you are not acetoning your Christmas bag.
How much work do you think acetone actually is?
I worked with acetone for a while. It was a lot of work for me.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
For a sticker?
Exactly.
Yeah,
just get a new gift bag. Look, just hoard all the gift bags. If the one thing I did learn at Christmas.
Kevin, not all of us have gift bag money.
Oh, no.
Man, that's really
no.
true.
Okay.
I can afford whole pizzas.
Oh, my God, yeah. Here's the thing, as I realized this year, is we hosted Christmas Eve for my family and Christmas Day for Jess's family, is people just leave a lot of those gift bags behind.
Yep.
So we just kind of gathered them up, and a couple of them we had to put out of circulation because they were stupid looking.
Oh,
I was like, no.
Is that a stupid looking bag?
No, that's a great one. It's got a penguin on it.
I picked it out myself.
Yeah, obviously.
Penguins are elite.
Yes, penguins are elite. All right, so my buddy's an idiot.
That's never been said. In the history
Nobody
of the
thinks
world,
penguins are elite?
No, I'm not saying that. It's just never been said before.
Yeah,
Reggie just said something nobody's ever said before.
And Reggie is a genius. I would love to host a show with him someday.
Never going to happen. Not
perhaps
once.
tomorrow.
I hosted with him for 2 days. It was fantastic.
If you go to a zoo, you want to know how immersive is this zoo. Do they have the cold part in the back where the penguins are? Because if they do, like the Dallas World Aquarium, that's next level right there,
Yes,
and you're
it is.
excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody wants to go see the penguins. That's a fact.
For sure. Is from the 682, the Mavs are idiots if they don't make a move before the deadline after Luka's one-of-a-kind performance against the Knicks.
Idiots or just incapable? Because I don't know if
merge those.
You do have to have somebody else that's willing to trade.
You're
with
right.
You.
And until you get this draft pick conveyed to the Knicks, you don't have your full arsenal of pieces.
Well, you could take off that protection and then change that situation to where now you do have picks that you could trade.
Take the protection off?
Which,
That's right.
mean, that's how you end
With
up
consent. With
exactly,
consent.
with consent.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a gamble. I think that's a fair statement. Don't do that without consent. That's not cool. I think I would be willing to take that protection off. So, well, son of a gun. In the basketball context, so we can move forward with asset management if I was the Mavericks. But I realize the gamble that comes along with that.
Hold on, you take the protection off of it?
Yes. In the basketball context.
What's the worst you think that could happen to the Mavericks?
Well, I mean, the worst case scenario would be you do get a top 10 pick that you would have kept. And so, like,
how?
I mean,
their record's not going to be that bad.
I don't know. I think you're right.
Okay.
But haven't we seen enough flashes from the Mavericks where they show, like, I can see how this team got to the Western Conference Finals, and then they show, like, well, I don't know how the hell we're going to win another game this year.
Luka gets hurt. You're in the law.
Exactly. And then,
so I guess that makes a lot of sense.
The worst case scenario would be you, for the first time in history, go up in the lottery and miss the chance at Wemby or Scoot. And you're like, well, son of a gun, those were potentially franchise-changing talents. And that's a pretty...
like the Rangers. The Rangers got lucky in the lottery this year.
Yeah, they did. They did.
But then they lose their second and third round pick.
You know what? That's fine. The Mavericks need to figure some of that out from the 817. My cousin's an Eagles fan. I'm done. That's my buddy's an idiot entry. See, I like it
Stupid
because
cousin.
you get how this segment
Do you say that
works.
to your cousin, dude? You're like, you're stupid for being an Eagles fan.
I'm not going to sit. I mean, if my cousin was an Eagles fan, I would absolutely say that. From the 806, my buddy's an idiot because he always thought Patrick Mahomes was only good because he could just dump the ball right off to Tyreek Hill. He always has excuses.
So he didn't watch football then?
Yeah, it seems like that you weren't watching football like that. Reggie,
that's a bold take.
Yeah, elaborate more, Reggie, on your bold take.
Well, this is the thing about Patrick Mahomes, right? There's some things about quarterbacks that are nuanced that, you need the more advanced, people who have played the game or people who know the nitty-gritty to be able to tell you that this is awesome. Patrick Mahomes does stuff that makes it evident to children that he is incredible at this thing. Like, how do you throw the football when you're horizontal to the ground and get it 20, 30 yards down? It doesn't make sense. He does nonsense. He does and one football all the time. I feel like that should be evident.
I don't know. Ooh, we do have a point of contention about the Penguins being elite. People are asking, but people are asking if it's been said before because of the early 90s Pittsburgh Penguins. That's a different context from the Penguins?
I think that counts.
Flightless birds.
That would count, but I'm betting. I'm gonna go look at all the newspaper headlines from the 1980s. Museum.com. Museum is what it is, I believe.
What?
Museum carries all the front pages.
Are you about to dip into microfilm and stuff?
Yeah, the microfilm. I'm gonna go look at all of it and confirm whether or not this has ever been used. I have to. Otherwise, what are we doing as a show?
Okay.
I don't want to provide false information to the Tolos.
True.
I don't know about a lot of the things that you just said. And from the 469, actually, I think 80% of penguin species don't live in the cold. Fair enough. Just at the doubt. I don't have a great deal of interactions with penguins that don't come in a zoo-like setting. I have to admit, I don't believe I've ever interacted with a penguin in a non-zoo setting.
I watch penguins in Madagascar all the time.
Does that count? Okay.
I don't know.
And I watched Atypical, where the main character is obsessed with penguins. So if that counts, I would like to say that as well.
My buddy is an idiot. I was sitting in the rehab. The buddy is him.
Okay.
I was sitting in rehab with my mom, who's nursing a broken hip, watching the Cowboys-Eagles game. I make a bet that the Eagles are going to come back and win. The bet was I have to drink her Ensure shakes.
Oh,
Ensure is great. What do you mean?
She needs to drink those for her hip, dude.
Right.
Have y'all had Ensure before?
I guess not. And also, you would buy her more, right? You're not taking away from her stash to make her hip better.
Right.
I think that needs to be part of the deal. You have to drink the drink and replace it. Because otherwise, he's like, well, joke's on you, Mom. Now your hip's not going to heal.
Maybe
That's not okay.
Maybe she doesn't like them, and she's like, you have to drink these. And he's like, whatever, deal. And now, so maybe that is the case. Maybe, and Reggie, you say Ensure's great. You don't know what flavor it is. What if it's a flavor you don't like?
There are some flavors that just don't go over well.
That is a good point. All right, here's my combo question. Do you like insure the drink or insurance better? And then also rank the eliteness of Penguins. Danny DeVito as the Penguin, the early 1990s Pittsburgh Penguins, or the Penguin the animal?
Oh, can I throw in Colin Farrell's Penguin?
It was a good Penguin.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good Penguin. I didn't even know it was Colin Farrell. I was like, who's this new actor that's jumping on the scene?
He's trapped in that phone booth the whole time.
That's a different movie.
Oh, okay.
That's a different. Is Netflix making a series about his the one where he's a good shooter or something like that?
Are they?
Yeah, I think Netflix did make the.
As long as they keep making Alice in Borderland, I don't care. Would you? I love that show.
Okay, I'll have to watch it.
But I loved it a couple of years ago too. All right, how would you rank the eliteness of those Penguins? The animal, the early '90s Pittsburgh Penguins, Colin Farrell, or Danny DeVito? Those are your 4 Penguin.
The actual
options.
Penguin is one. The actual real life Penguins.
Okay.
Colin Farrell, DeVito, then the Pittsburgh.
Those
Penguins.
Pittsburgh Penguins won back-to-back Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
Oh, you sound like a big Steelers fan right now.
You know what? That gets me in trouble a lot already. So I guess I will put them last as well. I'll take the Danny DeVito Penguins second behind Penguin the Animal, and then Colin Farrell, not trapped in the phone booth, as third. All right.
Recruit. Recruit. That's what the movie was.
Oh, yeah. Is that what Tom Brady's ex? Is Reggie, what is your Penguin hierarchy rankings?
Penguin
Is the
Animal,
sentence.
Colin Farrell. Give me the 90s Penguins, and then Danny DeVito's Penguin last.
Oh, but he ran for mayor and everything. We're the KNC Masterpiece. That happened in that movie. Don't forget. Coming up next, live at the Texas Roadshow Coverage Shop in Mansfield. And I never will. Coming up next, are the Cowboys a good enough team to take guys out of this game early? Plus, we might need to talk a little CeeDee Lamb. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Texas Roadshow Car Shop in Mansfield. We are open. We are rolling 1836 Cannon Drive in Mansfield. And if you're looking for something tonight, RJ Choppy going to be on the BetQL app rolling along during the game. So if you want to hang out with him, free download, just hop on the app. Are the Cowboys a good enough team to pull players out early in this game?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
You're right. The answer to that question is yes, they are.
Unequivocally, you're right. Yes. Can we also agree, though, that sometimes the Cowboys do things that go against the idea of how awesome they are? Like, I think there is little doubt that they're one of the best 6 teams in the NFL.
Yes.
Like, whenever people are like, oh, the Cowboys are frauds, they're not contenders. Yes, they are. They're one of the best 6 teams in the NFL per power rankings, per gambling, per record, per whatever you want to go off of. But sometimes they do things that do not accurately represent what I feel is their current status in the NFL standings.
If only one team wins the Super Bowl, correct?
Sure.
Is that how this
Yes.
works now?
They changed it
recently. So every year, every other team is a fraud except for the one that wins the Super Bowl, or is it different than that? Like, can the Cowboys not win the Super Bowl and also not be fraudulent?
I think it is. They have to make the NFC Championship game or it's fraudulent because that's the post that we've all selected. I'm not going to lie, I've selected that as well.
But that could, your opinion on that could very well change if something catastrophic happened in a playoff game that was leading to that.
I also think, like, let's say they go up and play like Philly in the divisional round, and you lose. I'm just going to go 23-20, right? And then Philly beats the 49ers by 14 points in the conference championship game. And then Philly beats Buffalo, Kansas City, whoever your team of Cincinnati, whoever your team of choice is there, by 14-17 points. Do you not reflect on that and be like, oh, big time pulls happening here at Texas Roadshow? I don't know.
That was awesome.
It was enough to skip around and do a high five laugh, whatever the pull was right there. If you want to show us, we definitely want to see it.
My understanding is that he was doing the trade-up challenge, and I'm feeling like maybe he flipped that into something special as well, Kevin. So.
An autographed green refractor parallel of Bobby Witt Jr.
You are kidding me.
All right, that
is awesome.
an outstanding pull.
That is awesome.
Right there. Oh, yeah. Okay, we might have to dump part of that, Reggie, if you caught that. We might have to dump part of that. But look, when you pull a card like that, enthusiasm runs wild. But that's the thing, is I think you're right. It's how they end up going out if they don't win the Super Bowl or make it to the Super Bowl or whatever. Because on the flip side, let's say there was an upset. You go to San Francisco and you get out-physicaled and lose by, again, I'm going to just use the sweet spot of 14-17 points. Then I feel like people will be like, I told you, they were frauds. They were frauds last year. They're frauds this year again. I do not believe they are frauds. That doesn't mean they'll win the Super Bowl. I don't believe they're frauds.
Okay, all right. And that's where, like, I don't think they are either. I think they are, as you were saying, one of the top 6 teams in the league, and one of those teams that can impose their will against any opponent in the league. They can play Kansas City. I think they can beat Kansas City. I think they can beat any team in the league. I don't think there's a team that they can't beat.
Agree.
And the Cowboys, I mean, you can say that Jalen Hurts being on the off the field is a factor there.
He don't play defense.
Gardner Minshew had a pretty good game, and they still beat the Gardner Minshew-led Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
Even though they did force him to have four turnovers.
Sure.
So that did happen. I think they are a good enough team to walk out on the field and say, we have done enough today. We don't need to do any more. And I know, Kevin, this might even really throw itself in the face of this conversation and even lose the game and walk away from it. I don't think that they want to because simply Philadelphia plays Sunday. And so if Philadelphia won before the Cowboys stepped on the field, you still could do that.
Right.
But Philadelphia plays Sunday. They have a purpose for playing tonight. I think they're one of those. There might be about 7-8 teams that are capable of saying, we can do this tonight. We can walk out there. We're going to put enough on the field in the first 2.5 quarters that we can pull everybody early. I think they can do that against this team tonight.
Okay, and this is one of the times, there's not a lot of these times. This is one of the times I kind of wish I understood better how the news cycle worked on a market-by-market basis. Like, wouldn't you have just loved this last week to be dropped into the Philly market to see how that ebbed and flowed, right? Because to your point, the Cowboys lose this game or they win by, I'm going to even say 3 to 7 points. I have a distinct feeling that tomorrow sky is falling. I told you the Cowboys were no good and everything like that. So I want to know was that the case in Philly? You had a 10-0 lead on a gift touchdown, and you got outscored the rest of the way by 16 points. Jalen Hurts was out, but he doesn't play defense. You gave up 40 points after you had a 10-point lead. I want to know, did they analyze it from that perspective and say, this team might be in a lot of trouble, Jalen Hurts coming back or not, because that defense got absolutely shredded by the Cowboys? I don't know, because, nationally, what I heard, and that is not always reflective.
Nationally does not reflect locally as
absolutely.
Enough.
Is nationally, it was like, hey, the Cowboys won, that's cool, but Jalen Hurts didn't play. And I was like, okay, but the Eagles beat the Cowboys without Dak Prescott, and I feel like that's kind of gotten lost to very short history. And so I'm just curious if we were in those local markets, if they're like, all we've talked about all week is how much our defense sucks. If you're in Philly. That's what I'm curious about. Because my fear is if you do not, beat the brakes off of the Titans tonight from the word go, these people are going to be like, this team sucks.
I do wonder, Charles Gardner-Johnson was out, and what is it that Darius Slay said on the 3rd and 30 was, hey, everybody's got to do their job. That's the safety over top. Charles Gardner-Johnson's out. Does he do his job better? And I'm sure if I'm a Philly – I'm sure the people in Philadelphia are probably saying, we were missing this or whatever, and they're coming up with their reasons that everything would match up. It's later down the road that the Cowboys might even get to them, so that's no worry for the next 4 weeks, I guess.
Yeah,
but I see where you're going with that. I don't think that they're in that mindset because, Kevin, they're at the top right now. They're at the top of the food chain. They're the ones that have been running through everybody else all season. They haven't really. What was their main hiccup? They lost a weird game to the Cowboys. They also had one other little hiccup, and
they
other
barely
than that,
eked by the Colts.
The Cowboys fans are sitting there going, "How did you lose to Green Bay? How did you lose to Jacksonville?
Sure.
We understand Tampa, and we understand losing to Philly early when you didn't have your quarterback. But how do you lose these other games? I don't think anybody in Philadelphia has that right now, but maybe it's a good thing that the Cowboys have that. That they're like, we still haven't done enough. We haven't accomplished enough. And the Eagles are like, we're satisfied with this at the moment.
What do you consider taking players out of this game early? I get it before the game's over. Is there a time frame
in the middle of the third quarter? You have scored your 33rd point, and or 35th point, and you're like, okay, now we are done. And that doesn't even. I'm really not even defining what the opponent has. I'm presuming it's like a 35-10 situation, and you're like, all right, now it's time. There's no way we can lose this game from here if we just continue to do what we do well.
Okay, and that's what I was curious about because, you've heard Dak say it. We've heard multiple players throughout this week and last week say, hey, we've got stuff that we need to fix. We've got stuff that we need to fine-tune. So that's why I was curious. If it's a 14-point game midway through the third quarter, I would, of course, assume that
I'm fine with that, too.
Yeah, that they're like, we got to keep going, and let's build it up. And this is this is a dress rehearsal for us as well to get ready for hopefully a Commanders game that means something, or if not, an NFC South playoff game that means something.
Because here's the deal, Kevin. If Micah Parsons has said out loud, getting touched by offensive linemen as often as I do, I am now, I'm touched on every play.
Sure.
I need to take some of those plays away before we get to the playoffs. I need to find a way for him to get some of that back because maybe I'm hoping that we're not rolling out all of our intensive defensive pressure anymore against some uncommon opponents and opponents that really don't matter that much. I'm hoping that that's the case. If it's not, Kevin, we have problems. Jerry said that the other day. He said he went and looked with Will McClay. He watched film with Will McClay, and Will McClay told him, look, there are areas where technique and we can add a wrinkle to our defense that can help us out. Hopefully that's just the situation, as the game plan's been a little vanilla the last few weeks. If not, then you got to find other ways to make sure your bodies are fresh. And some of the rotation, now that Hankins has been out for a while, that's changed some of the way that the rotations have gone.
I did like the news that came out where they seemed more confident in the status of LVE and Hankins for the playoffs, as opposed to just sometimes, look, I love the Cowboys. Sometimes we just say things to say them. It's like, oh, yeah, no, he'll be back for the playoffs. What is that based on? Oh, yeah, no,
you a doctor?
Dak might only miss 2 or 3 games. Don't worry about it. Like, what is that based on? What kind of medical information have we received to determine that? And so, like, I am confident in that. I know a lot of people are curious about the status of Tony Pollard tonight. And then somebody even said, please help me out. This is championship fantasy ramifications on the line right here. Wouldn't and they keep saying questionable, game time decision, 50-50. Wouldn't your guess be like you don't see a lot of him if you see him? Or do you think he's just not going to play at all? All right, so if you say not play at all, he plays, but it's a scaled down version, or he goes full out.
He didn't practice at all this week.
Yeah.
So, like, that tells me that he's not playing. This is you saw Bobby's post yesterday. This is the best production you've gotten out of him compared to the previous 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Like, the previous 2 seasons, Tony Pollard's numbers are beyond, not only in, like, quantity, but also in efficiency. Like, the 2 of those go together now, in that he's averaging, 9.5 yards per touch in the rushing and receiving game combined. So I would say, because he didn't play much, or he didn't practice at all this week, you do have more time to rest before your last game against Washington. Maybe you give Zeke off against Washington, and then you roll into the playoffs with 2 fresh running backs. That's how I would approach it this week. And so I'm saying he doesn't play at all tonight.
Does that change at all? Like, that makes 100% sense to me. Tony Pollard aside, I think you're probably spot on about that. Does that change if Philly were to also lose to New Orleans? Then do you have to just go and you win tonight?
Absolutely.
Then you have to just go all hands on deck. Like, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you can plan it out. You can look at the week 1 and go, well, Dak sent down. We're never going to be able to win again. But then what happens? Cooper Rush wins some games, and you're like, whoa, hold on, that changed everything. So, yeah, man, you can absolutely change based on the outcome that comes across the board somewhere.
From the 682, hell no. Tonight, we're going to pull those players. It's going to be the Cooper Rush and Noah Brown show, baby.
Just both of them out there?
Does that mean Cooper Rush is, like, there early in the game to hook up with Noah Brown? And from the 469, this goes along with, I really want to do a segment, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, is the little parts of language that annoy you. It's almost 2023. Can we stop calling digital video film and they just want to say the video?
What do you want? That's not even video, right? At this point, now it's digital stream. It's my stream. I was watching the stream last night.
Habits are hard to break.
It was a strong stream.
If you could tell me you can convince, stop that.
Wait, you said what?
You heard what he said. If you could tell me you've convinced all the coaches to stop saying I looked at the film, because you are a good generation. You're a good generation away from phasing those coaches out. And so I hear
I like good generation.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't think it's going to happen. And then other people are speculating, could Tony Pollard play more sparingly, get to 1,000 yards? And I do think that's a number that matters. But under Corey's scenario, he wouldn't be ready tonight, and you would play Zeke, and then next week against the Commanders, you would rest Zeke and roll Pollard out there more in an attempt to have some time off for both of them, and then hopefully he would be able to reach his 1,000 yards.
All right, Kevin, on our bingo card for tonight's
game.
we
need more
I currently
entries.
have, here's what I have, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, and Kevin, you can add a couple here too. We'll add some throughout the rest of the show. I have the triple reverse.
Sure.
So we'll see one of those, a Bland interception.
Oh, okay.
A Turpin return for a touchdown.
Ooh, I like that.
Lamb plus 100 yards.
Oh, okay.
Parsons 2 sacks. Because, again, Kevin, it's playing out.
Sure.
2 sacks or 0 sacks. It's just
Did
the way
he not
that it
have
goes.
one in one of them?
I don't know.
I hear your point.
Pollard plus 20-yard touchdown.
Okay, I would like to add, could we add, this might need to be in like a less central place, Dak 3+ touchdowns.
I'll put it right there.
Then a defensive touchdown. Because I know you have a bland interception, but what about a defensive touchdown and potentially a special teams block? I know these are tougher, but if Tennessee is putting up the white flag with no logo on it, then I think perhaps you have the opportunity to get a few more things going.
All right, text in 877-881-1053 or hit me up on Twitter at @InTheMajors, and I'll add those to the bingo card for tonight.
Maher 50-plus yard field goal.
Somebody said 55-plus on Twiter. Do we go with 55-plus or do we go with 50?
You know what? We've gotten desensitized because now it feels like you kick a 51-yarder, you're like, sure. I still think that you should be like, wow, great work.
That's impressive.
Yeah. And then somebody wants to add a Cooper Rush touchdown on there. Are you prepared? Because that fits what you were talking about, of potentially pulling players, or either that or something disastrous has happened. And do we have room for a safety on the bingo card, or are now we playing with fire?
Somebody on Twitter said a record-breaking 4 safeties in one game.
Can we take that Cooper Rush touchdown and make it a little bit more palatable for the board and make it a non-Dak throwing touchdown?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Reggie, are you calling for some semblance of razzle-dazzle?
Look, man, Kellen Moore likes pulling out the trickeration every once in a while. Maybe he gets, Kevontae Turpin throwing a touchdown.
Okay, you know what I would love to see is you knock off 2 spots with that. You get the triple reverse done, and then Turpin with the touchdown pass, and you double up on the spots right there.
A triple reverse throwing touchdown attempt would result in like the deep safety getting a sack because it takes that long to get this up.
But isn't that the ultimate Kellen Moore fever dream?
Are we opening with a flea flicker here? Is that what we want to
No, because I think people will be expecting it. That's the issue. You would have scored a touchdown on that play with Jason Garrett guaranteed. There's no way in hell anybody would have ever predicted that is what was going to happen. Now, along to go with that, do we want to make a more basic Cowboys win as one of these spots, or are you looking for next level right here?
This is all this is very similar to Cowboys prices right. I want some crazy stuff that actually could happen.
T.Y. Hilton touchdown and a Diggs interception, or a couple more suggestions. All right, we'll keep the suggestions coming, and we will figure this card out and have it finish at some point in the show as we are live from Texas Roadshow in Mansfield. Coming up next, Luka needs a recovery beer. What other things require recovery beer in your life? Even I have a couple answers.
What? Okay.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Sewell Automotive and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield, and I know what you might be thinking. Make your way out to come see us in Mansfield at Texas Roadshow, and if you can, that would be lovely. We would love to see it. If you can't make it today, you're working or whatever reason, fear not. Texas Roadshow, we're hoping at the beginning of next week, potentially on January 2nd, will be unveiling their brand new app so you can check out all the deals and everything that we've been talking about every time we're out here.
Did you say a brand new nap?
App. Don't take a nap.
Two different words.
Until you get home. It's app that we're talking about.
So I can't even take a nap on the ride home today, is what you're saying?
Unless somebody is coming to pick you up, do not do that. So
Fine.
Obviously Tuesday night, Luka put up a historic stat line, and he said after the game he was tired as hell and he needed a recovery beer.
Yes.
So you have concocted this question, which I think is genius. I like your question so much I've come up with two answers. What do you need a recovery beer after? And the very first answer I saw was, I need a recovery beer after drinking too many beers.
Yes.
Is that accurate? That sounds troublesome.
And Sean Sharif actually can help you out with this one.
Okay.
I've heard him also say that you wake up the next day, you realize, man, I didn't get any sugars taken in before I went to bed. I didn't take the right amount of Advil or whatever. And so then the next day you're waking up and you're like, oh my gosh, a little foggy. So you're like, well, I might as well pour another one and just get the day started and kind of rest in, because it'll put you in that kind of state just a little bit. But that's not good for you. I mean, it's still not good for you. But yes, sometimes after a long night of drinking, as they say, hair of the dog, Kevin, you need to just throw. That's the only option. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't drink dog hair. That's a fact, unless that's your thing.
That is a weird expression. I've never really thought about it from that perspective.
Reggie said two things that I don't think anybody's ever said before.
He is a content
He's on fire
machine.
today.
I think you're wrong. I think people have said these things.
Nobody's ever said that.
I never heard them. From the 817, to be fair, I also can't wait for a new nap. So they're excited about the Texas Roadshow app and for themselves for a new nap. So I thought of a couple of things.
Okay, all right. And I do want to say, Twitter went nuts with it afterwards.
Oh, great.
And there's some Twitter ones. I want to see the fan text as well.
I do not drink, but if I were, it might be in these scenarios. After mowing the lawn in the summer.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there are plenty
That's
of
a great time for a beer.
There are plenty of times that are still in the hot season for Texas, but it's that July, August that just hits different. I think that would be the perfect time for a beer, because not only are you hot, you got something accomplished.
Yes.
All right. But secondly,
beer after chore or after task? Absolutely.
What about
Good
beer?
call.
Is beer after sex a thing? I know
Absolutely.
I know the
Coming in right
cigarette.
now.
Okay, because I best know like the cigarette after sex
dinner and
everything.
sex. Those are the two times for a cigarette.
And this is where I'm going to nerd out.
Or sexy dinner.
Oh yes. When is the last time you had a sexy dinner, Reggie?
It's been a while, unfortunately.
What constitutes a sexy dinner?
It could be the place. Could be the way your date's looking. Could be the
What about
food.
one of those blindfolded dinners? Is that sexy?
I feel like I would stab myself in the face with a fork.
Or find out you're eating a hand.
Oh my gosh.
Vinegar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I almost forgot what I was going to say. Luckily, I wrote it down.
Yeah, you did write it down.
Is the other time I feel like I would need a beer, because I felt that way this year after balancing the checkbook after Christmas. Because, look, when you put things on the credit card, it's easy to forget if they don't go directly into your checkbook.
Absolutely.
And then you pay off those bills. Oh, yeah.
This is 1993?
Yes. Look, like many things I do in life, Reggie, from reading the actual newspaper to balancing my checkbook, some things happen old-timey for me. I still like to do the crossword puzzle, too. Then you reflect harder on your purchases. Beforehand, I love this person or this person. And afterwards, you're like, did I really love them $137 worth? Like, was that a smart purchase?
Probably not.
So
yeah.
I think after balancing the Christmas checkbook, time for a beer.
Yeah, there was one of the Santa brought a present, and we looked at it afterwards and we're like, was it really?
Yeah, because
did Santa really have to do that?
It's all great because you love that person, you want to get them something cool or something they'll really like or blah, 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 blah. And then after the fact, you're like, I got caught up in Christmas fever.
From the 254, I want to say that the KNC Masterpiece is the best show on the Fan, but don't tell the other guys. I don't want to hurt their feelings.
I will not.
I will make sure that they don't hear that.
Okay.
From the I need a recovery beer after helping Santa deliver all these packages for UPS. And I can understand that. After a day of work, recovery beer, especially one of those days, recovery beer is a big deal.
That is an interesting concept, is Santa using the United States Post Office and FedEx and UPS and Amazon as his, like, assistants.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be like the elves at the mall and stuff like that. Now is it the delivery service?
No. Are there just a whole bunch of unemployed elves now?
Look, man, the economy hits people different up in the North Pole. I don't know.
I don't think that they're unemployed elves. I think
we've retrained them?
I think what happened is that when he started Christmas, Santa Claus.
Sure. Was that like 1975?
Yeah, something like that.
No, it was way earlier.
There were less people on the planet, and he didn't expect the inflation of,
That's a good point.
People. And so he was like, hey, hold on, I'm going to see what Brown can do for me.
You know what? That's true. I was watching a documentary
Anthony
about
Brown, he meant.
a former elf who then became like a businessman.
I've seen this,
and he worked with his dad.
He's
and
an
then
author.
He became an author. So elves can absolutely be retrained.
That is the movie
to
Elf.
other
It's
things.
not a
What?
documentary.
Elves with an F?
Yeah. Man, have you ever seen somebody spell ELFS? And you're just like,
no.
Okay, I'm just.
No, I have.
Like, what are we doing?
They tried. You know what?
Yeah.
They tried. And I want to
I'm laughing because the spelling of it sounds funny.
Yeah.
Like
you would get the idea. It would be up to you to decide if you want to stop down and be like, all right, look.
From the 972, when your boss leaves early Thursday for the weekend, it's time to buy yourself and your coworkers recovery beers for dealing with his lazy butt all week.
Man, when I went to Texas A&M at the junior college, most of the classes didn't have Friday classes. And so that just a Thursday night got absorbed into the weekend. And some of us were like, oh, man, I do still have a Friday class. And, you know, like, you would want to go out and do fun things with your friends. And also, like, that 8 a.m., if you're a fool like me at that one semester, or whatever time your classes start, would hit you, and you'd be like, oh, dear.
Yeah.
I have made some terrible decisions.
Somebody texted in from the 469, I need a recovery beer after the Jerry Jones interview each week.
Sometimes I do, too.
I have had a recovery beer after a Jerry Jones interview before.
Especially, and this is just hypothetical, if you asked a question that you thought was targeted about this one thing, and then went in a completely different political-based direction that you were not prepared for. And also for the 806, damn, everyone that got a gift from Kevin is checking if their gift's worth $137 because that was a very specific number. I swear it was. I swear I did not have one specific present. I swear I did not have a specific one. Oh, see, from the 817, I saw a biography about an elf that became a dentist. So see, you could retrain.
Not true.
Was that Hermie the elf or something along those lines?
All right, here were some suggestions from the Twitter world. From Adrian Tarpley, when I'm asked to watch.
Play for the Mavs.
No, different Adrian.
No,
when I'm asked to watch my nieces, I need a recovery beer.
Okay, I love my two little nieces and my nephew, but now both of them have or are having new children. All right, and so the two nieces are 5 and 3, and they now have a 1-year-old, and I'm like, oh man. This is starting to feel overwhelming. Like, it was me and Jess, so you could go still man coverage, and we got it all figured out. And now there's a third one, and we're going to have to go zone defense when you take care of them. And then Hudson, oh, crap, I probably shouldn't have said his name, is my little nephew, who is also 3. They are going to have another addition to the family, and I'm like, oh, man, because you feel like you learn these kids, and now there's a new element.
Kevin?
We have Tony Pollard news.
We have Titans quarterback news.
Ooh.
Is Malik Willis out?
Malik Willis is not going to be starting today.
What?
How?
Josh Dobbs will be the starter, according to per a source, according
Tennessee
to
legend Josh
Justin
Dobbs.
M. NFL. He works with the Draft Network and Titans MCM. So he's so that's what he is suggesting, is that a source has told him that Josh Dobbs will be playing tonight. Broadus has been saying that Dobbs would play next week.
Is this the first start of his career?
Maybe.
I mean, I know
he
he's
played
been
for Pittsburgh
in games,
a little bit, so.
But is this the first actual start of his career? And
They're
this
really serious about this preseason thing, huh?
Man, and this is also going to derail one of my assignments for tonight with Willis is see how you contain he's not a.
He's a different run.
Yeah,
he's a different quarterback.
Exactly, but he was more apt to run the ball.
He had started 0 games in his career.
Yeah, this is his first start. Now, Kevin, do you
there
think
you go.
that Mike Vrabel went to Malik Willis, and Malik Willis is like, Coach, I'm so excited to start tonight, and Vrabel was like, what you talking about, Willis?
Oh, I feel like that would ease the sting.
Good job, Reggie.
I don't, but based on the age of Malik Willis, does he understand that reference? Is that man, you know what? We need to do a segment someday is cultural references that go past what age you are. Because, I think that's an amazing reference, Reggie. I just don't know if he would stand there and be like, what? Or, not be familiar with that concept. I'm really not sure. I feel bad for him because he needs to get more experience.
I'm reaching out to Bobby Belt to see if he can get on this a little bit because we only have the one source at the moment with other people retweeting it, and it is from a source. So I want to confirm it with Bobby Belt before we go forward with this for the rest of the day. But it is out there right now. That would be very interesting to see how that goes so far.
Yeah, what a fascinating turn of events. This is a weird game.
All right, Kevin.
Oh, hey, I don't know if this makes a difference. Spread's now up to 13.
That does change.
So I feel because I know it had gotten in the 12 and in some spots 12.5, but now it's bumped up to 13. So I guess that would seem to lend some credibility.
You know what? We are out of time for recovery beer talk, but I totally understand if you're a Raiders fan right now and you're watching the garbage fire that's happening right now that I predicted all season, you might need a recovery beer.
That team sucks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. That's my expert analysis. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How exactly did those NFL games do on Christmas Day? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Men's Tea Clinic founders Bobby and
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads with Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield off of Cannon Drive, 1836 Cannon Drive to be specific, if you want to come and see us. But also,
that was my Cannon.
I know, that was very good. You should stay with us and listen all day, whether or not you can make it out to Texas Roadshow. They also have an app coming out next week, so you can catch up with them there, as well as we will lead into G-Bag, which will lead into the official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys for Cowboys-Titans, and then kick at 7:15. And then guess what? There's the postgame show afterwards. So if you want to fill up like the next 12 to 14 hours of your life with Cowboys content, boom, done. Now, right now, we're going to get into some of those Cowboys content points as we go across the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Yep. And we start with the news. If you missed it in the last segment, we'll get to your sobering betting.
Schefter's added it too.
Okay. And
They are all confirming that Justin M. NFL is the source.
Is Josh Dobbs will start tonight at quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. And if you're like, who the hell is that? That's a fair point. That's an NFL deep cut right there. Like if you didn't know Malik Willis, I would be like, hey, he's drafted this year, some potential.
You can understand a little bit.
There was a time when people thought he would go first in the NFL draft. This is one of the reasons I hate mock drafts, is I'm pretty sure at some point I saw an ESPN mock draft that had him going second overall. And so
it was probably after his pro day. He looked so good on his pro day.
So now instead you're getting Josh Dobbs.
You want some numbers on Josh Dobbs?
Yes, and because this is, y'all said, this is the first start of his career.
He has played in 6 games, Kevin.
Fantastic.
He is 10 for 17.
Okay, that was definitely his first start then.
For 45 yards.
Oh, that is not...
0, count them, 0 touchdowns.
I think you can count 0.
Interception.
Okay.
He's never given up a sack though. So there you go.
Okay, but also
gonna be real tough for tanking them.
What is that? The equivalent of playing half a game?
Kevin, his rating, not his QBR.
Okay.
His career rating.
Okay.
39.1.
Ooh.
What is a good rating?
For the actual rating, I'm going to need you to
anything
like,
over 90 feels pretty
I was
good.
like, I need you to at least
the
be in the
120s
80s.
are great, and then good rating is like 90, and his is 39.1. So, I mean, he was playing for Pittsburgh. He really
now he's back in Tennessee. He played his college ball at Tennessee, so now he's back around where where he played well. So maybe he's just going to rekindle that fire.
Okay, well, that actually, I don't want to hear that, because that actually feeds into Corey's idea of double-digit road favorites, right? See, I don't know why you're laughing, because you already showed me this number. It's not good.
Since 2003, Reginald, double-digit road favorites are 50 and 71 against the spread. That's 41% against the spread.
Is that good?
Including 0-5 against the spread this season. The Cowboys are a minus 12.5 at the Titans, which means they are a double-digit favorite against the Titans tonight, and nobody has won against the spread this year. So,
I mean, are you worried about the Cowboys losing?
No.
You just think that they're going to win by less than 12?
Yes, and you know what, Reggie?
Based on that information.
You should too, because otherwise tomorrow is going to be, I told you the Cowboys were no good. I know they won by 10. It doesn't even matter if they're up by 24 and they give up 2 give-me touchdowns at the end because they quit caring. People are going to be like, I told you they weren't that good, blah, 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 blah. Like, you should be worried about that. From the 903, what you should not worry about is perfect dip, Reginald. Don't tell Joey.
Thanks, man.
Joey's making his way in the world.
The last 2 days during Gridiron Gravy, we have had a dip from Joey and a biscuits from Reggie. Is that weird to you?
Yes.
It's weird to me, man. But what was crazy was Joey knew exactly what to do. Joey was like, I'm not laying back and letting Reggie take this from me. I'm taking this now, and he did it. It was awesome.
Reggie was about to go and he was like, didn't pot his mic up, and he's like, nope.
He cut the power to his mic altogether.
I know that nobody was expecting it to like be an NBA victory or anything like that, but did you see the final numbers viewership-wise for NFL and NBA games on Christmas? Like, do you want to take a guess at average viewership for? And I'm just like compiling them all
The
together.
whole thing?
The whole thing.
It feels like it should be in the million. Like, should it be double-digit millions? Am I going in that range?
For which sport?
For all, I thought you were compiling
No.
all of them.
I'm taking all the NFL
and all the
as an
football.
average, all the NBA as an average.
Okay. I will say 1.2 million for NBA.
Oh.
And I will say 6 million average for football. I really don't know what I'm doing here, by the way.
You know what?
You did a fantastic job.
I'm going to reframe. I'm going to forget the specific numbers and reframe it to make you look like a genius.
Okay.
You ready?
Share.
So you predicted that the NFL would have 5 times as many viewers as the NBA.
Yes, that's exactly what
All
I did.
right. That is what you predicted. Final numbers. 4.3 million for the NBA.
All right.
21.9 million for the NFL,
And
which
multiplies
is
out 5 times, yeah.
about 5 times the viewership.
Wait, you said that was average?
Yeah.
Yes.
Average per game?
Yes, average per game.
Huh. But the NBA had 5 games that night.
Yes, and so the
That
breakdown
day.
the breakdown goes like this if you want. 4 million for 76ers Knicks, 4.3 Lakers Mavs, 6 million for Bucks Celtics, 4.7 for Grizzlies Warriors, and 2.5 million for Suns Nuggets. And that's probably always going to be the case because for a lot of the country, like, that is not a prime time game as opposed to the West Coast. And then for the NFL, about 26 million for Packers Dolphins, 22.5 for Broncos Rams, which that's amazing. If you want a stat that shows the power of the NFL, those teams suck and that game was stupid. And then Bucks and Cardinals, 17.2 million. So
many good things in football except for that game.
God. Yeah.
And somehow, Kevin, look at this. We discussed this. Me and Reggie did yesterday. How many wins have the Ravens collected this year?
They're 10?
Mm-hmm.
How? How have they done this?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's like, because, you know,
Sheer
Russell
power of will.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's like, I wish I played better for Nathaniel Hackett. I get it, but the person you really need to wish you would have played better for is all those TV executives who have seen their numbers go down in flames because Broncos football means poison death to offensive football this year.
That's right.
And so, no. Let me ask you this. Here's my question. Would you rather Josh Dobbs be starting this game against the Cowboys or Russell Wilson?
Oh, my gosh. Russell Wilson.
Oh, my God. That's so sad.
1,000,000% right now.
That is...
I don't know how many points Josh Dobbs can score.
Yeah.
I know that Russell Wilson might be able to score 12. And that's about, like,
Okay.
I think the Cowboys can score more than 12.
Oh, that is a sobering statistic right there. All right, let's go from that to Monday Night Football.
I've been there.
Okay. Are you excited for the Monday Night Football game?
Who's playing?
The Bills and the Bengals.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, good.
Now that I know who's playing.
If that wasn't your answer, we would be in trouble. Because this is just the second time since the merger in 1970 that we've had only one game between winning teams within the last 2 weeks of the season. That is the only game. I still think there's some interesting games because of playoff things, but this is the second time since the merger there's only been one winning game. Now, luckily for the good people at Monday Night Football, it is between two really good teams, so much so that this is tied for the most wins ever in a Monday Night Football game.
Do you think that teams in general like the idea of not having very many opponents late in the season that are good, so they can kind of do what's happening right now and rest at the end of the year?
Is it safe to say it depends on what you're working for, right? Because if you're the Eagles, you would much rather have that because you just need a win to get the number 1 seed. If you're the Cowboys, I'm sure they want some competent opponent
against the Eagles.
Because
the Eagles and themselves.
Exactly, because they're like, we're trying to rev up for the playoffs. But just to show you how big this Monday Night Football game is going to be, 1997, is there another person out?
According to Tom Pelissero and a source, Tony Pollard will be inactive tonight.
Yeah.
So now do I need to change this? Do I need to
Yeah,
scratch that off? I need a whole new one. I got to do a whole new thing.
You won't just scratch it out.
You know how
that's
I am,
true.
Kevin. I got to do a whole new one.
And look,
Dadgummit.
you said that within the last hour, as we talked about the idea that he had not practiced, and so it felt unlikely that he was going to play. So everyone who's asking, because their fantasy championship hung in the balance, do not play. Yes.
This is great for me. I'm going up against somebody who has Pollard this week in fantasy.
Look how
nice. Awesome for me.
Look how quick Corey turns away from a lead.
Yes.
Oh, this is great for me. I support this.
I can buy more cards out here at the roadshow now.
That is true. Here's my scenario. Tony Pollard plays tonight and you lose in your fantasy football game, or Tony Pollard does not play and the Cowboys win.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
And he doesn't play. I don't have him. Some of my opponents.
Or excuse me, he
nope. You already said it. You already put it out there.
I'm an idiot.
No take backs.
Or he doesn't play and the Cowboys lose. Is what I meant to say. I got distracted by all these. Somebody
I bested you again.
You have. Somebody showed off a Charles Barkley gold autograph, numbered out of 10, and I got distracted.
I can understand that.
But yeah, it's going to be a huge game for Monday Night Football. The 23 wins, 12-3 Bills, 11-4 Bengals. The 23 wins is tied for the most going into a Monday Night Football game ever, along with the 1997 game between Denver and San Francisco. So it's not a great slate of games this week, but the one you get on Monday Night Football is phenomenal.
Absolutely it is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield. Do you appreciate Dak a little bit more knowing where this franchise is and knowing where the Raiders franchise is? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a lot going on out here at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive. I want to show you a couple of things that Tolos have brought by. If you're in the Twitch with us or on the fan cam, this Allen and Ginter autographed Fernando Tatis Jr. 9.5 Gem Mint BGS autographed, number to 10. Now, obviously, if he made some better decisions, that would help our Tolos out in terms of making money. And then,
yeah, for real,
the card that I wonder,
dude, this is amazing.
If it will get Mike Bassick to come to, well, I need to stop pausing at weird ways to show up at Texas Roadshow. This is the pauses that get me. It is a pristine 10 from Beckett graded Luka Doncic. 2019 Father's Day, numbered 25 out of 25.
Let me get my eyes on that real quick. I'll show it up on the Twitch as well.
Corey's going to show it off, but he is teetering with fandom also.
I am terrified right now.
He picked a box for somebody. They gave him options of box 1, 2, or 3.
The most random thing.
Yeah, box 1, 2, or 3. Just text in. What would you have chosen? 1, 2, or 3? Based on no other context, I just want to know the direction because their fandom might be weighing in the balance if it goes poorly here.
What really threw me off, though, was whenever I said whatever. It was a random number. I just picked a number, and you went, oh. And I was like, that's not fair. Yeah. That's not fair. Hey. You can just be like, hey, whatever number you picked, it's the wrong one.
Because if it doesn't work out, then these people might be stuck listening to reruns for the next 2 months or however long it is. So we want to make sure that we avoid all of that. Now, in case you've missed some of the other big football news of the day, there's a movins and a shakings happening with this Cowboys and Titans game. First off, Malik Willis will not start for the Titans at quarterback. Instead, it will be Josh Dobbs getting his first ever NFL start. But probably pertinent for a lot of Cowboys fans or fantasy football players is Tony Pollard also inactive for this game.
Yeah.
So,
which, Kevin,
point spread's up to 13.5 now.
Even with Tony Pollard inactive, huh?
Yeah. I think.
How much do you think he moves the spread?
1.5 would be 1 to 1.5 would be my guess, just based on the breakdown we had previously done about non-quarterback offensive players.
Okay, and then on top of that, Kevin, I mean, I think you're going to miss Tony. I think Malik Davis understands this offense very well. With the opponent treating it the way they're treating it tonight, the Cowboys can, give Tony Pollard the much-needed rest to his legs. Right. And Ezekiel Elliott, he's had a couple games off this season. He's ready to go. I don't think you're going to see a whole ton of Ezekiel Elliott tonight either, though.
Well, Corey, I might have more pressing, terrible news for you. The first ones I saw in the fan text, I picked box number 1 because if you ain't first, you're last. From the 214, box number 1. From the 682, box number 3. From the 214, box number 3. You, however, you chose box number 2. I've only seen 1 vote so far for box number 2.
Well,
it's too late to do anything about it.
I think he's opening the cards
okay.
right now, so we'll just wait. If we hear a big kaboom over there, then we'll know that it went well.
Wait, what if you hear a son of a bee and
then,
slamming something on the card
Then you're doing
bar.
a solo show for the next 2 hours.
I don't think that the boxes should go kaboom. I don't think that's a good thing.
Oh, it is a great thing. I hear what you're saying in terms of dynamite, but in terms of the card, if you get a kaboom out of your box, you're stoked.
I did, Kevin. I did, by the way. I took Tony Pollard off. I had to do a whole new sheet.
You did
because you know me. If
you
something,
give a sheet,
I don't. Yeah, I don't scratch things off. I have to do a whole new sheet. So I moved safety up into the Tony Pollard plus 20-yard touchdown corner. So I'm still missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 5.
Does Davis make his way?
Malik Davis, I think we can add a Malik Davis touchdown to that. So we still have some more work to do. To do it there.
So 877-881-1053. By the way, 682-469-817. Box 3, box 3, box 3. I'm surprised that we've gone in this one particular direction.
Why?
If you have any suggestions.
Because 3 is more than 1 and 2.
I mean, that and 1 is the loneliest number.
The Cowboys are currently the number 2 team in the division. I think that's why I went with that.
Okay. All right. All right. So
and Luka is the number 2 player ever behind Michael Jordan.
Wow, we've already okay. I like it.
Did you not see what he did the other
I know
night?
I did. Do you appreciate Dak a little more knowing where this franchise is right now, and then also considering the Raiders situation?
Okay, and listen, you know how I am about Derek Carr. I put him as the Mendoza line for quarterbacks, and people lost their minds about that. And I know there are some Raiders fans out there that probably don't want to hear me talk about this right now.
Man.
Your team imploded. And
I remember when they started off terribly, they were like, "No, you just watch."
Yeah,
It'll be
and
fine."
before the season, you were like, they were like, Devontae Adams and Derek Carr are going to be great. Devontae Adams caught like half of his passes from Derek Carr this year, which
But
is
he's
the lowest
still
it's
mad.
been. Yeah, it's so low since he left Aaron Rodgers, but I get that. But to be honest, I think Derek Carr has had like a sub-20 defense every year of his career. It hasn't been great. He's had coaching change after coaching change. He has not been dealt the best hand. There's no guarantee he's going to go anywhere else and be great, right? Like there's no fact that he's just going to get up, leave, and everything's going to be great. So
Can we stop on that for just 1 second? Because I think you bring up a really intriguing point, because some of the national NFL insiders have been like, "Oh, this is great for Derek Carr, because if they trade him, he's got a no-trade clause. He can pick where he wants to go. And if they cut him, then he can get a new contract and get all this guaranteed money." And I was like, is he? Like, I know he'll get more guaranteed money. I understand it from that perspective than he would have otherwise. But, like, is everyone going to reflect on this and be like, "Man, Derek Carr is great. You guys just didn't understand"?
Do you think that there's – I mean, I know that there is a team – and Derek Carr stopped practicing and has agreed to step away from the team.
Yeah, although
But
it
that's
sounds
injury
like
related.
that's – no, it's not. No, they said it sounds like a mutual decision because he doesn't want to be a distraction.
Yeah, but distraction. But also, what happens if he gets injured while practicing with the team?
Oh, yeah.
Then
okay,
they are tied to
okay.
his contract still.
By the way, good news for you from the 361. This is not the good news. Who the hell picks box number 2? And from the 682, I'll change to box number 2. We live or die together, guys.
I appreciate
That's the
that.
spirit
we'll
right
see
there.
how it goes. But like the Colts for the last 3 years have been desperately trying to find a quarterback.
Is that your?
And it hasn't worked out for them. I think the Jets actually are a better prospect there.
Oh.
But they've been trying to figure that out for a long time, and there's no guarantee that you have the quarterback whisperer or that the guy is the right guy to walk into a room and say, "Follow me." Look at Russell Wilson this year. He couldn't. That team's not following him, even though he's doing similar things that he was doing in Seattle. They're not like, "Hey, I'm on board with you right now." So there's no guarantee of that. And that's why when I look at the Dak situation, we can gripe about some of these games. You can gripe about a lot of the things that Dak Prescott threw another interception. Everybody lost their minds. And then he goes 24 for 24 the rest of the way against zone coverage, and nobody wants to give him any credit for that stuff.
Sure.
But you have stability at the quarterback position for however long you want it right now. And with the Cowboys organization as a whole, we watched their franchise trying to find a quarterback for years until they found Tony Romo. And it was terrifying to consider the prospect of, what do you do after Tony Romo?
Sure.
And they had a conditional fourth round pick that they were just like, maybe this guy can start. He turns out to be really, really, really good. And so I am wondering if a lot of people out there give credit or are thankful that they have Dak, understanding that you could be the Raiders. The Raiders are they are in an abyss right now. They are wandering in the land of nowhere, trying to figure out how to recreate this team.
To your point about that, because I want to circle back to your broader point about the Cowboys and if people appreciate Dak, because I think that is a tremendous idea, or a tremendous point, is if it ain't Derek Carr, who do you think will be the quarterback for the Raiders next year as they try to figure it out? I have betting odds that I think are fascinating.
Steve DeBerg.
No,
Hell yeah.
it's not Steve DeBerg.
Get him some Steve DeBerg, yo.
I mean, because he's retired and you can't book him for our show.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
Or won't.
Yeah. You know what? A lot of times, Reggie, with you, I just lump those two things in together. It is number one on the list, Tom Brady.
Which makes a lot of sense. It was very close to happening years ago before he joined with Tampa Bay. He was very close to signing with them. And he did work with Josh McDaniels. I don't know that he always loved Josh McDaniels.
Nobody
I also
does.
don't know if it's guaranteed that Josh McDaniels will be back as the head coach. Because wouldn't like Sean Payton just love to be in a Las Vegas area? Like, wouldn't that be? And we saw the rumor that he and Tom Brady could link back up in New Orleans. So if that's the case, why wouldn't they just go to Las Vegas instead?
Which makes me wonder how much football Sean Payton has actually watched this year. But, all right, second on the list, check this out. And this is where it starts to take a hard turn. Second on the list is Jimmy Garoppolo. All right, so to your point about the Raiders are in the abyss. So you're going Brady or Garoppolo. The next three on the list are all rookies. So it goes Anthony Richardson from Florida and then C.J. Stroud and Will Levis, which we've talked a lot about this year. So of the top 5 quarterbacks, 2 take you in one very distinct direction. 3 take you in a very likely other direction. So that's, I think, the instability or uncertainty that you're talking about. My big broad statement.
Do you have stability with Dak? Do you feel that?
I think you do. Dak is and always has been better than Derek Carr. That's a fact. All right? And like people can
I will not disagree with you.
Good. And if people want to come at me all they want. You look at the win-loss record, Dax is better. You look at the completion percentage, Dax is better. You look at the turnover to interception ratio, Dax is better. You look at old school quarterback rating, Dax is better. You look at new school QBR, Dak is better. Like every metric just about that you can find. Oh, yeah, yards per attempt, which is a big barometer for quarterback success. Dak is better, all right? Dak is better than Derek Carr, all right? Was, is, will continue to be. I know that doesn't make him perfect, and I know that's where the agitation comes. They're like, well, yeah, but what about that pick 6 in Philly? Sure, I saw it too. I get it. And there are mistakes that come along with him sometimes that are frustrating. But he's better than Derek Carr. And if you don't think that, I just fundamentally disagree with you.
Yeah, and so that's kind of like the whole – I did add the other part, maybe this is a different conversation, the stability that the Cowboys are like experiencing right now. Because the Raiders, it isn't just the quarterback position. They're in like – chaos all over the place, man. You saw their coach had to move on years ago. The new coach they hired isn't very good. The owner's pretty poor at doing most things.
Yes.
So
things.
Where do you credit the Cowboys' stability? And I'm going to say the last 2 years, because Kevin, this is back-to-back double-digit win seasons, back-to-back playoff appearances. It hasn't been this way for a very long time. This is as stable as the Cowboys have been in decades. So, like, I'm trying to figure. I think I'm going to credit Mike McCarthy for walking in, understanding how to run a franchise, not the business side of it, but a football team, and saying, here's what I want to accomplish. And then I guess the next ranking goes to Steven and Jerry for allowing that, like, and giving him the reins, giving him what he needs, the tools he needs, keeping Dan Quinn around so they could have continuity. And then I'll add Dak Prescott as the third because not having a quarterback is very important.
Man,
huge.
I kind of wish this was the expressway now.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot more
We can roll it over. We can roll that over.
And because the thing I want to say is you were talking about the stability. I think people have different definitions of that. What you have to know is, and this is going to be agitating for people, you have to deal with like your current stability for the Dallas Cowboys, right? You can't go back and say, well, they were in 15 of the first 30 NFC championship games.
Right.
Like, I get that, and you're 100% right about that. Does it piss me off that this is the spot we're in now? Yes, it does. But when Corey's talking about stability, how long has it been since you made the playoffs in back-to-back seasons? 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to like it. You could think that Jerry Jones is a this or a that. I'm just telling you, deal with the reality that is in front of you. It's been 15 years. How long has it been since the Cowboys won back-to-back seasons where they had double-digit wins?
Since 96.
Exactly. It has been 26 years since that happened. So if you're looking for points of stability and your only point of stability is making the NFC Championship game, I get it. Because if they lose to the NFC South team in the wild card, I'll be furious. If they lose in a lopsided fashion to Philly or San Francisco, depending on how things play out in the second round, I'll probably be really furious as well. But the new reality you deal with in the Cowboys is this is as stable as they've been for a while. I just know the issue is some people think the new reality of the Cowboys sucks and has sucked for a long time. Well, that's a different conversation because I got a whole bunch of other stuff we need to figure out how to fix there.
And I will add, Kevin, like I'm looking at McCarthy's history with Green Bay, and I know we had Aaron Rodgers. Listen, that's a huge factor to it. But you had more double-digit win seasons and playoff appearances than you did not have them. And that's where the Cowboys, it's like you got to be close to the playoffs to be close to the Super Bowl. And most years they're not even close. They're saying, oh, man, 8 wins, is that enough to get us in? Right now with Mike. So that's where I give Mike McCarthy the credit for the entire organization. He had a lot to do with understanding where these guys go. Does he have flubs? Does every single one of these guys have errors?
Sure.
Yes, the quarterback throws interceptions. Got to fix that. The coach sometimes has some mental mistakes when it comes to the clock and maybe a challenge here or there. Name a perfect team other than the 72 Dolphins.
God, and even that.
So we'll hopefully the Cowboys will be able to overcome those things. Do you have faith in it? A lot of fans don't because of the last 27 years of mediocrity.
From the 817, whoever thinks Derek Carr is better than Dak, I wouldn't even trust them to pick out a loaf of bread. Phenomenal.
Let alone a box of cards.
Yeah. Oh, that is a great point. You know what? Coming up next, we might get some feedback on how the selection of box number 2 went. We'll jump into the expressway with some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, but also, and maybe most importantly, how far away are the Rangers from being a playoff contender, and where do you rank that pitching staff? We will do all of it at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your
KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Franklin. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Master here on 105 through the Fan, live from the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield, where what's really started to transpire here.
It was too much pressure.
Oh, yeah. I guess I should also tell you that Josh Dobbs is starting at quarterback tonight.
For Tony Pollard's out.
For the Titans, and Tony Pollard is out. But what's really happening out here is Corey is selecting boxes for people. Another one came up, and I think he chose questionably yet again.
What do you mean? It was box 40 or box 83?
You went to the right. I thought you should have gone to the left. I was told box number 2, it was fine. So you did fine on the first one. Not great, not bad. You did fine.
Okay.
So we'll see how this one turns out, because you could change your perspective. If this is a great one, then you're doing well. Your options are great and fine. All right? But if you do poorly, then again, your options are poorly and fine if you pick it out.
Do you know why I went with number 83, box number 83 over box 40?
I do not.
If it had been box 41,
then
I clearly would have chosen it for dirt.
Yeah.
Instead, it was box number 83,
right,
which was Kelvin Martin's number, which I don't know if you listened to Jerry recently, but he said T.Y. Hilton, according to Michael Irvin, reminds him of Kelvin Martin, one of the most cerebral players he's ever seen play the game. So I went with Kelvin Martin, who wore number 83. I still don't know how that turned out.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were picking it for Wes Welker.
Why would I do that, Reggie?
I don't know. He also wore 83.
For the Cowboys?
No.
I don't even know what numbers people wear for teams outside of the Cowboys.
That is a great
point.
point.
Why would you want to know?
Oh, you just wouldn't care at all?
Yeah.
I mean, to be able to identify them on the football field?
I know what their body looks like.
Am I a spotter?
What? Yeah.
What? That is a bull stamp. So Corey will learn the body types of all of the NFL players, but the numbers themselves, either way.
I'm out.
All right, so the question that we pose here as we jump into the expressway, how far away are the Rangers from being a playoff contender, and where do you rank their pitching staff?
Yeah, no, I started thinking about this a lot yesterday because as we were leaving, Zach Wolchuk proclaimed the best pitching staff in Major League Baseball.
Whoa.
And I was like, what? But Reggie and I talked with Jared yesterday, and that conversation of are there 4 guys that could be your number 2 pitcher behind DeGrom? Absolutely. They're maybe not Haney. He has a lot to show and prove. But Martin Perez was your number 1 last year.
And then Gray and Eovaldi.
And he said, Gray had some injury problems last year. This is my concern, I guess, is you have 3 pitchers that have some injury problems.
Yeah.
But he said, Gray did have some injury problems last year, but when he does pitch, he's very good. He's a very good pitcher when he is consistently pitching.
Sure.
So, that's a positive for you. When you look at Eovaldi, you're feeling pretty comfortable that guy can be your number 2. And I don't know how the rotation's going to look, Kevin.
That's fascinating because I do not know.
Already.
I do not know if I feel that way.
Here's how I have it right now. I have DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, Gray, then I have Heaney. And the reason is I'm once I get past what I think is the 2 best pitchers in Eovaldi and DeGrom, I'm going lefty-righty beyond that because I don't want to start too many right. And Mike could come in and say, well, actually, the Rangers are going to go. How'd it go? Oh, my God.
Oh, second in the middle right there.
Very mediocre.
Corey Majors, the picker of middling things for your boxes. So here's the other
middling,
idea.
as he would say.
No, middling.
Have Corey pick the box, but then take the other one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is
a
good strategy or not. All right. I get that. I don't think that's outrageous or anything like that, but I think Eovaldi he's Martin Perez, right? I know some people will argue the highs for him are higher than the highs for Martin Perez. I think if you look across the board at their kind of career statistics and stuff, I don't think they're shockingly far off. And for everyone who wants to say this last year was a career year for Martin Perez, I would be like, well, wouldn't you argue the same thing for Eovaldi the year before? And so,
by the way, it is Eovaldi is what I've been yelled at. So
okay,
he's right.
Reggie and Jared made sure that I knew that yesterday.
Okay,
I want to make sure we're on the same.
Am I not
page.
saying it like that?
At one point, it sounded like you say Eovaldi.
So, no, Eovaldi.
Yeah. So, but yeah,
I'll work on that.
With Martin Perez, what's his big game experience? Because I think
that's a difference, yeah.
Because I think when you start talking about the other part of the conversation, do you think the pitching that they added this year puts them in contention?
Yes.
As a playoff contender, I do too.
Can I ask you a question about that though? Is playoff contention? And this is for you too, Reggie. This is for the Tolos and the Twolos. Is playoff contention good enough?
Yes.
Or do you have to make the playoffs?
All right.
I'm legit wanting to know.
If I am the Rangers ownership right now,
okay.
I saw that last year was still a struggle. But I know what my problem was last year. I couldn't keep my team in a game. I could score runs. I could be a good offense. In the offense, I think we were 5th in runs last year in the AL. They were a middle-of-the-pack offense last year. But they produced enough runs to be in games, and they were close in games a lot of times. Now, somebody might walk in and say, hey, the relief pitching was so miserable that they lost those games. That's fine. If your starters are able to go 1 extra inning, then it gives you an opportunity to what? Then not have to use an extra pitcher.
I think that's huge.
Which then helps replenish and keep the bullpen fresh. That's the hope. Hopefully they are not in the situation where they're blowing games late because their bullpen is depleted. So, yeah, Kevin, I think you could probably, based on what I'm looking at, I would think you could probably add about 10 wins to this team this year. I think that's a good jump. And if I'm owner, I'm saying that's competitive compared to what we were walking away from at the end of 2 years ago. It is, but I still need to add one more element to this team. And that is a very good bat.
Will the fan base hold your same opinion? Because my immediate thought is in contention. I get it. It can vary
until mid-July.
Ooh, see, I think they need to be in contention until September.
No, I think the fan base will hold this opinion until mid-July.
Oh, okay.
Depending on where they are at mid-July.
Gotcha. I think 500 is achievable. Now, depending on the year, I know it can ebb and flow a little bit, is that will put you in playoff contention till a certain point, but it won't get you into the playoffs. And so that's why I'm curious, because the very first response I saw from the 682 was make the playoffs. And from the 469, I told y'all last week, almost to the minute, that the Rangers were going to make the playoffs. And so it's just like last year. The expectations, I think we both thought were unreasonable, that the Rangers would jump from 60 wins to being 500.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I wonder if the expectation is, will you jump from 68, 69 wins to being a playoff team? That also that also feels like a really big jump. I think 500 is certainly achievable, maybe a little bit beyond that. I just don't know if I'm thinking playoff back.
How much WAR did you add this offseason, Kevin? That's what I'm trying to figure. How much pitching WAR?
And also, what is it good for?
Did you actually add? And very good question.
I mean, it could be absolutely nothing if the injuries hit him again.
I hate both of y'all.
You should love that. You should embrace all of that. It just depends, right? Because if Eovaldi and DeGrom play, even like 80% of the season, well, you would think you're feeling pretty damn stoked about that. In that case, they added a lot. If DeGrom gets hit with, unfortunately, the whole reason you were able to get him, what he's been hit with, more and more frequently, then you might see like you didn't add as much as, because if you took DeGrom out of the equation, do you feel like the Rangers added more than they did last year? I don't.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me add this to it then. What about the lineup? Do you think Marcus Semien will start and Corey Seager will start as slow as they did last year?
Probably not. So that's fair.
Do you think Nathaniel Lowe will hit 300 again this year?
And I think you can make the same argument about Adolis Garcia. It's like
I'm more confident in Adolis.
You think he's more found his consistent base? I
like
like
that. He might be in that place where he's like, okay, now I'm playing more often. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I still have questions about center field. And, what Leote is going to be and who, or maybe it's Bubba. I don't know who the guy is. And then there's a huge question mark in left field.
What does Josh Young bring to the table? And, I just think a lot of this does pivot off of Jacob deGrom. I'm not saying the whole season. I'm just saying what you think they added is if they added Heaney, Eovaldi, you're like, okay, rock on. I'm glad we got some guys. But it doesn't feel like the same splash as the year before with Semien and Seager. It's the pickup of Jacob deGrom that makes this feel like a whole different level. And that could turn out to be a genius pickup where you're just like, he's healthy and he still kicks ass like always. But if he gets hurt, then you didn't reinforce the team as much as maybe we were hoping.
Lay out the playoffs for me real quick.
Okay.
You're the lowest seed in the playoffs. What's that? Who you're playing? How is that a 3-game series?
Yes.
Okay.
They made the shift.
Do you feel pretty good with 3 pitchers?
I think, yeah.
I feel like you could roll out DeGrom, Eovaldi, and Perez, and I'm pretty happy.
Yeah,
or Gray. I don't even care. It depends on who's hottest at the time.
Especially compared with where you were, right? I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of people, because for everyone who trots that out, I know you can find your juggernaut lineups where the 1-2 punch will be some horrifying combination that you couldn't imagine. But
you mean like Max Scherzer and New York Mets? They got him from the Astros?
You can do it.
Verlander.
Yes, that's horrifying.
Tough.
But that's the outlier, right? For most part, that's an actual playoff rotation. Versus how many years in the past, if the Rangers would have made the playoffs, you're like, all right, what are we doing here? You can say, if you tell me you're going DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, you want to flip those, depending on how the season plays out, if somebody else comes to the forefront, maybe Gray looks lights out and doesn't get hurt or anything like that, I think you would feel good about your playoff rotation. Also, if John Gray is pitching Game 4 for you, I think people would be pretty okay with it.
Because, in that instance, are you not starting 3 starters who likely have a sub-4 ERA?
I think you are. I will say I'm hopeful you are. I think it's definitely possible. Is Eovaldi, since the most of the last few seasons, I think it's 19, is kind of an aberration. But Martin Perez looked phenomenal, even when he did not keep up his Cy Young pace. He still had a hell of a year. Obviously, the expectations for Jacob deGrom are going to be sub-3, and I do think you have the potential for 4 sub-4 starters, and great. Sign me up for that. If we have 4 pretty much full-time sub-4 starters, great. This team's going to be really good.
Do you have the faith in the medical staff that Derek Holland has? That he said that was a strong point for pitchers that maybe had injuries, or even for ownership to spend, is we will keep these guys out there for more than typical because we have a good staff.
I don't want to sound like I'm giving up on your question. The best way I can answer it is I think so, because sometimes I never know, are injuries a byproduct of your medical staff is not doing a good job? Is it a byproduct of the playing service? Is it a product of that person's arm was jacked up to begin with? It doesn't matter if you had the greatest wizard doctor in the world, it wasn't going to fix it. So, I mean, if people who have experience with that staff have faith in them, then it makes sense that I will as well.
So, looking at the division still, you still have the Astros. Like, they're the predicted #1 team in not only this division, but I'm betting still
in baseball,
in baseball, in the American League, and all those things. You still have the Mariners to deal with. The Angels, meh. Like, they could start hot, but they fall apart.
I remain meh on the Angels. The Angels have morphed into what I said the Mariners were for the longest time. I was like, yeah, let me know when they do something that matters.
Yeah.
And the Angels have maybe the two best players in baseball. What else are we doing?
And then you got the A's, and they're kind of a weird team too. Here, let me ask this now.
The A's have given up. They're just like, get me the F out of here. I'm okay with the A's.
You have is it a 2-year? It's a 1 year with 2 club options. Am I wrong with Evaldi?
Maybe. I'm not 100%.
Maybe it's
go
2
back
years.
And check.
All right, Kevin. You went out and spent all this money.
Right.
To ensure that you got Corey Seager and Simeon for like 10 years.
Sure.
Then you went and got DeGrom for 5 years.
Yep.
With a lot of money.
Yep.
You still have money in the bank.
Do we?
You may not have to trade and also pay this guy.
What do you mean, do we? Don't you balance your checkbook? Come on.
Yeah, dude. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, I don't have access
natural
to their
gas money is
checkbook.
just running out real quick, Kevin. Come on.
Okay.
The government won't let that happen.
What are you doing right now?
I have lots of thoughts about that, but they feel like off-air thoughts.
Isn't there a free agent that can pitch?
You're going Shohei Ohtani on me? Is that what we're doing?
Coming available next year that you don't have to trade for this
Corey,
year. All he wants is a contender, and you have built a contender now.
If the direction that you're leading me to is we have enough in the checkbook to pick up Ohtani, and now you start breaking down a 2024 rotation that is Ohtani, DeGrom, Evaldi, Perez, Gray, not to mention what else.
Oh, no, you're going to have to trade one of those guys this season and get another bat.
Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Not to mention, or do you go the route of Heaney, Odorizzi? Like, do you try to parlay those into something? And you can plunk him in the middle of the lineup? Sure, Corey. If we can make that, then I will let my mind run wild. I'll be like, F the Astros. I want your window to be done now.
You know what? Here's what's funny about this. The way you went about it just now sounded very condescending. There's no way the Rangers are ever going to go after and land Shohei Ohtani. Yet here we are, Kevin, after signing Jacob
DeGrom.
Eugene DeGrom. I'm not sure if his middle name is Eugene.
I mean, it's the year of Eugene, so
yeah,
I'm with
it is the year of Eugene's. We have Jacob DeGrom. That is the only reason. I'm dead serious. The only reason that now whenever we hear a whisper about a potential free agent and the Rangers is that Chris Young said, I'm doing it. I am going to do it. Ray Davis gave me the money to go do it. I'm going to get the best player out there available, and I'm putting him on this team because I don't want to get my ass kicked anymore. And so that's the only reason that whenever I start hearing buzz, I'm not even worried about trade deadline with Ohtani, okay? Let somebody else trade for him. They're not going to sign him to the long-term deal. They're just going to try and trade for him and then be like, hey, look, maybe you could. And then he's going to be like, that's great. Thanks a lot. I'm going to go to a contender now. That's what's going to happen. I think the Rangers and Chris Young and Ray Davis are committed to saying we are going to get the best, and there's no way we're going to lose it because we're going to go out there and bid on it. And I don't think that they're going to hold back whenever Ohtani becomes a free agent.
And I know we've brought this up before. I'm just really curious. Would you have any interest in somebody that 3 of their last 5 seasons have been sub-3 ERA and they want a Cy Young and they'll cost you very little?
It's only on a 1-year deal.
Okay.
That he did say at one point he would only take 1-year deals. I bet you're talking about Trevor Bauer.
His name comes up every single time, and I already see it from the 682, from the 469. Go get Trevor Bauer. And so, I don't want to be disingenuous. Me personally, that might not be my choice.
Mm-hmm.
But if Rangers fans are asking, I am just curious, how the rest of the folks feel about it.
I think there will be a lot of, do you need that? Do you need to bring that attention, that kind of potential distraction to the conversation? So that's where I kind of sit on it is, do I even want to deal with that in the clubhouse? A clubhouse that I'm still trying to get to meld. They're not completely there yet.
Yeah.
Now you're adding a bunch of components that don't really know each other.
People don't like him.
So that's kind of where I would be with that. By the way, DeGrom's middle name is Anthony. So I was very close with Eugene. And I really did steal Eugene from Reginald.
How were you close on that?
They both start with vowels.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Well,
you can't deny.
As Reggie might say, got him. Is from the 214, is there a station where I can hear Kevin's government takes? All right. It's called remotes and fan hangs. All right. If you ever want to know what I think about things, trust me, I have a lot of thoughts.
Your thoughts on offshore drilling?
I have thoughts about that as well. I will be glad to share them with you. This is just not the forum for them because that's not what people sign up for. If I did
forum
if this was Kevin's political podcast and you're like, I can't believe you said that, I'm like, come on. What did you think was going to happen?
But you came to this podcast knowing what you were going to get.
That's not what we're doing. So, come on out to Texas Roadshow. I'll tell you exactly what I think if you have questions about politics or if you want to talk about movies or anything else.
Okay, speaking of movies, I don't know if you're a fan of the National Treasure movies. However, I have been watching the series.
Okay.
Right? And I am liking it. But Riley Poole is one of the characters from the movie who is also in the series.
Okay.
He has a podcast about treasure hunting and everything. Ooh. He figures something else, and he says, and I know that because I have a podcast. And I think everybody that has a podcast knows something.
Yeah. Look, if you think I'm condescending, the last thing you need in the world is a podcaster condescending to you. Good Lord. Is the show good then? Because my son loves the two National Treasures movie. They're not my favorite, but I think they're very good for what they are.
Yeah, you get a MacGuffin, right?
Yes.
And then you chase the MacGuffin, and actually it gets the payoff if you find out what it is.
I think it is a new generation, slightly dumbed down version of Indiana Jones. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm curious if the show is good, though.
I'm entertained by the movies, and I have been entertained by this new addition of characters and the fact that they've been kind of weaving in the other characters, the older characters as well. Some of the storylines are crossing paths. I don't know how far they're going to take it. I don't know if they're going to go into another season with it, but you have this younger new generation of people with all these different stories that are kind of coming together. And Catherine Zeta-Jones, she's in it too. So she was in Wednesday, hit, and now she's in this.
Man, that has been a big hit. Is there any way you could get Nick Cage to show back up in the series finale to launch National Treasure 3, the motion picture?
It's interesting. In this last episode, Riley Poole's character, I don't know his real name, but he does mention that there's, and this has been in the trailers a lot, there's 47 reasons to pay attention to him and Ben's big project. And Ben is the Nicolas Cage's character.
Sure.
He says, so there's lots of reasons to pay attention to it. It sounds like they're kind of getting prepared to launch a new, I don't know, I could be wrong about that. But you have heard texts and phone calls from Nick Cage. So that's kind of fun, too. So like I said, they're implementing a lot of the series together. The world, Reggie, we talk about world building and books and movies and stuff. I think they're doing a good job of world building here.
As long as you understand what people...
in the actual world.
Okay, and I'm glad they have some carryover characters because that's what the people are here for. I'm not telling you that Cobra Kai is going to win any awards or anything like that, but... I love that show, and they know just the right amount of, they're like, I brought you here with nostalgia. Let me see if I can get you to care about the new characters. It's like the Mighty Ducks.
Even though the characters that were just one-offs, you're like really excited about seeing them pop into.
Yeah,
it.
well, I was dying for Mike Barnes to show up for sure. And that's the fundamental mistake. And I didn't watch season 2, or I haven't watched it yet, of Game Changer, the Mighty Ducks show. Is you lost the nostalgia factor, and now that could have been Emilio Estevez being like, I got other stuff to do, to which point I would double down as a Disney executive and be like, do you?
Here's a bag of money that says you don't.
You just bring him in now that Goldberg's cleaned up his life. Bring him in every now and again, and like you just
Bill Goldberg.
Not Bill Goldberg. Goldberg the goalie. You just trot them out occasionally, and that's what the people are here for. And so that's why I was curious how much of National Treasure leaned on that.
Look what Star Wars did, right? As soon as you saw Mark Hamill pop back on screen, you lost your mind, right?
Did you know that the first person that they hired got fired from writing those because they were like, hey, let's focus on all new characters. And luckily somebody, I don't know about the rest of the execution, but somebody stepped up and was like, hey, that's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
You need to bring the legacy characters in because that's what the people want to see. And if you want to know why there's not new ideas, that's not what people want to see.
The Rangers were living off Pudge and Nolan for the longest time.
God.
The Mavericks, the Stars were living off of Mike Modano and Brett Hull.
Yes.
And the Cowboys have been living off of their 3 Super Bowls forever.
I mean, look.
We love nostalgia.
There might be... For a while, I thought it was the Lakers. Maybe the Knicks would challenge them.
Okay, no,
But
I think you're right.
There might be no franchise more dependent and leaning on nostalgia than the Dallas Cowboys. Again, if the Knicks fans want to pipe up and they're like, well, hold on just a damn minute, I would listen to that. For a while, I thought the Lakers did it, but at least the Lakers have had like the more kind of generational bounces of championships, which the Cowboys had until like this last run. But yeah, I think the Cowboys are more dependent on nostalgia than anything else. Like that's why you see so many shots of like, hey, it's Emmitt Smith, and you always get to see Troy Aikman. Hey, there's Roger Staubach, because it makes you feel good inside about how things used to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the sports world, you should. In the sports world about how things used to be. And you're like, oh, man, I remember when he led us to the Super Bowl.
What, like that Bluebell commercial?
Yes. Remember when they're like, Bluebell. They sing it because it makes you feel like it used to when you were a kid eating ice cream on that hot summer day. That's what they're treading on. They're like, I don't care if you like our new flavor. Just think about eating ice cream as a kid and come buy my product.
Just vanilla ice cream. It's
Homemade
still fantastic.
vanilla.
Yeah. By the way,
just think about how successful that was. Somebody died, and a whole bunch of people got sick because of stuff happening with Bluebell, and it took it away for a minute. As soon as it came back, people were like, don't care.
Can't wait.
Poison or not.
I missed it.
Somebody
set it up.
And then people were like, you know what? We're going to do the lick challenge. We're going to lick this thing. And then people were like, perfectly okay with it. You can lick it, and I'm going to show up, buy that container, and still eat it. Because the freezer kills off the germs.
Let's mark that. And also, this is a very savvy point. There's a couple of savvy points here. Are the Dolphins from the 214 actually holding on to nostalgia the most? That's a great point.
They had Dan Marino, and they're still talking about, hey, we're popping champagne bottles.
And not for you, and then from the 21254, Kevin, you watch some dumbass shows. Fact. Here's a couple things that go along with that. Is sometimes I have trouble sleeping, and I'll pop on whatever. And so I'm not here to defend. I'll tell you the difference between, oh, that's a great show versus that is a show that I watched too long, and I can't really explain why.
You don't even have to defend it. You know what? Not every show you watch has to be a masterpiece.
Yes,
a KNC masterpiece.
That's a fair point.
Sometimes
Although Alice in Borderland is pretty awesome.
I saw that last night as I was scrolling through Netflix, and I was like, do I need to watch this? Because I've already finished this year's Emily in Paris, and so I was like, I need something new to watch. Thank you, Reggie.
Yeah, so
and I can't. Adrian won't let me watch the Jack Ryan series without her, so I got to get through that.
So that means you're gonna watch it and then pretend that you were watching it for the first time when y'all watched it together.
Say that out loud.
What are you doing that?
She's driving home right now.
Then you're definitely.
He's not doing that at all.
How arrogant it is for you to be like, she's driving home right now and definitely listening to us.
She's definitely not.
Alice in Borderland, I felt like was Squid Game before Squid Game came out. Because it came out like a year before Squid Game, and when they put that out, don't get me wrong, I really like Squid Game, but I thought, this has a remarkably similar game of death feel as Alice in Borderland.
I wasn't a huge fan of Squid Game for that purpose.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Then Alice in Borderland.
I am terrified of some rich person going, yeah, now I get to decide who dies.
Alice in Borderland might not be for you. There is a lot of graphic graphic death in that show. I just think it's phenomenal.
All right, Kevin.
Where are we at with Cowboys?
I still have a number of spots open.
Okay.
Somebody tweeted to me. This is the Dallas Cowboys. If you haven't been listening all day, what are you doing with your life? This is the Dallas Cowboys bingo card for tonight. We've been putting it together. Currently, we have a triple reverse, a special teams block, a Lamb 100-plus yards receiving, Parsons 2 sacks, Maher 50-plus yard field goal, not fart field goal, Bland interception, Turpin kick return touchdown, defensive touchdown, and Malik Davis touchdown, non-Dak passing TD, Diggs interception, Dak 3-plus TDs, and a safety. Somebody suggested a CeeDee Lamb chain tuck touchdown because I don't know if you know this or not. Every time CeeDee Lamb tucks his chain, he makes a good play.
Is it possible at all that the Titans have some semblance of an inferior red kettle out there that the Cowboys can incorporate?
I don't know. I can't guarantee that.
Like maybe it's a little smaller.
I can't guarantee that.
Okay.
I can't guarantee that.
I'm just curious. And then also, I feel like a tank sack.
Tank sack
should make
one
its way.
tank sack.
Yes.
All right, one tank sack.
Yeah.
Or do we want to incorporate tackles for loss in here somehow?
Ooh, yes. Okay.
For whomst or a whole team.
Did you want to? I'm curious how people get their statistics for tackles for. You know what I'm saying? Like I think I think that's a great point.
Does the home scorekeeper get to decide, like in baseball, when they're like, no, that wasn't a hit?
Yeah. From the 903, screw that guy. Game Changers is awesome. Here's the thing about that, though. I didn't say it wasn't good. I'm saying it's not popular.
Should I put Cooper Rush TD on here?
Ooh. Does that not fall under the guise of
non-Dak? That's a non-Dak
passing
throwing.
TD.
Yeah, that is a non-Dak passing TD, so that does fall in there.
A crossbar or goalpost gets hit.
Crossbar or goalpost hit.
Oh, that's real
Put
niche.
those in one of the corners.
Yeah. That's okay.
Should we go for like a 30-plus yard reception or like 40? How big do we want? 50-plus yard reception, something like that?
And do you want to put that on somebody's plate? Do we do that with like a T.Y. Hilton plus 40-plus yards?
I say let's go 40-yard reception without the name.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, and that could include running after catch and everything like that.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be a TD, but it does have to be 40-plus yards.
Chunk play.
Ooh, yeah. See, fumble recovery was one that came up.
I do not have that on the list.
Or Zeke 25-yard touchdown. There are a lot of suggestions.
I would say somebody suggested Zeke 2+ total touchdowns. I think that's a good one because I think that's something that can actually happen.
How many touchdowns are we expecting here? Because I'm counting
5.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, 5.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere
Or
in between
64.
there. Yeah.
What about including the special teams a little bit more? 60-yard punt.
Well, we have a 50-yard Maher punt. Oh no, we have a 50. Okay, 60-yard punt.
60-yard punt.
Dude, Anger's got that in the bag, baby.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go right here.
We want to just make sure everyone. Okay.
Punt.
Do we need?
Or we could combine it: a 60-yard kick and a 60-yard punt. And
No.
that would be a 60-yard kick and punt.
No.
120 yards of kicking.
Do we want to put or is this too jerky to be like Mike McCarthy? Clock management error. That's not?
That's fine. I like that actually.
Subjective though.
That is subjective.
That is. I have a ruthless standard for that. We need something to involve the coaches.
Clock mismanagement.
Yeah, clock mismanagement. Does there need to be a thing where throw the challenge flag?
Okay.
I think that should be
either team.
Yeah, either team.
The challenge flag appears
from the 972 Turpin backflip. We need to put that on the card because there's a lot of. No, I'm not putting this. We're not putting this on the card. From the 469, Odell Beckham Jr. gets signed.
Let's do it.
No, that line is dead.
All right,
Let's
but Kevin, if he appears out of nowhere, like the lights just flicker in the middle of the third quarter, and then Odell runs out, would that not be the most fascinating thing of all time?
Yeah, it would mean that you're in the middle of a Kevin dream where the rest of the world turns into professional wrestling. I think about that all the time.
What about what's the over/under? And we might have to break away to get these last 4 here. What's the over/under on 4th down conversion calls? Like they go for it on 4th down. Well, let's go, Kevin. Let's set the over/under for that.
They're successful, or that they go for it?
They go for it on 4th down.
1.5.
We'll set it at 1.5, and we'll discuss in the C block next.
Rally House in Fort Worth. It's the place to be this Friday from 2 to
To be masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. First of all, this isn't a question, a statement. You need to make your way out to Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. See the great wall of cards. There's amazing deals, and they're great people. These people help us out with Peace-a-thon the last several years. But also, my question, why would you teach a robot how to do exercise?
In mass training as well.
Why?
All right, so let's go ahead and start the C block off, Kevin, because I tweeted this morning. I quote tweeted, "It was a good run, fellow humans." And that is because Unitree Go One is a new generation robot dog.
That sounds like the thing that you hear, too. The Unitree killed us all.
It can reach a speed of 17 kilometers per hour. Nobody knows how to do the conversion rate on that, though, so we don't know exactly how fast it is. It has adaptive joints, an intelligent side follow system, and it is doing a mass testing event at Unitree's factory, where it looks as if there are maybe 300 to 500 of these things doing push-ups, and then downward dog, and then some other things. Now, I have long contended that if robots are really going to try and take us over because we invented them, we can just turn the sprinklers on and short-circuit their systems, and we're going to be just fine.
You don't think the intelligent-based robots will be able to figure that out?
And maybe the intelligent-based robots will be like, hey, we need to install an umbrella, or something like that, because otherwise we're screwed. But for this, just looking at this, they created an army of dog robots. They said, we're creating an army of dog robots, and it's kind of terrifying. Just to watch them all do these push-ups together really is intimidating. So that is one thing. And Colby just quote tweeted me and said, "Effing Skynet." So that makes a lot of sense because, Skynet's going to get us all one day, right?
I get some of the robot stuff, but I think we've reached the point where you're like, I get it. Robots are awesome, but we're just speeding up our own demise.
I have 3 spots available, Kevin. We did add the 2+ 4th down conversion. somebody, did they text in or was this your own idea?
No, they texted in.
All right.
5 penalties or less.
For the Cowboys or for the whole game? Because I will go over very quickly.
For the Cowboys.
All right. I will say 5 penalties or less.
By the way, multiple people are texting in. Either it's to show people how to do exercise or to make fat people feel bad.
Look, man, we've had videos of how to do exercise. And look, if you were going to get on that, you was going to do it.
Denise Austin, yeah.
The robot is not going to. It's not like people are going to see the robot and be like, oh, wow, it finally makes sense now. No, you knew how to do it if you wanted to do it.
I better go get in shape now, otherwise the robot's going to surpass me.
Now, that's an interesting motivation.
But see, what would be way more effective is if the robot threatened you if you didn't get in better shape. If a robot came to my house and was like, you need to get your fat ass in shape or else we will destroy your family, then, like, bam, you'd snap right to it.
By the way, I did just... I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on this. Can we confirm this while we're going along here?
Yeah,
I don't want to make.
I've heard okay.
I've seen some things, but I want to make sure.
Are you talking about a soccer legend?
Legend.
Yeah, that's reported by the Associated Press. So take that for what you will.
Pele has passed away at the age of 82. It was, this is, I don't know how many of my kids who are now like really excited about Mbappe and everything, and what Messi just did, know about Pele and what he meant to the soccer world. But that's a very sad thing, man, especially what he had to go through for the last year. And his fight with his kidneys.
Yeah, won a record 3 World Cups, and he said he'd score over 1,000 goals. Then he went and scored over 1,000 goals. And so, that's very basically something that you can point to as a incredible, great player.
We brought it up last week that he was going to have to stay in the hospital over or through Christmas because just things weren't getting better or they weren't showing the progress. And I know there were some people saying earlier today that his family had been called up there. But to your point, I don't want to just recklessly say whatever if it's not sourced or anything like that. And so, yeah, no, that is very sad. An incredible player, and for a lot of people he feels like for a lot of people he'll always be the greatest soccer player of all time. Kind of like that Jordan vibe. I'm not realistically saying Messi surpassed him or anything like that. I'm just saying, regardless of what Mbappe or anybody else does, I feel like for a lot of folks, Pele will always be the best soccer player.
I agree, man. As we kind of transition here, I was going to go and do a ranking of the playoff teams, but I just saw this from Darren Rovell 4 hours ago.
Okay.
So I just saw it 4 hours ago. Over the last 12 months, and this does have something to do with our card that we have 2 spots remaining, and I think maybe a Donovan Wilson sack would be a good addition to this because Dono Wilson does some things. But over the last 12 months, these are the casino games that return the most money for casinos. Now, I don't know if y'all have ever been to Vegas with Kevin. I have. Brag.
You're the only person.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've ever been to Vegas.
It was really fun to watch because I had been a couple of times, and so I kind of knew all the flashing lights and everything. I've had my experiences on the poker tables and all those things too. It's a lot of fun, especially when you come away winning.
Sure.
But watching Kevin sit there watching other people play, and then he leans in and goes, "They're playing the game wrong," and then he sits down and wins money. It was really fun to see that happen. So, Kevin, these are the places. These are the top 6 according to the Nevada Gaming Commission. To avoid. Number 6, bingo. Which we're filling out a bingo card right now for tonight's Cowboys game.
Let me just ask you real quick, how much does fun level factor in? Because, if you're playing just the video slot, I know that's not what you said, but if you're just playing the video slots, do you automatically seek out a video slot that you think would be more fun or is branded or whatever, knowing that at least if you lose, you get a certain entertainment value out of it?
I am there to try to win money.
Okay.
All right, while I'm gambling. While I'm
Okay.
not gambling, I'm there to have fun. So, yeah, that does make a little bit of sense. Do you like playing bingo? Are you a bingo fan?
You know,
have you ever been to a bingo hall?
See, I haven't, and so I was gonna say I like we do Christmas bingo when we host Christmas Eve for my family, and we give away prizes and stuff like that. And then we do Let's Make a Deal style where you can trade in for the one big prize, but it might not be worth your while. And so we do Christmas.
Yeah, it could be box number 83.
Yes, exactly. So we do Christmas bingo to get us there. But I've never been to like a bingo hall where people have like their competitive blotters and everything like that. I am fascinated by that.
Okay, all right. So that is number 6 on the list. My mom used to host, like they had a group of like 20 women, and they would host bingo night.
Sure.
At somebody's house each week. It was a rotating thing, so that was kind of fun to watch. Number 5, Pai Gow Poker. I've never played this. I don't know how to play it. So I don't know exactly how this goes. This is different than what we saw in.
I'm trying to see if I remember if Pai Gow was a big player in Crazy Rich Asians.
That's what I was just about to ask.
Because
it doesn't look like it
okay,
is.
because I remember thinking that movie was awesome, but they were playing a game that I did not.
Maybe it is.
That I did not entirely know. Okay. I have never played that before then.
It doesn't look. I don't know. I'm gonna wait for later.
To be determined.
Yeah, TBD, as they say in the biz. Number 4, Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Yes.
What is the difference between Ultimate Texas Hold'em and regular Texas
See,
Hold'em?
I thought it was money, but maybe it's not. Maybe they just pare down the card system. Like you don't do like a regular hand versus I think maybe just 2 cards, something like that. I thought it was a monetary base.
The player does not compete against other players. Instead, they compete against only the
dealer. Yeah.
Which that definitely makes it more difficult because now both sides, or easier depending on, but it seems like both sides have more cards to work with there.
By the way, and just real quick, some people are catching on, and that's why I always got to turn it on, leave it on, unfortunately, is Pele did pass away, and Reggie brought up the 3 World Cups, scoring just an insane amount of goals. He also worked with, as a Goodwill ambassador, did stuff with the Olympics. He was in a movie, or there was a movie about his life. He led an outsized life. Whenever you think about how many people did you impact or how much did you do, he led a life that, not a lot of people could aspire to, with all of the good deeds and good sportsmanship and as well as athletic ability that he brought to the table.
The number 3. This is over the last 12 months, these are the casino games that return the most money for casinos. Number 3, Let It Ride. Kevin, have you ever played Let It Ride?
I do not know.
That's the name of a game?
That is the name of a game.
Oh.
And see, I guess I'm not as surprised because, like I said, the only time I've ever been to Vegas is the one time we went up there for the Mayweather fight. And other than that, I just don't have proximity to, a lot of, casinos outside of jumping up to WinStar or Choctaw, and that could be a social thing as well as a straight gambling thing.
It is a casino game based on poker where the player wagers on a 5-card poker hand formed by their own 3 cards and 2 community cards. So a little bit like Hold'em, but everybody's using the same 2 community cards there. So that's number 3, I believe, on the list. Number 2 on the list that returns the most money for casinos, Keno.
I could see that, and the rapid pace at which Keno can move.
You played Keno?
See, I haven't personally played it. It's another one of those games where I watched to see how people were playing it and what the strategy was and everything like that. That game can move at a really quick pace at seemingly
Is it like bingo?
all hours, kind of.
So you're just kind of, you have a card and you're kind of trying to figure out which ones are yours or whatever.
And that's another one that seemingly operates at all times.
And then the final one, over the last 12 months, these games return the most money for casinos, 3-card poker. So 3-card poker gives the casino. So if you are a big, you want to look for losing money and you want to really gamble, then these are the games that you should play. If you're saying, you know what, I'm trying to avoid losing money, stay away from those games.
You know what? You know what I think would be a really cool gambling add-on that we can make happen at one of these casinos? I think Vegas should pick up on this, or maybe I should keep it to myself. I think you should be able to short individual players. Like, I think there should be a set-up side bet with the house that you see certain players at the table, you're like, that guy's going to lose, or that lady's going to lose. And so you should be able to bet against them. So every time they lose, you win. I think that would be amazing if you were able to bet for, or I mean, I know you can bet for, like in some of these games, but bet against individual players outside of just, you know, rolling the dice, like in the poker world or whatever. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a quick recap in case you've missed. There's been a lot of stuff happening today. Josh Dobbs is going to start for the Tennessee Titans at quarterback tonight, which you can hear pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan, with Al Michaels as one of the guests and Cavante Turpin as the player profile. Also, Tony Pollard inactive for this game. And the most recent breaking news is that, unfortunately, soccer icon Pele has passed away. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because finish up this bingo card as well. All of it next, live from Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen.
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frank. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. We've been talking a lot of soccer cards today, and I know some things have caught Corey's attention when it comes to maybe the Mbappe Prism card, which is very, very nice. But we promised it earlier. We didn't get a chance to hit it. Is Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, by the way, thank you to everyone who's come out here and they're buying things. They're busting packs open. We're having fun seeing the amazing pulls that they've gotten today.
You notice how many Cowboys fans have come out here
Love
today, too?
to see it.
People in Cowboys hats and T-shirts and everything. It's pretty awesome.
They know what's about to
Hoodies,
happen.
pullovers,
So,
whatever Mike McCarthy wears.
Ooh, that's right. Okay. Ooh, and
he's your first stylistic mannequin, right? Like because he gets shown the most wearing Cowboys like casual wear.
Depending on how much peer pressure influences you, I would be fascinated if that is like the template where people have cut off sleeves on their hoodies or anything like that. We've got a couple more, maybe 2 more spaces on our Cowboys?
I have
bingo?
one.
Maybe
I
one.
did go ahead and add the Donovan Wilson sack.
Okay.
So I have one more, and then what I'll do is I will tweet this out with the update, the updated version. You can take this tonight. What we would like to see. Please tweet it back to us.
Shuffle it up.
Yeah, shuffle it up. Tweet it back to us. How quickly did you get these things? Were you keeping track of the bingo card for the Cowboys tonight?
At KNC 1053, if you want to tweet us your shuffled up bingo card before the game starts. And then you know what? Maybe if you hit, who knows? Maybe we'll just bring you up to the studio to come hang out one
like
day.
it.
Who
Sounds like a deal.
knows? All right, I'm going to give you a couple of more answers if you want to consider. From the 361, a roughing the passer penalty. From the 682, an offensive line touchdown catch. That
seems very difficult.
It
that
does.
Is very difficult, and this is slot 2, row 2, row 1, column 1, row 2.
Yep.
So that's where we're looking at here. I don't know. Does that need to be a difficult one, or should that be an easy one?
Yeah, that's a tough row in the middle with the special teams block. So we might want to have something easing up just a little bit.
We'll see. There are lots of options coming in.
Ooh, this is a great idea from the 806. The Cowboys, Mavs, and Stars are all playing tonight. Could we get a victory sweep as the space?
So
there we go.
I don't know if this is something that we've considered, but like
dump on this.
Kind of. Sorry. My brand is strong, I guess. With the bingo, like the idea of winning is who gets to bingo first. There's quite a few of these bingo items that we're putting on the card that are things that have to happen at the end of the game.
That's right.
So like, do we want to consider more in-game stuff?
Yeah,
or does
but that
no?
is,
Okay.
is that no, the only reason I'm going to say is that not up to the strategist who reshuffles their bingo card to figure that out. Like maybe you make a row that's all end game things. So like you have your that's your last chance, like your lottery ticket. They're like, if you lose, you could send it in for another chance. Maybe you do a row entirely of end game things. I think you're onto something for sure, Reggie. This is also our maiden voyage, so perhaps we will learn some valuable lessons along the way. Now, to go along with that, from the 972, any Pele cards out here? I have not looked around just yet. Oh, okay. But yes, we'll have to double check on that because I know he has cards, but I know there's a variety of amazing soccer cards out here, so I'll have to check on that. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because from the 585. Cowboys win because they're clearly the better team and the Titans are missing several key players. Cowboys lose because they are the Cowboys.
Okay, that's soft. It's very easy to run with, I guess.
And from another 806, way to dump on my text, Reggie. I hate you.
No, I'm not going to dump on their text.
I don't think they really meant that. And by the way, I think it's going to make it onto the board. I'm going to say Cowboys win because they have found a way to make turnovers carry, right? So they led the league with takeaways last year with 34. This year, they lead the league again with 30. How long do you think it's been since a team led the league in turnovers back-to-back years?
I'm going to say maybe the Ravens of back in the day.
It's been 48 years.
So if not 40, not the Ravens.
The
Was it
Ravens.
Cowboys?
It was not. That would have been amazing. It was unfortunately the Pittsburgh Steelers, but it was 72, 73. 72, 73, and 74. So, for the team that ended up being the team of that decade, which is gross.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
I knew that was going to haunt me right there. But it's been 48 years since a team did that. Cowboys win because they have found a way to translate the turnovers over this year, and they harass Dobbs all day long.
Yeah, I think.
And I know y'all did a segment about finding the pass rush again.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main keys. I think Cowboys win today because when the ball goes up in the air, it's one of those. What was it? The replacements when he said Clifford Franklin's the only one, not the only one going up for it.
He's the only one coming down with it.
the only one coming down with it.
Yeah.
And Diggs, Bland, Wilson, Curse. I think those guys are hawking tonight. And they're like, hey, look, we know we're going to get pressure. So what happens whenever there is pressure applied? Maybe it doesn't always turn into a sack. You don't want, you want sacks, ultimately.
Yes.
You want that to happen. That ends the play. It's a loss. It is a complete loss for the quarterback. It is a complete loss for the opponent's offense. But if it doesn't, whenever you got a guy like Dobbs behind there, the ball's up in the air. And that means that's plus Cowboys right there. That is advantage Cowboys because they have a cornerback that is a receiver. They have Deron Bland, who the ball just magically finds him. And whenever those safeties are hunting too, that's when. So the Cowboys win tonight, not because of what you said,
Sure,
but because the interceptions. It's going to be a pick party tonight.
Okay, help everybody out real quick if they haven't been following along in the fan cam or on the Twitch. Somebody asked, what if we added Diggs or defensive interception? We do have that. Will you run down the current bingo card? And then we mean to make sure we tweet this out if we have it. I guess
I will. I've already tweeted out the early version of it. I will tweet out the final version at In the Majors on Twitter. I can also throw it up on at KNC1053 if you want to follow there. First up, the triple reverse, because we know Kellen Moore likes to do that.
God, he does.
The 60-yard
Doesn't
punt.
have to be a successful triple reverse.
Does this have to be a Cowboys 60-yard punt?
Nope.
Or it can be a Tennessee 60-yard punt?
Unless otherwise specified.
Or it could be a 60-yard punt and a 60-yard kick.
No,
which turns
no,
into a 60,
no.
Okay. If you combine them, Bland interception.
You mean the player, not just a blase catch. And you're like,
which we tried to come up with a nickname for him yesterday, Reggie, and we still haven't found the right nickname for Deron Bland. But there are lots of options out there.
The Great Blandino or Blandito, we've had people say things like that.
Yeah, but remember Dean Blandino? I never want to give Blandino a great before. So that's
a good point.
2+ fourth down conversions by the Cowboys.
Okay. I think that one we said for the team, right?
For the whole game. Safety, special teams block, Kavontae Turpin kick return, a tank sack, McCarthy clock mismanagement, 40+ yard catch by anybody, Lamb for plus 100 yards, non-Dak passing touchdown, 5 penalties or less, a Dak 3+ touchdowns on the night, a Diggs interception, a defensive touchdown, Parsons 2 sacks, Maher, 50+ yard field goal. Challenge flag appears. Zeke, 2+ total touchdowns. Davis rushes for a touchdown. Donovan Wilson sack. And the crossbar or goalpost is hit. So they got
we have a doink on there?
We got a doink.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we got a doink and a donk.
Now, I don't know if in the future... I don't know if in the future we'll need to make this easier at all, but I'm going to tell you right now, this sounds like the greatest game of football all time. Now, I know you're not going to
all of them happen.
I know you're not going to black out the bingo card or anything like that, but
that'd be awesome.
That sounds like the most amazing. Somebody said, what about a special teams fake?
I like come catch these Blands. I think that's a really good nickname, but that's a bit of a mouthful.
Rubber Bland?
The Rubber Bland man.
Yeah, I don't hate that. But yeah.
What about an onside kick? Like any reason for an onside kick to happen. That's tough to...
Can we combo onside kick with fake? Would just say fake kick. So it could be a fake punt or an onside kick.
All right, we will say fake punt / onside kick.
Okay.
All
From
right.
the 214. Oh, no, I've got that blackout happening tonight. Now, I don't know if they mean for the bingo card in celebration of the Cowboys'
I think they're
victory.
I think they're just talking about drinking.
Yeah, they might not be going to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or they might be going to work tomorrow.
Was that text from you, Corey?
No, it's
Are
not.
you blacking out tonight?
Not tonight. I have responsibility.
Oh, no. What responsibility? Oh, the family's coming back. That's right.
Well, and also band practice.
Man, did you? Okay, look, you better say the family's coming back ahead of your band practice. But I did like how Reggie just was like, what responsibilities? He's like, you got nothing to do. All right. Cowboys lose because. I've thought a lot about this, and I said earlier in the show I was going to say Cowboys lose because it would be the most Cowboys thing to do, but instead I'm going to say the element of surprise with Josh Dobbs somehow, some way causes the Cowboys headaches all day long.
We didn't know how to plan for him. We
Yeah,
didn't know what we were
because
doing.
nobody in the history of the NFL has ever seen him start a game, and so I get that. Now, Tony Pollard being out makes sense as well, but I'm going to go with Dobbs starting at quarterback throws them off because they're like, who the hell is this guy? I don't know what he can do.
Cowboys lose because
I know this one is significantly tougher.
This is very tough when your opponent is like, hey, we give before you even show up.
Yeah. Especially in the spread's 13.5 as a road team.
All right, Cowboys lose because last night somebody broke into the hotel. All right.
Oh, okay.
And then pulled all the sprinkler systems, and the Cowboys were awake all night long. While that was going on, all playbooks were stolen. Okay, and then there was no breakfast at the hotel this morning.
So they had to order pizzas, but the pizzas came and they were a little funny.
Oh.
So Cowboys would actually, I still think Cowboys win if that happens.
Okay.
That's a wild situation. I think Cowboys lose because if they lose, which I don't expect to happen, it's just because they simply weren't mentally prepared. They walked into it going cakewalk, and they thought that, the guys who are on professional football teams but aren't starters, we're just going to roll the ball out there and roll over and show their stomachs. That's what they thought was going to happen.
I appreciate the lengths people are going to try to figure this out. They go,
It's tough.
What's the weather like tonight? Unfortunately, game time conditions, well, fortunately, probably 53 with maybe some clouds.
Oh, that's perfect.
So it looks like it's going to be like if you were hoping for some sort of torrential rain to kind of give you your answer or snowstorm or anything like that. It does not appear as any of that is going to be the case as the point spread does sit at 13.5. From the 6-8-2, Cowboys win because Bland returns 3 picks for touchdowns. Wow, that would be awesome. And Cowboys
3 picks for touchdowns?
Yeah, Cowboys.
Hold on. Let me ask you this because we discussed this yesterday. If he does that tonight, does he instantly go to the top of the list for Defensive Rookie of the Year? Because right now, Sauce is there.
Yes.
And Tyreek Woolen's there, too.
Yeah, Sauce has been really, really good.
But
don't forget
3
Aiden
interceptions
Hutchinson.
Anybody have 3 interceptions for a touchdown in one game?
I mean, and also that would put him at, 7 picks for the season and 3 pick sixes? Yeah, sorry, Sauce. We can throw those next-level gen stats on there. And I'm going to go ahead and give it to Deron Bland. And then this one, the Titans lose because they launch a new cheat scheme called Stargate. And then from the 9-7-2, this one's sad. Cowboys lose because Pele died.
Oh, dude.
This seems far more viable.
That really brought me down.
From the 6-8-2, Cowboys lose because they missed their Southwest flight. Or maybe because it got topical.
Dude, you know what? I was supposed to be flying back Monday on
really?
Southwest, and then we had to cancel it because the pipes froze down there. So maybe it was fortunate that I might not have made it. I might not have made it to the show on Tuesday.
So it wasn't a scheduling system.
And it would have been the
error.
Reggie Atatula show.
Yeah, look.
Which I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, I would listen to that. I think potentially you'll get to hear some of that tomorrow. And from the 6-8-2, Cowboys win just because they're better. And from the 8-1-7, come on. Y'all are clever, though. Cowboys lose because they're not used to playing without the sun in their eyes. Boy, I mean, that.
Oh, Kevin, do you support my run to try and become the solar coordinator for the Cowboys?
Yeah, so basically Jerry Jones, in his interview with Sean and RJ, legitimately out loud said There are 32 coaches down on that football field. Somebody should know where the damn sun is. That's summarizing it, but he basically said there are coaches, they need to know where the sun is. And Reggie has said, I will look for the sun and also tell you not to where to run plays.
See, I think they need to hire you, Reggie, because I would also think that would lead to no more clock mismanagement, but yet here we are. So if they can't figure out the clock, surely we're not figuring out the sun. Yes, I will absolutely hire you as the solar coordinator.
Wonderful.
For the Cowboys.
I tweeted it out. The official, I don't know if it's official, but tonight's Cowboys bingo has been tweeted out. All the things that could potentially happen that some of you think and hope will
I hope
happen.
because that star is in the middle, the Cowboys like come after you with a cease and desist
Oh
or
my
something.
gosh. I drew a star. It's not even good. It's a very bad star, Cowboys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. We're live from Texas Roadshow in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon if you want to come and see us. Coming up next, not that kind of cannon. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 Through the Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to chit-chat with those fellas from G-Bag Nation in just 1 second, but...
New breaking news?
No, I don't have breaking news there, but the stakes have been upped, and somebody asked
I like stakes.
if we could post this on Facebook as well. So I just posted the official bingo card to our Facebook page, the KNC Masterpiece, and then... one of the fine general managers for Blaze Pizza came in because they got a location opening up in Mansfield next month, and they dropped off a whole bunch of free pizza coupons. So perhaps on social media, we could tie in, if you reshuffle and win, you can get a Blaze Pizza card.
I don't know if I like that idea.
You want all of it?
I want all the Blaze pizza.
I will give you
will
some
eat all
of
the Blaze
those.
pizza.
Okay, we will work that out. In the
I love that idea. That's awesome. Keep it up tonight.
In the meantime, tonight or today, right now, we're at Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. Just had a Tolo bring in an awesome-looking autographed Daryl Moose Johnston card. We've had Tolos popping in, Twolos popping in all day long, getting good deals, interacting with excellent people. It has been a fun time, and we've been out here several times now. Love it when people tell us they've come out here, and don't forget they're launching their app on Tuesday for Texas Roadshow. Now, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We're terrific. Thank you so much for asking, Hague. You just submitted a DraftKings lineup, and I feel terrible about it.
Oh, why? Did you not put any thought into it?
No, I really didn't. I did it on the fly just to make sure it was submitted, and I'll probably tweak it all throughout the next few days.
Okay. And for people asking about the bingo, you can shuffle up where things go in different spaces, but the selections are all the same.
Just have fun with it.
Yeah.
Just have some fun with it tonight, man. It'll be funny to see if we can get a blackout. That'll be cool.
Did you leave the Pollard touchdown on there?
We changed
I
it.
changed it.
Okay,
I had
thank God.
to take it off because I don't know if you've heard or not, Zach Wolchuk. Tony Pollard's not playing tonight.
What?
Little do you know, Wolchuk's wearing his Cowboys collared T-shirt today, so dang right he knew.
I knew, baby, so you can change that to a Malik Davis 20-plus yard touchdown, Corey.
There we go. I think I did have a touchdown involved there. I have a question, Kevin.
Is it about if
This
they
has nothing to do
elevated
with the Cowboys.
Brock Hoffman and Quadre Allison from the practice squad to the active roster for tonight? Because then the answer
Question
is yes.
answered. Thank you very much.
You said that was not your question. What is your question?
Out of all of us, who do you think who is the most famous woman that you know? That you actually
Did you just
know?
say out of all of us?
Yeah, out of all of us. Who
That I
is-
actually
yes,
know?
that out of, like, I'm sure Broadus has a Rolodex with all the people he's met in his life. But, like, who's the most – because I was thinking about this last night. I think it's Jane.
Okay.
I think Jane is the
Yeah,
most
I was like,
famous-
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think Jane is the most famous woman that I know. And I was just kind of like, I need to know either more women is what I'm trying to figure out here. Do I need to know more women?
Why do you need to know more women?
So I can have more famous women to go with there.
To what?
To like, if somebody was to ask that question to me, I
Would
would
you
have
like
more
What
answers.
town do you want to go
Wouldn't you
to
guys
the women
say
with?
Charlotte Jones?
Oh, man, we do know Charlotte a little bit,
Yeah.
too. I've had one-on-ones with her multiple occasions now. That's awesome.
Have you now?
Yeah. No, in like the interview sphere. But, yeah, she does.
It's going to eventually
I've had-
end up being our former intern, Amelia, who's going to take over the
Yeah,
news
she
business in
is.
the Midwest.
Amelia
Pretty
Earhart?
awesome.
Question is, Corey, did you get the job?
Yeah, have you not heard we work for the
God, I wish
Cowboys?
you
Have you
guys
never
could
heard
see
that
this.
before?
I wish you guys could see the self-fulfilled face that Eric Chia follows with. He felt so good about that joke.
I was holding it, man. I was waiting. I fired
Did
it off.
great.
I'm
Man,
so proud of you.
That's
Eric.
how I know G-Bag's going to be on fire today, because it's already hitting right there. That is fantastic work. All right, with Dobbs coming in to start, Pollard not playing, does that change anything about this game for you, or you're like, it was going to be a rout either way?
Rowdy towdy, boys.
What does that mean to you? Are we talking 17,
hell does that
28?
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rowdy Towdy. Let's go with it. What do you got?
50 briskets, Volchuk.
Thank you. Thank you.
know what I mean.
love a good 50 brisket this time of year.
No, to me, it was funny because at the beginning of the week, I had a team tell me, Jacksonville, that they were thinking about, because they were looking at this game, and they were the first ones that really notified me, the guys I know down there. They were like, listen, you're about to play a preseason game. And I'm thinking, really? And I'm like, yeah, you are, because they're not going to, their game means nothing. The Thursday game means nothing. They're going to, put everybody, get everybody ready for next week against us. And I'm like, well, yeah, okay, I understand that. And they go, be ready. You're going to probably face Josh Dobbs in this game. And I even talked about it on our show, I know, at the beginning of the week when I heard that, and then also on DallasCowboys.com. But, yeah, they are honestly, Tennessee's in the mode of trying to figure out if he could play or not. I mean, that's where they're at right now. They're to the point where, and what my guys were telling me about this in this game is like, be ready for the waggles, the boots, the play action stuff, the RPOs, because this is what this guy can do. Everything is going to be really simplistic tonight. So if the Cowboys are, on their game, they're going to see a very basic type of an offense. And if Tennessee's moving the ball up and down the field, then you should be concerned, because everybody I'm talking to believes it's going to be an offense tonight to kind of get a gauge if this guy can play or not.
Now, does that diminish, I guess, how much of that does that diminish your excitement level for tonight's game? Or are you like, hey,
well, you got to win. That's the whole
Yeah.
idea. I mean, I know that, this morning I was tweeting out about Hurts and being hurt and legitimate, and he's practicing today. I don't know if he's going to play this weekend. We'll see if that all, but you've got to find a way to win tonight and make Philadelphia have to win a game in New Orleans next week, or this weekend, excuse me. But if you go out and you lose to Tennessee and all that, well then, okay, get ready for the 5th seed and kind of figure out, who's it going to be out of New Orleans, Carolina, and Tampa Bay.
I know the bowl season can be a throwaway. Did any of you guys lock in at any point on the craziness that was Arkansas and Kansas in the Liberty Bowl yesterday?
Man, when they were up, what was it, like 35-13?
Yeah.
Arkansas was up a crazy amount. I kind of checked out of that game. I just figured the Hogs are rolling.
Was there
here.
some bad officiating in that game? Because I was at Mexican bar and I was trying to I was watching a little bit, it was conversation, and then you look up and you kept seeing Kansas doing things. Was there controversy in that game with the officials? Did anybody finish that game, Peggy? Or you're asking a question.
No, I was going to say
you watched it.
No, I did. I didn't feel like it was poor officiating.
Okay.
I mean, like, you had the very inconvenient turnover. You had the onside kick. Like, I that definitely helped Kansas get back into it. And yeah, Zach, it was 38-13.
Jeez.
Midway through the third quarter, and then people were tweeting out all this stuff, and then they got hit with the freezing cold take, and then eventually went to 3 overtimes, and just, it was wild.
Well, I think what you're talking about there, Broadus, was like the targeting call that was called on one of those 2-point conversions.
Okay.
For Kansas.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like he launched himself, so... I mean,
yeah, that targeting is a rough call, man. That's a rough call, especially because it's usually like your best safety or somebody like that's doing the targeting, and now you're going to have to try and figure out how to play. I know they had some controversy in the Ole Miss Tech game. I saw where Lane Kiffin afterwards says it wasn't even about the game. It was about trying to explain what was going on in that game.
Maybe some spitting,
and
racial slurs,
and all stuff going on. So, yeah, a kind of a crazy. I mean, give Tech and Joey and those guys a lot of credit for how well they played in that game. But man, I mean, that's what it seemed like that everything was about at the end of that. The Ole Miss game was the controversy involved with that.
Do you guys have confidence in Peyton Russell on New Year's Eve night to get a kiss from a stranger? Because I don't know if y'all have been all in on this, but there is lots of money now riding on this.
I heard this during crosstalk.
The field is men and women, right?
I believe that is correct.
Animals involved too, maybe?
I think it has to be a human.
Yeah.
I believe.
Animals are
we'll
too willing.
We'll clarify that in the morning.
Yeah, animals will really they're like, yeah, I'll kiss you. So.
Okay.
Look, Peyton's already come much farther than I thought. he would.
That's true. He continues to surpass expectations.
When we hosted Sports Zone together at the University of North Texas,
What do you think, Walter?
I would tell him in between takes that I think he needed to look for a different profession. And here he is, now the producer for Sean and RJ in the morning on 105.3 The Fan.
And Bobby.
The best damn radio station on the planet, with Bobby Belt as well. So I'm putting my money on Peyton Russell in that stash.
Peyton Russell's the most famous female I know.
Huh.
What are you doing right now?
It felt like you were doing that as a mic drop compliment, but it didn't totally work out how you thought.
I think Peyton would appreciate that.
Exactly how
What do
he
you,
expected it to
besides comedy gold like that, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We got a nice quickie. The 220 teas is cocaine is a hell of a drug. 2:30 we've got G-Bag of the day, and of course Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Be blocked in as we lead into the Cowboys pregame. Hello?
All right.
I think we lost him.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a lot
Say
more of that
goodnight,
coming
Kevin.
up. Say goodnight, Kevin. G-Bag
Fantastic
Nation
dismount.
coming up next.
The Cowboys to Marcus. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
2 hours away from Cowboys pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman hanging out with you. Tony Pollard is out tonight. Derrick Henry not expected to play for the Tennessee Titans. And at quarterback for the Titans, it's the former Volunteer, Josh Dobbs, who's going to be starting for the Titans instead of Malik Willis. A little bit of a twist as we get you set for Cowboys-Titans tonight, Thursday night football. Gentlemen, prediction time, 877-881-1053 on a thirsty Thursday. And, well, this is turning out to be a preseason-like game for Tennessee. We talked about it yesterday. They got at least 8 players that are not playing. They're putting everything into let's get healthy. Let's see what we have in Josh Dobbs. And can he throw the football any better? Because Malik Willis certainly could not throw the football at all last week. 99 yards through the air for them. They were not able to have any aerial attack. Maybe Dobbs can do it. It's his first start. He's played 5 games. He's got 0 passing touchdowns. To 1 interception. Guys, the over-under for interceptions today for Dobbs, 1.5.
Ooh, I'll take the over on that. I feel comfortable there. I also feel
Who's getting the
comfortable.
interception?
It's going to be, Deron Bland has to get one of them, right?
Yeah, so
Legally.
it's like 6 for Deron
It's going to be
Bland?
Deron Bland. And how about Trayvon Diggs gets back in the, Josh Dobbs is going to be like, you know what, forget it, man. I'm out here slinging this thing. I'm not scared of you, Trayvon Diggs. And then he's going to be like, okay, I am scared of you, Trayvon Diggs, because he gets the interception. I'm going Cowboys 28, Titans 13.
I thought you went 50 brisket. Did you straight up lie to us?
No, well, that was just a fun thing. Wasn't that just a fun thing?
That was a fun thing. He's crawfishing, Broaddus.
He is crawfishing a little bit. I thought I heard 50 brisket too.
I initially, I think I said 100, and then we brought it down to a 50
Yeah.
brisket. So maybe I should go
I didn't
back to
hear
the
the 100.
original triple digis.
I got wax in my ears.
I'll say 28-13. I feel like it's probably going to be 28 to it's probably going to be 28 to 3 going into the fourth quarter, and then you can kind of sit back and enjoy yourself a little bit if you're the Cowboys and you're Tyron Smith and Micah Parsons and Tank Lawrence. Go get a little rest.
Can I get some Micah sacks tonight?
You better, right? I mean, your beard's on the line.
Apparently, somebody texted in, and I missed this morning, but I guess Bobby was sharing clean-shaven pictures of me.
Oh.
If you don't know, I've got this.
They exist?
Yeah, they exist. You can, Bobby
finds everything.
Just like at the hospital newborn pics. You've been hairy since you were like 2 years. Wasn't your first birthday gift a razor?
Yeah.
From your father?
This is fair.
And then your third was a heater?
At Chick-fil-A, for many moons, you weren't allowed to wear a beard. So I had to be
the Yankees of food?
Yes, I had to be clean shaven all throughout high school and into my early years of college. So I didn't start repping the beard until, I don't know, when I started at North Texas.
Wow, it's such a patented move now. I feel like you've had it since you came out the womb.
So the over-under is 15.5 sacks for Micah. He's at 13. So I need 3 in the last 2 games. So I need him to get after Josh Dobbs tonight.
Yeah, and, there's a good possibility of that. They've got some banged-up offensive linemen that they're dealing with right now. I kind of feel like that if you attack, Dennis Daly, the left tackle, he's a little late off the ball. He doesn't really play against power very well. More of an athlete over there. So I would take my chances over there until I kind of figure out, because on the other side, Nicholas Petit-Frere, the rookie, he's not going to play tonight. So I need to figure out who the right tackle is going to be in this game for the Titans. And, that's, you kind of got a couple of spots you could focus on right there to see if you can get your sacks. But tonight, I just kind of feel like in talking to some guys around the league, because I did mention this that earlier this week, that the possibility that you were going to see Josh Dobbs, and so I was asking guys, well, what kind of game plan do you expect? And they're like, listen, it's going to be a lot of movement of the quarterback. It's going to be the waggles, the boots. It's going to be anything to move the pocket. That's kind of where he plays at his absolute best. kind of a simplistic offense, stuff underneath, maybe some of the slants, the outs. I'm sure they're going to take a vertical shot on a double move until you prove you can, your digs and you can handle a double move over there. I'm sure they're going to try and take one shot to loosen you up a little bit. But my guys around the league were just kind of saying, hey, you're probably going to see a pretty simple offense. They're trying to figure out if he can play.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do. We all kind of know the kid from college in Tennessee and, how he played there at Tennessee. Super smart kid. It's not surprising me that he's going to step in and try and play this game tonight. He hadn't been there a whole heck of a lot of time, but they got to figure it out because they got a big game against Jacksonville next week, and give Jacksonville a little bit of an understanding of what they're going to be up against.
Does anything get you more football torqued than a good boot or a good waggle?
Boots and waggles are really, really good, and the thing about it was a good call the other day, and Dak didn't get the ball over the top.
You got to loft that.
You got to rainbow. You got to rainbow that boot and waggle.
That was the boot, right? Do we know? Because I sometimes
if you
wonder,
add naked to it, then you could get really excited.
Oh,
that
naked boot. There you go.
make the naked when you have no blocking. Then you could get excited about the boot and the waggle when it becomes a naked.
But unless you're a quarterback and you don't sell that fake very good, then you're not excited about how naked you are in that moment.
For people that are confused about the difference between the boot and the waggle, could you give the definition, the breakdown?
It's just it's the same, basically the same thing. But the boots generally involve a blocker that's going to go out in front.
Gotcha.
This is what it is.
Now I think maybe kind of just going away from the play action. Right? Like you play action to the left and then you roll right.
Yeah, you sell it.
If you waggle, I think you're play action and like to the left and then you're still going left. That's just what Madden. That's what I got from
As
Madden.
Michael Lombardi would say, you're in your basement calling Madden plays.
That's exactly right.
Kellen Moore style.
Hey, Kellen Moore, that's fair for a lot of stuff.
Hey, but he was in his bag for the majority of the Eagles game. You know who I think it might be at right tackle tonight?
Who's that?
LaRaven Clark, former Texas Tech Red Raider.
There you go.
Eagle and Colt. That might be your starting right tackle for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they've got a couple. We'll see what, like Xavier Newman is a guy, too, that's been playing a little guard for him. So, yeah, they don't have a lot of options over there at offensive tackle.
No, they certainly
names
do.
There
what was did you give your score prediction, Brian?
27-13. I know Eric was 28-13, but I've been on a couple.
This is weird.
Actually, I'm going to take that back, though. I would like to crawfish once again and go 28-10 because I'm hitting the under tonight, so I can't go 28-13.
I know
I went 30-13, so this is awkward.
No, I need on a couple different platforms. I just like to keep the same score. I don't like, because I'm on 3 different platforms when it comes to predicting scores. And I like to just keep it the same.
You got to keep it consistent.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want people to say, well, you picked this week and you picked, I'm like, no, on this platform. So I try and keep them all consistent. DallasCowboys.com, I was 27-13, and that's, with Willis playing. And then we were kind of talking about some things with on Love of the Star. Pick the same score. So I'll go 27-13. I'll keep it what I got.
682. Remember when y'all ignored folks saying that Pollard will get hurt if he plays more? He played more and got hurt. Are we about to eat crow on this, Brian?
That's fantastic.
I think if this was
that's a great gotcha right
a
there.
different situation, like Tony Pollard's probably. If this is a playoff,
we've been
game,
waiting.
Tony Pollard's playing.
It's a preseason game.
Yeah,
folks.
we've been waiting till week 16, 17 to get that.
Right.
682. I don't think the crow is. No, we will eat crow on a lot of things, but
this one actually tastes delicious.
You've had that text waited and waiting to be sent. No, buddy, that's not. No, sorry, but. Hey, you tried on that one. A lot of fans, though, are nervous about this because when the Cowboys have been expected to win, and we've seen it against Houston, a lot of people thought the Cowboys would roll Jacksonville. Brian, you were all over that one.
Sure.
A lot of people expected the Cowboys easy win against Green Bay. You and I were both nervous about that because of Aaron Rodgers. Right. So this is.
Are you nervous about this one because of Josh Dobbs?
No, but this is a game that's more about the Cowboys. You've got to put your best foot forward. Cowboys need to show up and play their A game because it is the NFL.
Yeah, no, that's the issue. That when you see the inactive list, you will probably not see an inactive list that has more star players on it for Tennessee. That's the thing about it is they're treating this like we're trying to stay healthy and survive till next week, and you need to find a way to win the game. Sometimes you let your guard down. All these players missing, and you're like, okay, well, we should have a pretty good, game against LaRaven Clark over there playing tackle. We should eat him alive, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden you don't eat him alive in this game. the thing you don't want to do is it has to turn into the fourth quarter where you played poorly for 56 minutes and all of a sudden you have to score you have to go on a drive to win a football game on one you probably should have won. I think, I give the Texans a lot of credit. They had a really good game plan against you. The double quarterback thing. I mean, you might see double quarterbacks tonight. We keep talking about with Dobbs playing, but Willis might come in and run some option stuff.
Yeah, him running around was what made me nervous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't. They
maybe a naked boot.
Yeah,
he's got the speed for it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. These running quarterbacks that are mobile. I mean, yeah, if you're looking at a simple game plan, running the football is not a bad thing to do. Now one of the best running backs in the league is not going to probably play tonight. But if I was the Titans tonight, sure, all the things that you saw in that Texans game, I would absolutely try.
We did have a big bowl game last night, and shout out to Texas Tech. For the first time since 2013, I didn't realize the factory of sadness that was going on in Lubbock, but Red Raider fans, congratulations. Big win over Ole Miss in the Texas Bowl. No wonder Joey McGuire got that big old extension yesterday, and it was pretty sweet, the honoring of Mike Leach to open up this game as the Red Raiders came out. They used their first offensive play to pay tribute to their former coach, Mike Leach, who passed away earlier this month at the age of 61. They lined up in Leach's famous air raid formation, so they had the linemen spread far apart. You had 4 receivers out wide, and they took a delay a game. Lane Kiffin, who was notably good friends with Mike Leach, coached against him at Ole Miss when Leach was the coach with Mississippi State, declined the penalty, and then Texas Tech went on to really rout Ole Miss, got that 42-25 win. But I thought that was really awesome to open the game that way. And then Texas Tech went on and played a hell of a football game to knock off the Rebs in that one. But first 8-win season since 2013. Joey McGuire building a really good foundation there in Lubbock.
Yeah, and I think they finished very well, too, in recruiting, the early recruiting that they had.
They did.
Top 25 there. So, we all know Joey. We all know, I had the pleasure, I don't know with you guys ever having the experience of covering one of his games when he was at Cedar Hill or working. I mean, I'll never forget this when myself and Ted Emmerich walked in there for that game, and I've never met the man. He goes up, gives me this big hug. He's like, hey, what do you want to know about my team? I'll tell you anything. Hey, look for this. Here's some plays. Here's, you talk
Sounds
about.
like he recruited you.
Well, it's funny because
you ready to go ready to go strap it on.
Well, he's like a Tolo. He's like this guy that listens. I was working with a station part-time on pre and post and coming on certain, segments and stuff. And he's like, man, I love your work, da-da-da-da-da. And he's asking me all these questions. But, he gets out there and gets a job. And he did a great job at Baylor. They did a super job at Baylor, recruiting kids, getting that program going the right direction. And so it's not surprising at all that, he goes out to Tech and does a great job there. It sounds like that his quarterback's coming back too, next year. So, good for him to kind of get that kind of squared away as these college programs just kind of lose their quarterbacks. Like, it's like we all change socks.
Yeah. The transfer portal is big for that. I guess he just needs to dial down the spitting, right? He's just got to just dial that back with the players. Point of emphasis in the meetings for the off season, and then you move on and you move forward.
No question about that. If you didn't miss this is a fantastic story. We talked all day yesterday about Luka and the 60-point triple-double. Now, Slovenia, you had a brewery in Slovenia that has answered Luka's post-game request where he said he wanted a recovery beer. They have made a recovery beer.
That's great.
Lascaux Brewery announced its recovery beer edition in an Instagram post yesterday. The post, after being translated in English, reads, "For all tired Lucas who need a beer for regeneration, we have brewed recovery beer." So next time Luka goes back to his homeland, they're going to have that ready and waiting for him, which is going to be awesome, I'm sure, for Luka. But you knew somebody was going to come out with that, and the Mavs will be back in action tonight against the Rockets, a 7:30 tip. We also have Texas, the Longhorns, will be taking on the Washington Huskies tonight in some bowl action, and Oklahoma will be playing Florida State later this afternoon in the Cheez-It Bowl. But we are getting closer and closer to pregame, which will be on at 4 o'clock today with Eric and Brian for the Cowboys and Titans. And then Brian and I will have your halftime and postgame taking you until 1 a.m. tonight after Cowboys and Titans. And we've been breaking that down for you. Derrick Henry not expected to play. Tony Pollard is out, and Josh Dobbs will be the starter. Now, fellas, before we wrap this up, ESPN went ahead and predicted their model for tonight, their score prediction.
Did I nail it?
Not quite. You almost got the score for the Titans, but you changed it from 13 to 10.
Yeah, I did.
They think Cowboys 16 to 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cowboys putting up 34 points a game. That seems like a flawed system. If they only score 16 points today, I'll do something weird.
Let's
really
dial up another bet payoff.
Will you?
For me.
Okay, can we put that in writing?
No.
A win's a win, but you would hope that it would be a little bit more than that. Dallas has got a lot to play for tonight. I mean, you've got to put pressure on Philadelphia to make a decision about their quarterback. You know, I mean, I continually hear things about, I know he practiced in the day and stuff like that. We'll see if he plays on Sunday. But yeah, I mean, you find a way to win tonight. Now you're making them have to play next week or to play this weekend against the Saints and figure it out.
469, I will work on the English translation from that Slovenian beer in just a little bit. I gotta go ahead and do some work on getting it into the English there. I do have some more predictions for you as they went all the way
English.
through the English. Well, I messed up and said English instead of English.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I'm just owning that. We do have some exciting predictions that ESPN did their model. They went all the way through the Super Bowl. I'll bring that to you a little bit later. But up next, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Plus, we got your G-Bag of the day. That's next on The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys.
Strike to claim it. A strike to claim it. And he got it!
That's number 5. Are you kidding me? That's right. Who do you think you are? I am.
The internet is stunned to learn today that the maker of that sound, Pete Weber, and the man who upon retirement dropped the insane bars that read, "Hate me or love me, you watched, that's all you could do," also had a roller coaster life of cocaine and all sorts of booze. Are you kidding me? Sports Illustrated, as it reads, from 1982 until March 1984, Pete estimates he blew $150,000, most of it up his nose, a smaller part on booze and gambling. Cocaine fit his high-energy personality. Quote, "From the first time I ever tried it, I was shocked. I loved it. I've done weeks when I've gone through an ounce or two eating nothing but fast food, plus I was drinking a fifth of Jack Daniels a night. Easy." And then he goes on. That's right. He goes on to just be 37 titles on the PBA Tour, 10 of which were major championships, 4th most all time. This guy, Pete Weber, Sports Illustrated has done this write-up on him after retiring like a year and a half ago. And they write, any number of sobering experiences failed to sober him up. Someone held a gun to his head in a hotel parking lot in Detroit after he refused to turn down the stereo in his van. He rolled the van over 4 times down an embankment in Syracuse, New York, and walked away with just a bloody nose. He ran to the men's room and did lines of coke between games. And then there was a bizarre 4-week stretch in 1983 when Pete was competing in body only. Quote, "I can't remember anything." Complete blackout. And then he goes on to be one of the greatest bowlers in professional bowling history. And Sports Illustrated now has done a complete write-up on the bio of this gentleman, who's known for that clip that we just played
who
coming in.
Do you think you are? I am.
That's right. And even on Wikipedia, they have, and Wikipedia is good for things like this. They say the last line in the Wikipedia bio indicates that Weber is him. So that is the man. And now the story comes out at 60 years old, and he talks about it. And obviously he got himself cleaned up. But my goodness, what a story it is. I highly encourage you to go read it, because it is one of those pretty surreal stories that you're not anticipating. But I just don't understand how you can go from that to one of the greatest in whatever profession it is. This one just happens to be bowling, but quite the comeback there for Mr. Weber.
Good for him. We got a text that asked, how much money can you make?
Well, see, I got this. You want to know his career earnings?
Yes, I do. I'd like to play a game first, though. Oh. Like, what would that even look like? Am I career earnings? He's 60 now.
No, I'm going to give you the years.
Oh, okay.
By the way, just want to let you know, you can be broke as hell and spend $120K on cocaine.
Easy.
Just let you know that.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah. Priorities is what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. You just figure it out.
All right.
Huh?
Pete's he's a year older than me. He's 60 years old. He was a bowler, professional bowler from 1979 until 2021. What do you think his career earnings are for that span as a professional bowler?
I'm gonna go $5 million.
I'll double it up and say 10.
$4 million.
Wow, Walchuk. $4 million, huh?
Okay.
Man, that's not a lot. I mean,
he still can't afford to go on the F1 Vegas package that we discussed yesterday.
What's strange about this is, like in professional golf, like the Tour Championship, the winner gets, for that tournament alone, gets $10 million.
Good.
So my man had to travel around, do a lot of coke, eat a lot of fast food,
a little bit of
drink
Jack,
a lot of booze,
along the way,
some gambling here and there.
And when he rolls that car, they say, "Oh, he just leaves with a bloody nose." That wasn't from the wreck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
he was boozed up. That's how he survived it too, by the way.
He was probably leaning over.
Yeah,
they're doing it.
Superpower right there.
That's just amazing to me. That it's kind of like pro bowlers, bull riders. You look
just
at Lucius. Am I right about
breeds.
these like professional rodeo dudes? They don't make
outlaws.
They don't make a ton of money, and they do these sports. Not that bowling's a dangerous sport, but he had to bowl all those years just to make, and I know $4 million is nothing to sneeze at, but
when he could have been way more, when it was $10 million for one of those championships.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. He's part of a profession that doesn't pay.
Mm-hmm.
But he was one of the best. Man, his dad was incredible. His dad's name was Dick Weber. It was
of course it was.
Bowling guy.
Wow,
Very famous
dude.
bowling guy.
I do love, though, hate me or love me, you watched That's All You Could Do by way of retirement.
Those are two epic lines. I think the Bowling Hall of Fame is in Arlington. I think we have the pro.
You know what it is?
I think
it's right by.
Well, they better get a statue of him up there.
I think we need to.
My guy Pete just
with a mirror,
banging rails.
Hey,
a statue.
while you're getting the Luka Jiggle statue ready, just get Pete's ready to go.
All right,
Make sure you have the bloody nose.
The segment's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. I'm looking across the table at what Soda can do for you. Check them out. And Frankel & Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. We head into the Pimp Cup, and we welcome in Lucius Alexander.
Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. I don't want y'all to say that part that he says between the don't believe me, just watch on the radio. Don't say that, okay?
100%.
I don't want you to get yourself in trouble. But I know y'all be saying it when we're not on the radio because I heard you. I heard you. I was in the car with you, bro. Two neighbors have a friendly conversation about their dogs. This is day 3 for this conversation. Day 3, two neighbors. Friendly conversation about the dogs. One dog is like a little Scottish Terrier. That's the one that's going to do all the barking you're going to hear. And then there's another dog, a big old pit bull. Nice pit bull. What's the pit bull's name?
Bubba.
Bubba. 41,
good
baby.
boy.
Get your dog away from mine.
This is my yard, you stupid bitch.
Wow, he comes out hot.
Not to be on a leash.
Really? He's standing in my yard.
But he's supposed to be on a leash. Come on, Aiden, let's go.
Yeah, Aiden, take your barking big ass in the house. I'm 41, Patty. I'm 41.
You get your dog away from mine.
Shut the up.
Your dog is not even on a leash.
You're right, because he ain't doing in my yard.
Oh, you know what? He has to be on a leash according to my vet. Come on, Aiden.
Look
She's
how my
right.
dog is being, you stupid bitch.
You know what?
Your dog is barking, acting a fool. My dog is wagging his tail. You're the one that needs a fenced yard. Your dog be attacking people.
Oh, he has not.
Bubba loves everybody.
Yeah,
Except
Bubba.
bitches like you.
Wow.
You.
Yeah,
No one like you.
Wow.
You know what? What?
Yeah. You know what? My dog is a wiggle butt too, so I can understand like when people said my dog is just wagging his tail. She's a nice dog. She's
Just
a
dancing.
beautiful, it's just beautiful dog. By the way, doesn't he sound like the propane guy? What's the
King of the
cartoon?
Hill?
King of the Hill. Thank you, bro. I was drowning.
Good
right
boy,
there.
Broadus.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see.
Shut the up.
Your dog
Oh,
is
that's
not.
Yeah. Doesn't he sound
you
like
got it, Lucius. You nailed
like
it.
Hank.
Bobby?
Hank.
Bobby, you need to.
Shut the up.
Gosh dang it, Bobby.
Let's see.
Oh, well done.
Sister Dorena Clark. We're going to church right here. Yesterday was a church day, fellas. Blessed are the peacemakers. Listen to her song.
I could have lost the faith. Sometime being in this church, I could have slapped somebody.
Yeah, me too.
Slapped somebody.
She harmonized
Yeah.
somebody.
I was dating him.
Yeah, who's he talking to?
Somebody.
Yeah, whoever got up and did the church finger while she was singing,
Yeah.
like, I'll be right back going to the bathroom. I don't want you to focus on the Lord right here. Here's my church finger. Whoever got up right then and there, that's who she's talking about.
Reverend sat down.
Reverend got hot all of a sudden.
Oh, jeez. What are we doing?
Started patting his little forehead with that napkin. Ooh, it's sure getting hot up in here. Let's see. They shouldn't get everybody the mic. This is my church. Let's see what else we got for you boys. Oh, father puts a PS2 in a PS5 box as a prank. The kids got pranked. The prank backfired because one of the kids threw the PS2 against the wall. This is Christmas morning, people. They're so excited because they thought they got a PS5.
Horrible.
so excited.
Bro, hey, come here, man. Come here. Hey!
That's the PS5.
Bro, get up, bro. Go outside. What's wrong with you? Bro, you really just threw the whole PlayStation, bro. Babe. He just threw the PlayStation. Carter, bro. Bro, go upstairs.
Backfired on you, didn't it?
Yeah.
What'd you
See, this is they're coming for the youngsters now because we're pranking them with so and so died, mom, and they freak out, and this is them returning serve.
Yeah,
that's a bad prank.
Stay on your P's and Q's.
That's not a good one.
That's not good. I've seen some other dude dressed up like the Grinch and just scared the hell out of the
come
kids at
down the
daycare.
stairs?
I like that one.
Kids were scared like
That's funny.
Kids were under the table.
Tripping,
Like
bro.
they Grinch is attacking Santa.
That's a great bit.
Yeah, that's
it's
good.
awful, by the way. Because if that was my kid, you didn't tell me you was gonna scare him that day. But I laughed my ass. I ain't gonna. Kids are traumatized,
They
bro.
were huddled under the table, like, oh my God, what's happening here?
Kids are traumatized, 100%. Let's see what else I got for you boys. Oh, is this fella right here? Is he correct? 2 words that you can ask your old lady that can just freeze her brain up. Are you hungry? And then, what do you want to eat? Oh my!
So true.
Well, you decide. And then that's when it gets weird.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Where do you want to go?
Any place you go, I can have something on that menu. I'm like, no, you.
I'll go anywhere.
How
No,
about
I
some
don't
boudin?
want that.
Yeah, don't blame me. Yeah,
No,
I always pick something crazy.
I had that
bro.
yesterday.
I was thinking about some pig's feet today,
Yeah, I always pick something crazy. That's why I said they got to open up a restaurant called I Don't Care, so we can actually take them there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, is this man correct right here when it comes to communicating with his woman?
Communicate terribly. Are you hungry? No. Oh, you got Burger King? You get something for me? No, I didn't. As a matter of fact. Why? Because right before I left, I asked you if you're hungry. What'd you say? What'd you say?
You didn't say where you were going.
It does not matter. That has no effect on your answer. Are you hungry?
She thought it was funny. My man was like, he was letting his frustration out. He was
Mm-hmm.
speaking. You need to be connecting to him right now. You need to pay attention to his feelings.
Yeah.
I do wonder though, because it's across the board, man. It's across the board.
Everywhere, yeah. I thought it was just my life, but I realized there's other people going through the same type of situations.
We're all in this together.
Do you just go on your own then? Do you just don't let
Yeah, I go renegade.
Yeah, just I'm gonna get what I want to go eat.
Yeah, I just pull up somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, this is reading today. Yep, sure are. Or you're not going to eat. Somebody said first world problems. Absolutely. It is. All right, man, let's vote. Let's get on out of here.
Beautiful. I
We
love
got a
it.
Cowboys game to get ready for. By the way, I'm going to be eating me some wings because it's a Thursday and it's a football day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basketball on, too. There's a whole lot going on.
A lot going on.
Yeah, with Stars playing, too?
I would. You caught us all up in the
That
air.
Stars
Right?
I watched him play 2 nights ago.
He's drowning.
I watched him play 2 nights ago.
Stars are at Minnesota.
Let's go.
Yep, I
They
knew it.
practiced outside the other
Told
day.
you.
That's what. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
All right, is it Bubba versus Patty and Aiden once again? It's already a. Is that a 1-time or 2-time champ? Is that a 2-time champ? Or is it looking
It's
for
trying
2?
for 3.
Yeah.
Trying to be for 3.
Trying for 3. There we go. Church lady needs a good slapping. Christmas prank gone wrong. Are you hungry?
Lady is a slapping.
Yeah, if you just turned
she
on the
wants to
radio at
give
this
slaps.
point.
That's
You're
true.
like,
That came out a little bit
what did I
wrong
just
there.
miss?
She needs to do some slapping. Okay.
Longhorns play tonight, too. Oh, my God.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
All
I got to get
sorts
some
of-
extra wings.
We air frying those bad boys?
No, I'm going to get it from Hooters. Here's the thing, though, I realized at my age, I'm a man of a certain age, when my belly gets full, I fall asleep.
Yeah.
I got so many plans, but then I...
Yeah, that itis, bro.
3 hours later, it's
Yeah.
all done.
Yeah, and I'm so angry when I wake up watching replays on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, we can all relate to that as well. My gosh, this is strong. Give me, I got to go Bubba versus Patty and Aiden once again.
Yes, me too.
Man.
2-0.
Yeah, I think I got to go with Bubba.
3-0.
AKA Hank Hill.
I will tell you this, though. I'm going to vote for the guy that doesn't have the wife that communicates.
Yeah.
You get that. We get that. Absolutely.
We all understand that one, yeah.
By a score of 3-1.
Chili's.
Bubba versus Patty, and Aiden wins yet again. It is now a 3-time champ going 4-4, and we'll get you that tomorrow on a Football Friday. Let's continue here in the G-Bag Nation with some Krusty's Corner. We're going to do some Ask Broadus today in Krusty's Corner. 877-881-1053 on a Cowboy game day.
Hooters just getting rid of boobs?
Krusty's Corner next right here on the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and Bobby, all the reaction from Tennessee. Did the Cowboys get the job done? Star up, star down, and Nick Eatman at 9:20. It's a Cowboys Friday on the Fan.
Gavin Dawson here from my friends at Twin Peaks. Happy New Year. Say goodbye to 2022 at the Twin Peaks. Blingin' in the New Year party, featuring a lingerie costume change and sweet deals on champagne all day long. Yes, indeed, Happy New Year from our amazing friends at Twin Peaks. Get on in there to the Twin Peaks nearest you. My home Twin Peaks is the Town East location off the 635 there in Mesquite, but you should know there is a Twin Peaks near every.
Thanks for being a Tolo on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number one in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number one, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Doing some Ask Broadus, 877-881-1053. Before we hand things over to the Krusty himself, do want to remind everyone, come on out. Rally House in Fort Worth, their Hewlin location tomorrow, G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7. They're going to have Rally House gift cards they are giving away. You can fellowship with us. Hopefully we're having a Cowboys victory party after a whooping of the Tennessee Titans tonight. And it's a football Friday. We'll have Stephen Jones on at 3. Barry Church is going to be joining us as well. It's going to be amazing.
I'll have the all-22 done for you in the morning.
Cannot wait. So Rally House.
We'll talk about it.
in Fort Worth tomorrow, 2 to 7.
And I'll have half a face.
And
that
payoff's
going on. Swimming in shame.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. I can't wait for that. So come on out, party with us, and get ready for TCU taking on Michigan in the college football playoff. They're going to have tons of TCU gear, but even if you're not a Horned Frog fan, they got all kinds of other glorious gear.
I get so much of my LSU gear from Rally House.
They really
I mean, seriously, it's not just like
they've got it all.
One or two things. I mean, they got everything that you could ever imagine for really all the teams. Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, North Texas. I mean, they got it all.
Why do you say it like that,
really.
North Texas?
North Texas. Because I'm always fearful of saying it wrong. You know,
Really?
it's with the
Is
University
it the
of
North or the Texas that gets you?
No, it's the University of North Texas. What is it? North Texas
Yeah,
University?
UNT.
University of North Texas, yeah.
But then people will
It's
say,
the north of the Texas they got you.
no,
I love you, bro.
But no, it's when you throw the university part onto it.
Gotcha.
Because sometimes people say, well, it's not that. Then you guys change the name.
It does where the university is placed on some of these schools does
Yeah.
throw you off sometimes.
That's true, right?
No, I mean,
UT.
I admit,
is it TU? I don't know.
All right.
Heck.
But you say UNT, and people are like, well,
No,
that's
that's
what it used to
fair.
be back in the day, and it's not that anymore, you jackass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it right. Read a freaking book for once.
Don't be a jackass.
Let's do some, Ask Broadus. And
Speaking
here he
of
is,
jackass, let's go.
King of the Krusties. Krusty's Corner himself here, Brian Broadus.
All right, let's do some Ask Brian. You guys got the text up in front of you?
Yeah.
we sure
Well,
do.
hit it. Go for it.
I like this one. Best job you ever had, Broadus, because you've had so many cool, unique jobs from this one that you're in now all the way down to front offices, GM, and making draft moves, scouting, of course.
The coolest job I've ever had was working in NFL Europe because I got to see the world for free, being 24 years old.
Favorite place you went when you were there?
I loved going to Montreal.
Ooh, that's
Montreal
fun.
is a great city. It's beautiful. London is also one of my favorite. I've been to London several times, but if you talk about the cities that we had teams in, I never thought I would ever get to go to Canada, but then show up in Montreal was cool, and then later went to Whistler, Canada, on the western side.
Okay.
Beautiful country. Beautiful country there.
We also got a question. Sean and RJ have talked about how you don't like to, and I think this might be a Bobby Belt thing as well.
You talked about it this morning. It was hilarious.
You don't like to watch Cowboy games and people talk to you during games.
Not at all.
So can you please explain Ask
Yeah,
Broadus?
Bobby is, if you watch one of my I think I explained it very well on the Love of the Star this morning, or when it came out. I think
By the way,
yesterday.
listen to Love of the Star. If you don't, you're missing out.
Well, we try. We really do. I mean, I think we do a great job of giving you the insight. Matter of fact, in our Monday show, we were even talking about Josh Dobbs playing in this game. I felt like we were that far ahead on it. I don't like that's sitting in the press box to me is one of the things I hate the absolute most. Because to me, I like to be on the field, like walking around, not being around people and stuff like that.
You're trying to be like a line judge or a back judge. You need to be between the lines.
I just need to be down there where I don't have to listen to people talk about their opinions all the time upstairs.
We do have a bit of an issue.
We do have a bit of an issue.
row.
Yeah, and it's weird because and then you get Bobby. Bobby has got issues because he's got two seats in the press box, right? He's got a seat by us, or no, he really doesn't have a seat,
right?
But he comes down like he has a seat with us, but he's got one with Jane Slater down at the other end of the booth, and so Jane gets pissed at him and sends him away, like, get out of here, Bobby, go. So then Bobby goes and he comes down and he starts, you see Dak throw the ball there. See what that, see that. So he's like, and I'm like, I'm charting, you know me, I'm charting, I'm following, I'm paying attention to the scheme, everything going on. And Bobby won't stop talking. He just keeps talking and talking and talking. And finally I look at him, I go, just go. Just move. And so then he'll go get a plate of food and sit by the TVs. And then he thinks enough time's gone by where he could go bother Jane again. And then he'll come back towards us. So, yeah, I just don't. A lot of conversation in the press box to me is not the way to watch a game. I just can't. I can't handle that. I got amused by the Philadelphia people cheering because you're not supposed to cheer in the press box, and you can hear when they do something well or something bad happens. You hear they slap the table. You know,
I've started to be very guilty of that.
Yeah.
Walchuk, emotional Cowboys fan disguised as a journalist in the press box.
You can't yell, but something happens and you hear, that person from the team or the other team, whatever.
Was it Eskin or was it Cataldi?
No, it was one of their. It was
or
one
was
of
it
their
Shore Parks.
No, it was one of their. Oh, Shore Parks. Well, he's a homer. I love the guy
I
though.
don't see any of those guys.
No, but they're all further down.
Okay,
but the radio guys they were not down by us. But yeah, it was people that work for the Eagles.
Gotcha.
And they so you can't yell. So there's some press boxes you go to where they do have cheering.
Polls.
Yeah, they will.
I
cheer.
try not to annoy you too much, but I have fun when we get to watch them here together.
Oh no, it is cool.
And then you and I can just mother bleep everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what we're doing.
Well, Sean called out me and Walchuk this morning for brought us around the Oxnard training camp practice fields like
Which we
little
did.
ducklings.
No,
He brought us as little ducklings.
And that's probably a great
Might have
way.
said ugly ducklings.
Well, that's probably how it looked.
You guys,
In fairness.
you guys handle it yourself now. I mean, I don't have to do. I mean, we're gonna get to go to the Super Bowl. We're gonna get to go to baseball. You guys are on. Man, you guys got this down. You don't need me helping you.
No, we do need you.
I just wanted
Broadus.
you guys to meet everybody.
You are our Tyron Smith. You are our Moose Johnson.
Well,
and we are Emmitt Smith.
Well, now you know everybody. Then you can
hear that, Walchuk? Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, Emmitt Smith.
That's what I've wanted to be my entire life.
Ooh, 229. Biggest bleep hole you ever worked with, Broadus?
I had a couple. Gary Patterson at TCU wasn't a great
that
one.
was coming out.
He wasn't great.
It didn't take him long on that one.
Tom
did it,
Coughlin
Walchuk?
was a pain in the. You know what? Yeah, I mean there's.
Well, because it's
Listen,
the 5 minutes early, you're late thing, right?
I'm not the easiest guy to work with either.
Amen.
Proof's in
I'm
the
really
pudding.
not. I'm really not. So, but you know what? I like I said, I feel like I'm a good teammate. I think I try and do my best for you.
Listen, you can be as much of a bleep hole as you want from Saturday to Thursday, but when you come in with that Friday lunch peace offering, it all goes out the window, baby.
No, I always try and look out for my teammates. I don't like on social media when guys or anybody attacks my teammates. I go out, I go after that person too. So yeah, but it's hard. I mean, like I say, hey, Patterson, he had a great run at TCU. He's just not the most personable guy to work for.
Understood. And Tom Coughlin, did you ever get popped for being like 4 minutes early, which means you're late?
No, I was always, because I hate being late to anything. I just can't stand it. I mean, when people waste your time and when they're, there's people say, hey, I'm sorry you're late. The real thing you say to them is, I'm sorry I inconvenienced you. That should be your real answer right there. Hey, I'm sorry I'm late. No, the answer should be, hey, I'm sorry I inconvenienced you. And that, because I can't stand people that are always late. I just can't stand it.
From the 682, favorite NFL player you've ever got to interact with?
Darren Woodson, by far. Darren Woodson was great. Reggie White was great. Brett Favre was, and I said it, so go ahead and feel free to mention that. But, the thing with these guys is a lot of them are like just normal people. A lot of them are like just normal people, but Darren Woodson by far was the best I've ever, the most professional, the guy that you just like. You're like, hey, if I could be like a guy, that's who I'd like to be like. Darren Woodson was that guy. One
of the GOATs and a Hall of Famer in my personal record book.
No question.
469 wants to know, Broadus, if you're going to be at the Rally House Hewlin location tomorrow from 2 to 7 with the G-Bag Nation, just celebrating TCU and all DFW sports gear.
I will be.
Okay.
I probably won't have TCU. I'll probably have purple on because I always wear LSU stuff. But maybe I have to get a TCU shirt. I don't know. I think about it.
The obligation would be there. And
my guys at Heim Barbecue are big TCU guys.
Hell yeah,
Heim Barbecue, they love
Shout out Heim.
Yeah, they love them some TCU.
I love Heim.
And don't forget, you may land one of those Rally House gift cards that they're giving away, so you could just slide up.
They got a lot of great gear over there, man.
TCU gear.
Sure. That Team USA
sweater
I got,
yeah.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
It's so comfortable. Okay, we got another one here. We asked that one. What about this? 405. What's the biggest draft pick that you regret passing on?
See, I was only in charge of the draft in Philadelphia. Probably Randy Moss.
Ooh, yeah. It's
But see, in Philadelphia, that's when that was
fool.
But I'll tell you this though.
How dare you take Greg Ellis?
Well, yeah, we took Trey Thomas. So we had.
Oh, because you were in Philly. That's right.
Yeah, we had to do. We were in Philly, so that's
the Cowboys took Ellis.
Well, I was in, like I say, that's the one draft I got to run. But
damn, Trey Thomas turned out to be pretty freaking good.
No,
Stars play tonight.
Yeah, Stars do play tonight. Play the Wild. But that's what I was saying. I mean, Jeff Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, had his reasons why he didn't want to. He had reasons, and he said, "Listen, Brian, I would feel really comfortable if we just take him off the board." I said, "Mr. Lurie, he's our best wide receiver prospect we got on this board." And he goes, "Brian, I really please." And so we took the tag
Brian,
off the board.
No,
he did. He did. He goes, "Oh, please." He goes, and I go,
Did he stick his hand up in your face when he said it too? Please.
You know what?
All five fingers.
He didn't do that. He gave me
to the hand.
He gave me this look, kind of like folded his arms, like, "Okay, you're not going to listen to me about this one." And I'm like, "Yes, sir." I learned. I didn't always learn, but I learned about that one. Mr. Lurie was great to me. He really was. He let me. We took Jeremiah Trotter because of him. So that we took some. We took some good players. But Randy Moss was the one that you look back. I told him, I said, "Well, he is the best wide receiver on our board," and he said, "Okay, I'll live with that one."
Shirt and SoCal. BB, are you a boxers, briefs, or commando guy?
Boxers guy all the way. Yeah, boxers.
7 days a week.
7 days a week. I go out and get it every year. What you do is every 3 months you go and just restock. It's not that hard.
Is it like uncomfortable in there? All that extra material?
No. I've gotten used to it. No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
You got to try the compression shorts as underwear.
Yeah, you know what, you were talking about that, and I
makes you feel like an athlete.
That's all I wear, bro. It's amazing.
But when you're kind of like I'm not like the skinniest guy in the world. So when you wear those, it's kind of a terrible look.
I've seen front here.
For me. I mean, like, I'm thinking like I'm not really like guys that are in shape, like Lucius and people like that.
I feel you, like a plastic bag full of shoes or something.
Yeah,
like
I feel like
it's a whole lot of curves.
I feel like
lumps,
I'm getting crowbarred into them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I feel you, though.
Yeah.
Did somebody say that number 4 guy? The former quarterback of the Packers?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. I did say that.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he told you he stopped down for a moment so you can get you in your bag.
I did.
Really?
I did.
Mama gave me them flap checks. I said, "Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide."
Yeah.
DeRunner 1621, you have a question. I will ask Brian that for you coming back on the other side. Plus,
Mark,
what are you watching for tonight as the Cowboys take on the Titans, as we will be just an hour away from the official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys? That's next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
What are you watching for tonight as the Cowboys take on the Titans? Hour number 2, and now the power hour of the G-Bag Nation, as we are just 57 minutes away from the official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus will have that for you. Zach Wolchuk with you, along with those two gentlemen, plus Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman running your video. Always appreciate you watching us on Twitch and on YouTube and cruising around the Metroplex or on the Odyssey app. We got Cowboys-Titans, no Tony Pollard tonight, and the Titans with a little bit of a twist. This came out a couple of hours ago as they're going to start Josh Dobbs, see what they have in him and not Malik Willis. Now, maybe you still see some Malik Willis tonight, but the Titans do not have Ryan Tannehill for the rest of the year, and they want to see, okay, what gives us the best chance to beat Jacksonville with the division title on the line next week. So it'll be Josh Dobbs, the former Tennessee Volunteer, making his first career NFL start. He's made 5 appearances in the NFL. He's not thrown a touchdown pass, but he does have 1 interception. But, gentlemen, what are you guys going to be watching for tonight as the Cowboys take on the Titans?
You know, I like this from Twolo Vader in the Twitch chat. Just a game with no Dak picks, and I would just say like turnovers in general. If you could have those cleaned up and just look a little bit more like a crisp, well-oiled machine that's not doing things to shoot itself in the foot, I think you could add penalties to that. But just like a clean game, I think would be a fair thing to ask for tonight. Even though, is it going to be raining? Are we getting precipitation in Nashville
I saw
tonight?
Jane Slater on the NFL Network doing her hit, and she had an umbrella, so it is possible that
So it
you
could
could
be a
have
little
some
sloppy
weather
out there.
And the one thing about the Titans, they're a top 5 run defense, and the Cowboys the last 3 weeks have yet to really go over 4 yards a carry. Haven't been running the football extremely well. Now, Philadelphia, very good run defense as well. So that might be something to watch for tonight. You know, did the Cowboys come out? Are they trying to throw the football, or do they get this run game going tonight?
Yeah, it will be a little bit different for them up front, though, without the players,
Right.
Simmons and
It's a
those
great
guys
point.
sitting, and the linebackers and stuff, and no Bud Dupree. You know, that's something that they really, really pride themselves on, is that ability. They have the mindset of that coach and his ability that they run the ball offensively. You won't see that tonight with Henry, but you will see, you know, they have that mentality. Hey, we run the ball on offense. We play run defense. Their struggles are in the back end on the pass. You know, can they get enough pressure? The things that, if you're a Cowboy fan tonight, you just need to find a way to get one more point. Whatever that is, just get one more point than the Titans, but keep everybody healthy. You know, you don't need a game like that was against the Texans, where all of a sudden guys are falling right and left, and now you're trying to manage the game, and it's getting crazy. And you know, oh wait, you've lost these 3 players. Oh, you lost another corner. Oh, geez, you lost this end. You know, you don't need one of those games coming out. I mean, you need a clean game health-wise. Find a way to get the victory against a team that's really undermanned, and get the victory, and then but keep everybody upright in this football game, so you don't have to deal with some, you know, things going on the next 2-3 weeks into the playoffs.
Okay, so that's interesting you say that. I mean, we got a text already from the 806. So if the Cowboys win by 20, but the starting defense gives up 20 or more points, do you sound the alarm? But I have a follow-up to that.
Just win.
Right.
Just find a way to win.
So if let's say they do win, and it's 16-13, like that ESPN model predicted.
Sure.
You know, I don't think style points matter in the NFL, but when you look at this Titans team that virtually it's like a preseason game for them, that will be the conversation tomorrow. You heard it after the Houston game. You played with your food. You barely beat a bad team, maybe the worst team in the NFL. I mean, do you not think that's going to be the conversation if the Cowboys mess around and barely beat the Titans?
Yeah, because this is a worse team. This Titans team's worse than that Texans team.
It is
based on the guys that are running out there.
Yeah, well, the roster will probably tell you that the Titans are probably a little bit better. I mean,
even with the guys that are running out there.
Well, I mean, not the guys that are running out there.
Right.
But I mean, you've got to now. You have to see the mentality of the Titans. Are they going to go out there and just quit? You know, if the Cowboys are, you know, opening drive, score, next drive, score, get some 3-and-outs and stuff like that. This game could very much end up like what happened with Dallas and Philadelphia last year in Week 18, where you're playing against the JV and Philadelphia's not playing for anything and you score 50 some odd points. You know, it could be that way. I mean, do you feel any better about that? Because what's going to happen is people are going to say it anyway. You beat a bad team. You beat a team that wasn't playing anybody. So what? You won the game. That's the bottom line. I'm just trying to keep as much pressure as I can on Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the team that all of a sudden goes out here and loses one of these next two. Now, if Philadelphia wins this weekend against the Saints, if Jalen Hurts plays and they get that joint of his, the SC joint, all taken care of, and then they probably, he practiced today. We'll see. But the whole thing is about giving yourself an opportunity to be able, if Philadelphia slips up along the way. That's what the mission is. That win games, stay healthy. The minute that Philadelphia wins a game, now you can reevaluate what you want to do against the Commanders. But until that time, if you win this game this week and the Eagles lose, you've got to go now play in Washington because the game's at the same time. It's the same. Philadelphia Giants, same. And the Giants are fighting for something too.
Sure.
That's your hope if you're a Cowboy fan. That's your hope.
Trayvon Diggs was on with the 33rd team, and I think he's been doing this pretty regularly. And he was asked about, the Titans game plan coming in. And this goes along with your thinking of, maybe they were going to play Josh Dobbs because last week, Malik Willis, he threw for 99 yards. He did not threaten Houston through the air at all. But listen to Trayvon Diggs and what he thought the Titans might try and do offensively against the Cowboys.
No, I think what I think they're going to do, I think they are going to throw the ball a lot, knowing where they're trying to go, what they're featuring and stuff. I feel like they'll come out and try to throw the ball a lot because they know they can run the ball. So knowing this game is how it shapes up, and I feel like they're going to come out and throw the ball a lot. I feel like they're going to run the ball. They know they can run the ball. Got a great running back, of course. So, we're going to see. I wouldn't necessarily say we overlooking any opponent, honestly. We know what's at stake. We know where we're trying to go. And, the momentum we're trying to build as far as going into the offseason and playoffs. So, just keeping it there, keep getting better, and keep executing, really.
So to your point, Brian, the Dobbs start, I don't think this catches the Cowboys by surprise, and I think this is why the Titans want to take a look at him. Does he help the vertical passing attack at all for the Titans? Now, they won't have Derrick Henry. That's something the Cowboys didn't know for sure. He's listed as doubtful. The report today is he's not expected to play. So, running the football, we'll see how well the Titans run it. And they're also going with a couple of backup offensive linemen as well.
A lot of backup offensive linemen, yeah.
Cowboys expecting maybe a heavy passing attack against them defensively.
Yeah, I would think that. So you're saying you think that the Titans are going to try and throw the football in this game, right?
That's what Diggs is. Okay. That's what Diggs was saying.
And you know what? That's to me, it makes sense. But the one thing that Dallas hasn't been able to show, take this. They've been better against some of these perimeter runs. And I feel like with Wright and with Bland and with Wilson, these guys, you're tackling better on the perimeter. So if it turns into a game, I think the Titans know they have a guy that can run the ball in Willis. I think the Titans are looking forward to going into Jacksonville next week is who gives us the best chance to winning this game in the air. It could be a lot of Henry. Boom. Next week against them. A lot of, and then that play action stuff. My guys, like I told you around the league, the guys that watch this tape, they think that tonight will be a game where we'll see the movement of the quarterback. It's going to be simple throws. I think that he's right on this aspect. I think you're going to see a shot deep on Diggs. I think you're going to see, I think you're going to see them line up and try and find a way to launch one of these balls downfield and see if he'll bite on a double move. You got like Burks, somebody like that, fake the slant. Now it's slant, go, that sluggo route, inside break, and then up. And if Diggs bites on the ball, there's an easy throw unless you get a guy over the top. So, yeah, they could be tested that way. But I think the passing game will be pretty simple. Tight ends, slants, curls, outs, things like that to try and get Dobbs feeling good about him throwing the ball.
Maybe get the screen game going a little bit. We've seen teams have success against the Cowboys doing stuff like that. But, Yeah, you ultimately, I do wonder if there is a tendency for them early in this game to not be maybe patient enough and feel like, hey, do we need to be? Are they going to come out a little bit almost over aggressive because, hey, we're trying to score 25 to 30 points as quickly as possible and get some of our guys some rest?
We thought that in Houston, didn't we? Didn't we think in the Houston that would be a game that you would get some second half rest?
We did, and they had a great start.
Final 2 minutes of the game,
and then it completely fizzled.
Yeah, your quarterback's just in there pitching, trying to win the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
every time you say it's 4th and 1 at our own 35,
yeah.
and it's the first drive of the game, and bleep it, we're just going to go for it, kind of thing.
That's the over aggressiveness that and you're right about that. Now, one thing I'm also watching for, and you mentioned Bland.
Yeah,
that's secondary. Nashawn Wright playing the outside, Bland maybe kicking inside and continuing to play the slot. Bland's been outstanding. Trayvon Diggs also talking about the play of the rookie corner who should be on D. Roy watch. I don't think he's going to get it because you have a guy in Sauce Gardner who's been absolutely fantastic, but Bland's got to be on the short list of contenders there. Here's Diggs talking about his counterpart there in the secondary.
Oh, I love the kid. He's awesome. I've been saying this since camp. He's really good. He was getting a lot of interceptions during camp. I love, he's special. And, he's showing the world now. I'm so happy for him. He's really, really special. Sky's the limit for him. Like, the way he goes about his work, he doesn't say much. He just goes and execute, does everything right. Great kid. I'm excited to see where it goes. He can play corner, he can play nickel, he probably can play safety. So, I'm just excited to see his journey and where it's going to take him.
Yeah, I mean,
got themselves a gem, Brian.
There are some scouts around the league that are asking themselves right now, what did we miss with Bland? And there's probably some guys and gals that recruit in the Pac-12 that are wondering the same thing. Why is this kid not at Oregon or Washington or UCLA, one of those places? He ends up at Fresno. Every player's journey is a little bit different. But there's scouts in this league that missed on this guy. This would be, you would be so happy right now if you're a Cowboy fan. You're happy you have him. But what if he was the 2nd round pick and Joseph was the 5th round pick? We wouldn't be like, wow, they hit on that too. They sure hit on, And sometimes if you miss on the 2, but you hit with a 5, we used to do that in Green Bay all the time. We would bust on some 1s, but we'd draft guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round that would make up for that. They'd make up.
You double dip at a position, and you get 2 opportunities to get a good corner, and maybe it's the 5th round corner that ends up being good. And
you should have. Yeah.
Ultimately, what's the difference?
How many times we redrafted the Micah Parsons draft where we did it the other day? Would he end up the 3rd pick in the draft?
Yeah.
After those quarterbacks.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody can go back and go through and say, man, we missed on that one, but they missed on Bland. Yeah. The Cowboys did a great job. They're West Coast guys. Ross Winchie and those guys, they did it, Kubiak, Klein Kubiak, those guys did a really good job of kind of having an idea what that player was all about.
Cowboys also going to be wearing their new Arctic Cowboys uniform combo tonight. They've got their new white helmet and their icy white jerseys.
Tank was excited about that.
Navy blue shoulders. Dude, they look incredible. I'm excited to see the Cowboys wear those tonight. Look good, feel good, play good, right? That's what Prime used to say.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Hopefully they come out and ball out. All right, coming up on the other side, let's go around the rim featuring the Zion cheat code, and the NBA served up a couple of 2-piece combos last night. We got that for you next on The Fan.
Listen.
the rim here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a thirsty Thursday. Cowboy game day, 36 minutes away from the official pregame party right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and the Frankels at Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. So much went down in the association last night. I do want to remind the folks that tomorrow we will, as a show from 2 to 7, be at Rally House in Fort Worth, their Hewlin location. And we can't wait to see you there. We'll be broadcasting live 2 to 7, celebrating TCU and all the other DFW sports gear that you can fathom. Rally House will have you covered. And Rally House will be giving away some gift cards tomorrow as well. So you pop in there, you win a gift card. Next thing you know, you're getting out of there like a bandit with some brand new sports gear. And, of course, it's going to be a big-time football Friday, Cowboy Victory Friday, I imagine, and we'll be looking ahead to the big college football games tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be outstanding. I think I'll be going with a half a face as well as a bet payoff. Actually, I know for a fact I'm going to do this. I got the razor ready to go. No chickening
Eric's
out.
going to show up on a Friday. Oh, guys, sorry, I'm going to postpone this another week.
No postponements tomorrow, live in the flesh. I look forward to taking photos with half a face.
I can't wait.
It's going to be wonderful. Right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and on a Cowboy game day, it's time for the G-Bag Nation to go all the way around the rim.
Let it ride!
Rain dance!
I got to join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
First thing we need to do is show some major love to Shaq Diesel, the big cactus, Superman. Are you kidding me? He's lost 40 pounds. He's aiming to lose 20 more. But the photos of him, the side-by-side on Twitter, they look outstanding.
You doing soda?
My gosh, I think he might have hopped on that soda train. The side-by-side is amazing. He looks fantastic right now. When you imagine how big Shaq actually is, and then consider him having a bit of a V-taper going on, I see some remnants of six-pack going on in the tummy area. He's got the traps, the pecs. You can see the deltoids. Like he's starting to get a little bit chiseled at probably 300 pounds.
He went from Shaq Diesel to Vin Diesel.
That's exactly right, man. Family's everything for Shaq right now. And he looks great. So kudos to you, Shaq. And if he drops 20 more pounds, watch out, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, what is that going to look like? Because he's already looking spectacular. And when Shaq loses 20 pounds, does he still stay in the 300s? And this is not a fat joke. This is just a giant human being situation.
Muscle, right.
All the muscle.
Yeah, he probably does.
Can you imagine how much he shrugs? Like, if you look at his traps in this picture right now, down 40 pounds, there's not much of a distance from his earlobe to his traps, okay? He looks great.
I was with him at LSU in '88 when he was 280 pounds.
And he was slender, man.
Yeah, but man, it was incredible. I saw him though. He like the basketball players were off in another area and stuff like that. It's seriously one of the biggest. I mean, at the time when I played football, like a 300-pound guy was considered big, and you're like looking at him going, he's 280 playing basketball.
Right. He doesn't look
you're like
the close to 300-pounder that you would imagine.
No, yeah, he was incredibly, for his size.
He's cocky built.
Like I say, it's amazing though too. LSU did nothing with him there when it came to basketball.
So disappointing.
Had him and Chris Jackson,
Jeez.
and they couldn't.
Did they do more with Big Baby Shaq?
They haven't done. It's funny,
they maybe did.
They might have.
They haven't done anything.
It's a guy who loves
They beat
him
Arkansas
two-piece.
last night. It was 9th ranked, so that's cool. But
that is cool.
Yeah, Shaq, when he showed up, man, like a BMW, 318.
He fit in a 3 Series?
Yeah.
Engine just screaming.
I'll never forget. He parked in the back of
poor seat, man.
He parked in the back of Broussard Hall where the athletic dorm was, and he got out of that thing. We're all going, what the hell did we just see?
Did he have to do it with the top down so that his head could fit?
He was crammed in, and they opened that door, and he just kind of
going through shocks.
Got out of it, but yeah, he had
6 shocks a year, going through shocks.
He was the first He was the first athlete I remember at LSU that had like that kind of a car, like a BMW.
He drives around with like a pit crew, just ready to change the tires like on a whim.
You know he destroys furniture. Come over your house and tear your chair up. Don't reach over for something and have your big old behind in my chair too at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
You done ripped my chair apart. Tear your toilet up too. He reaching over to get something. Oh, hold on.
Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah. Now your toilet's just all crooked and they'll stay on there the same.
Bro, that is true, man. Like how does Shaq go about just like hanging out at somebody else's house? And how many customizations in his house does he have specific to a man his size? Because I imagine everything.
Everything's customized.
Like his
build-ups.
countertops. Like if you tried to brush your teeth in his sink, you'd need a stepping stool.
Yeah. Everything's customized.
Yep.
Gosh, what a beast.
Imagine that man holding a regular size fork at your house. You look ridiculous. You get new furniture and stuff after that. You're like, I got it.
It's all Shaq size.
Is it like a normal glass? He's just doing an index finger and a thumb to
It's
drink.
amazing. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
The Saturday morning cereal bowls, that's regular stuff for Shaq right there. You know, you got the big spoon, the big bowls.
Yeah.
That's him all the time.
He eats out of the bowl, like his normal bowls are what Zeke was doing in the eating of the ice. Or
Yeah, the
eating
mixing
of the
bowls.
cereal. That's exactly right. Okay, so salute to you, Shaquille O'Neal. Sun star Devin Booker will miss at least 4 weeks with a left groin strain, so that's going to throw a wrench into their Western Conference regular season hopes of dominance for, well, at least a month or so. Now, speaking of dominance, Zion Williamson last night.
Ooh, boy.
Wow. Yeah. Could not be stopped. Career high 43 points, including the Pelicans' final 14 points in the fourth quarter to complete the comeback victory over the Timberwolves. And he had 33 second half points, which is tied for the most in a half in Pelicans history. So it was pure Zion dominance, and especially in that second half, it was ridiculous. He was just little boying everybody, including Rudy Gobert. But after the game, D'Angelo Russell was at the podium. He gets asked a question, and I'm telling you, if you see the video, I think there is like tears in his eyes. He's emotional about this. D'Angelo Russell, who's on the Timberwolves and had to witness Zion Williamson just completely dominate him and his teammates for an entire second half. Listen to D'Angelo Russell just feeling like Zion's a bit of a cheat code.
On a late turnover, were you surprised that Zion jumped past?
Yeah, I mean, he just ran through my guy, took the ball. He's playing football, we playing basketball. We can't touch him or guard him, so good for him.
He is broken up about this. He wants there to be some type of Zion rule in it, like the next CBA agreement between the players and the owners is going to have something to do with Zion Williamson being a bit of a fullback out there, except he's the size of an interior D lineman.
Yeah, we talked all the time about how fun it would be to watch LeBron play in the NFL.
Zion would be pretty special.
Zion, yeah. I'm with you, man. I'd rather see Zion.
Like 6'6", about 285, right?
Guy's a freak.
You're thinking about, is that
285? I mean, that might be being kind.
Is that being kind?
Yeah, let me see what they list him
He did a
as.
nice job working on that bod.
No, for sure. He looks outstanding. They list him at 6'6", 284. The weight is always probably more of a guess than anything because they're not updating that thing on the daily. And he's clearly got himself trim for him. And he looks great. He looks explosive. And yesterday he was a super beast. So big ups to you, Zion Williamson, and heart goes out to you, D'Angelo Russell, and really any other NBA player that has to go mano a mano with Zion Williamson for the rest of time. Yeah, he really is. He's playing a bit of a different sport out there. Okay, and then last night it was all sorts of two-piece combo situations going down in the NBA. What do you want first, Bleep Hole, Grayson Allen, or do you want borderline Malice at the Palace?
Part two. Kind of going for Malice at the Palace.
Okay, we'll start there. This is a situation where you have the Magic and the Pistons. Just a truly disgusting NBA game. But they end up getting into a fight. The players do. And you have the Magic, Mo Wagner, ending up on the bench. It's a hustle play. Him and a Pistons player are both going for the ball, and he kind of shoves the Pistons player right at their bench. So he's in the midst of the opposition's team while he just basically forearm shivered one of their guys. And so then Killian Hayes. And so then Mo Wagner is now falling into the bench, he's a Magic player. He's falling into the bench of the Detroit team, and one of the players just kind of comes and shoves him from behind, and he falls even more into the bench. And then Killian Hayes, who he checked, is coming for a backside punch to the dome, and it looks like Mo Wagner just goes right to sleep and gets caught by the Detroit Pistons players on the bench there. He gets punched in the back of the head, and I'm pretty sure it was a KO.
I think it was, and this is why, if you aren't a UFC fan, and I know some people aren't, but I am. That's why you don't have. It's illegal. You can't hit the back of the head. If you ever see that happening,
it's a disqualification.
You know, the official, the referee will say, "Hey, first it's a warning. Otherwise, it will be a disqualification." In fact, John Jones got DQ'd. That's one of the only L's that he's had in professional fighting because he went 12-6 back of the head. Because it's a weak spot back there. And I think that Killian Hayes might have just hit a soft spot there on Mo Wagner, and night-night.
Night is right. And then wasn't the PA announcer at the...
Yeah, it's I think it's John Mason, who is their PA announcer, and he's been there
in
since
Detroit.
At the Palace in Detroit. And so when this happens, he immediately starts having flashbacks. He's like, stay in your seat. Stay in your seat. Do not move. If you get up, you will go to jail. And he just wanted to make sure that everything was, let the players on the court handle this. All right? Do not get up. I don't want any beers being thrown. You sit the bleep down.
And kudos to them, they did.
Hey, everyone this all went okay.
All for the fans. Everybody except Mo Wagner got out of there relatively unscathed.
Yeah,
there were 3
well
ejections in the game.
It's funny, like the Piston bench catches him.
Because he's KO'd.
And he's KO'd, and they're all kind of looking at their dude like,
dang, bro.
You just knocked this cat out.
A cheap shot in the back of the dome.
They're all holding him up like, here's this basketball player.
Did you hit him that hard?
I mean, they're all looking at him like, dude, you clocked this guy.
You just did this, bro.
Yeah. The Dolphins would have put him right back in. You good to go? Yeah, right? How many fingers am I holding up?
Rub some dirt on it, brother.
You're good. Get back out there and sling it.
Oh, Lucius, you knew. Yeah.
Good call, Lucius. And then we also had in the NBA last night in Chicago, the Bulls were taking on the Milwaukee Bucks, who have Grayson Allen on their team. We all know Grayson Allen. He's dirty.
Yeah.
Dirty. He's
Very
been that way.
face.
Very punchable face. Since college, he's been known for his dirty antics. He did it a little bit last year as well.
Him or Mac Jones, more dirty.
Oh, it's a coin flip, man. Coin flip for the ages. I think longevity, lifetime achievement, I'm still handing the award to Grayson Allen. He's earned that.
Yeah.
But Mac Jones is coming for you, Grayson. And that's why you saw Grayson step out of line last night, trying to keep that number 1 spot. Kudos to him.
So right. He sees Mac Jones. He's like, no.
I'm not going to let you out dirty me. Watch me. Watch this. So Grayson Allen appears to take a shove from Bulls big man Patrick Williams. But then he appears to sort of embellish his fall like a flop style in order to take out DeMar DeRozan of the Bulls in the process. And then Grayson Allen was not penalized for the play, but then DeRozan received a technical for his exchange with Bobby Portis Jr. afterward because there became a little bit of a scuffle. Not Mo Wagner KO scuffle, but a little bit of tomfoolery between the teams. But listen to the Bulls broadcast, okay? Announcer Stacey King suggesting a little bit of something here alongside Adam Amin.
This is why people have a problem with Grayson Allen.
Let me tell you something. Somebody needs to give him a 2-piece. I guarantee he'll stop doing that. Somebody pop him upside his head a couple times. He'll stop doing that because he's getting away with this too much.
Constantly.
He does this all the time. And look at his teammates. They know what's going on.
That's a fact, Jack.
Somebody just needs to give him a 2-piece.
Give him a 2-piece and a soda.
And honestly, I think Grayson Allen should have to wake up and endure a 2-piece for breakfast every single morning, just for having that face.
Yep. Bing, bing, bing.
And just to start his day by way of like alarm clock, just boom, boom.
Yep. Mink, mink, mink.
Good morning, Grayson.
It's not just the face either, but we've talked about the lifetime achievement of being a dirty bleep hole. And it's one thing to just be a bleep hole, but it's a whole other nightmare when you're a dirty bleep hole. And that's you, Grayson Allen.
He's dirty. He needs to wipe himself.
All right, that's it for our rim session today. It's a Cowboy game day. Let's continue the pregame to the official Cowboy pregame party starting at 4 o'clock. But what do we got here, Wolchuk? A little NFL news of the day. Devontae Adams on Derek Carr going right to that bench. And a few quarterbacks are closing in on history as we get closer to Cowboys-Titans pregame. That's next right here on The Fan.
In Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because the number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Got some NFL news of the day as we inch closer and closer. Top of the hour, official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys as they take on the Tennessee Titans, the Thursday Night Football finale. We got Eric and Brian that will have the pregame for you. Then myself, Zach Wolchuk, and Brian will have halftime and postgame. Of course, Brad, Babe, and Christy with the call for you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Hopefully we won't have to make a bunch of halftime adjustments.
Yeah, let's hope not.
That's always that, they got what they deserve kind of game.
Mm-hmm. Well, Josh Dobbs, if you missed it, will get the start tonight for the Titans. There will be no Tony Pollard and no Derrick Henry, as those two running backs will not be playing, and more news that will be unfolding. That's why you turn it on and leave it on right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Do want to encourage all of you to come on out and party with us at Rally House tomorrow. Their Hewlin location in Fort Worth will have a live G-Bag Nation remote out at Rally House, their Hewlin Fort Worth location, as we get you set for TCU making their college football playoff debut against Michigan. They will be having all kinds of TCU gear, but if you're not a TCU fan, don't worry about it. They've got literally every single college in Texas you can think of. They've also got LSU gear, as Brian has talked about, plus Mavs, Stars, Rangers, you name it. They've got Cowboy gear. It's fantastic, and they're going to be giving away Rally House gift cards as well. And Eric will be doing a bet payoff, so you can see him with half a face. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I am looking forward to that, man. I'm going to be shaved to the bone, mustache and beard and all. And then on the other side, it'll just be rocking and rolling just how it is right now.
Oh, gosh, perfect. And plus, we're going to have to make some more G-Bag of the Day Survivor picks tomorrow. Haven't even looked at the schedule.
This is one of those weird ones, man. It's like the fantasy championships. Who's playing, who's in, who's out. Yikes. We're not going to know until, right before we get to kickoff on Sunday, but decisions have to be made tomorrow.
Tell you who I'm not taking, Washington. I'm not betting on Carson Wentz to win a damn thing.
Oh, no. Gosh,
that is a shame that they probably didn't learn their lesson last year.
They're idiots.
I'm just saying that the Commanders, Carson Wentz, the reason why you even have a chance right now is with that quarterback, the backup, bringing him on. That's the only chance you had. Other than that, you were going nowhere with Carson Wentz. So I don't quite get that move. I really don't.
Well, how about this former Cowboys safety? And, he didn't last year very long, but he also is a former Washington Commander and former Packer first-round pick. Clinton Dix is signing a one-day contract with the team. He's officially going to announce his retirement in the NFL.
And I'll never forget the Ha Ha Dicks era here in Dallas.
It was very short.
It was ha-ha.
Very sweet. It was ha-ha.
It was a hell of a mini camp he had.
Very funny is what it was.
Was it him or Kluber that had a shorter stint locally?
Ha-ha. Yeah, because Ha-ha didn't actually suit up and play. At least Kluber gave us a glorious inning.
Man, in those Sunday powder blues, too, he looked outstanding.
Delicious. We told you yesterday that Derek Carr has been benched by the Raiders of Las Vegas. Well, following that demotion, Josh McDaniels announced that Derek Carr would also be given a leave of absence from the team. So he's allowed to not be a distraction. He's been granted a leave of absence. And today, Davante Adams, his best friend, former college teammate, was also asked about his thoughts with his buddy Derek Carr being benched. And, well, this is what Davante Adams said to reporters.
Obviously, I don't think anybody was excited about it in here. Him being one of my really good friends, and the reason why I came here in the first place. I mean, I wouldn't be here right now if he wasn't here. So I think everybody knows how I feel about him, and with that said, there's a process of how things go, and I'm not gonna sit here and go on and on. But obviously, I support my guy, and we got to finish the season out, the best way we can possible with, all things considered at this point. But anything else that you guys got, you can do that for Coach.
Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He's the reason I came here. I think you can imagine. You mentioned this yesterday, Brian.
Yeah.
Should they look to trade him? I think you would definitely have a disgruntled player on your hands if and when they do move Derek Carr. Maybe that ends up being a package deal. Maybe it's Carr and Adams together to a team. I don't know. But I don't think Davante Adams wants to be there if Derek Carr's not there.
Can you imagine being the team that looked at the Raiders this year and thought, man, we need to bring that Carr and Adams duo here to our city, our team. Our time is now to miss the playoffs.
There's a lot of teams in that AFC West that are looking at themselves right now and
trying to sell off parts.
Well, with the exception of really what the Chargers are in and the Chiefs are in, but that was going to be one of those divisions like when we thought what we're seeing right now in the NFC East. All the teams above 500 or near 500. I know the Commanders I think are 7-1. But the big surprise this year was how well the East played, but how poorly the AFC West played.
Right, we were thinking,
could there be 4 teams?
Best division in the history of the league. Look, Derek Carr did have the Raiders in the playoffs a year ago.
Yeah.
One of my biggest regrets preseason was proclaiming that the NFL should have its own red zone for specifically just the AFC West division on a Sunday-to-Sunday basis.
I co-signed.
Dear God, you did co-sign that. I feel bad about it because I proclaimed it. You co-signed it, and now I would actually pay money to not watch the Broncos play football every Sunday.
Hell no.
You could literally just pull like $10-15 out of my account every Sunday so that I don't have to be privy to a single second of Broncos football.
Ugh, just disgusting. How about this? We got some quarterbacks on the verge of making history. We have a fantastic Monday Night Football game. This is very rare. Joe Buck is giddy about this.
Not as giddy as Al Michaels is going to be tonight for this match.
Al's excited, and Al's going to be on the pregame show as well as you two get to interview him. I'm very jealous about that.
I am so worried about this interview.
About Eric?
Yes.
Look, Eric, this is going to be great.
Do you wipe with your right hand or your left?
There's no way.
He's a lefty.
Either way, this is going to be fantastic. It's either going to be
by the way he carries himself.
It's either going to go flawlessly, or if there's an embarrassing moment, we get to pull it and relive it on our show, Brian. So you should be. It's a win-win either way.
Okay.
Thank you for that glass half full mentality.
Yeah,
there,
that's what I'm here for.
And I appreciate the trust and faith in me there, Broadus.
Well, you've earned that.
I have.
I just know when you get that look in your eye when the questions start kind of drying up, you're going to like, okay, I'm about to take this thing in a whole nother direction.
I always pivot
real creepy.
Pivot right to the bathroom.
So are you an animal? Do you go straight bare ass on the seat, or do you put a little bit of a tissue down, or what's your deal there?
Do you imagine
Come
Al
on,
Michaels?
Al, what are you thinking?
Do you think Al's a cheek-to-seat guy, in all honesty, in a public forum?
I do, actually, yeah.
He's just like...
I think Al Michaels
is it because he's old in a way now that he doesn't have to care about anything, including his own personal hygiene?
I don't think Al Michaels gives two blips.
I don't think Al brings his own seat like King Charles or anything like that. King Charles travels with his own seat, by the way.
What about Marv Albert?
Marv is
what do you
not
think about Marv Allen? You think he's
put-
savage enough?
Oh,
Marv's putting the cushion down.
Marv will bite you on the way.
Marv, we all peek for the stall that's the cleanest.
Yeah.
He does the opposite.
Marv's
when
looking
he's
for
in
the dirty
public.
stall. That's disgusting.
Thank you, ma'am. May I have another?
We got Bengals Bills. That's the Monday Night Football game. Joe Burrow has a chance to pass Drew Brees for the highest completion percentage in NFL history. He just needs 12 more pass attempts for the all-time mark. And with those pass attempts, he'd officially qualify for the NFL's all-time completion percentage list. And he'd pass Drew Brees for that. So even if he has 12 incompletions, he'd become the league's all-time completion percentage leader and pass Drew Brees. So that's pretty incredible. You also have Tom Brady that yesterday made history without even playing a game.
This is incredible. What a stat of the day.
He officially spent 50% of his lifetime in the NFL yesterday. As days between being born and being drafted in the NFL, and days between being drafted in the NFL and today, he is 8,292 days. 50% of his life for each. He has now been in the NFL for
So
Tom
he's
Brady.
playing against people that were born when he got into the league.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
It's nuts, man. And he's just getting started.
And he's
isn't
still
he?
balling on these fools.
Yep.
And he's still the odds-on favorite to be the Raiders quarterback next year. Did you see that?
I did. That's incredible. And then finally, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes he needs just 280 passing yards before he's able to join Drew Brees and Tom Brady in the exclusive 5,000-yard club. And he's got 2 games left to do it. So pretty incredible there for Patrick Mahomes. There's your NFL news of the day. We got Cowboys-Titans, the official pregame show coming up next with Eric and Brian until tomorrow at 2 o'clock. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Hugs and hand pounds, everybody. And don't forget, we'll be live at Rally House in Fort Worth at Hewlin. Hope to see all of you there. Official pregame show of the Cowboys next up here on 105.3 The Fan.